And that's how a lot of gold is. When you melt it down, you lose weight, you lose purity in the melt. So for quick numbers on that buy, just to clarify things, there was comments like this saying I could have paid her $17,000 and I still would have made money. There was people saying it was worth 20,000, 25,000. Just to put down, you lose weight, you lose purity in the melt. So for quick numbers on that buy, just to clarify things, there was comments like this saying I could have paid her $17,000 and I still would have made money. There was people saying it was worth 20,000, 25,000. They're probably going off pure gold. None of that stuff is pure gold. So we paid her 11,935. So right at 12,000. And it's a little over 15, but by the time we lose in the melt, you lose the purity, you lose some weight during the melt. It's a little under 15,000. So we made right at 20% on that buy. Like I said, all the comments, 99.9 of them were great comments. I appreciate everybody that's reached out, shared the video. The video's going crazy right now. It's over 1 million views already since Friday. So our biggest video by far. I want to thank y'all for that. I just wanted to clarify the difference between 10 karat, 14 karat, and 24 karat that some people might not know. When you see gold price at 3,500, 3,600, that's pure gold. That's not pure. That's not 14 karat gold.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for in Spanish, dude.
Need to do
You're gonna
something.
do your better in Spanish. I'll sell you some of these because I have some stuff coming, and I have too many. I'll sell these for $950 each.
$950 each.
$20 each. They run $1,123 each. 2024 and 2025.
That's $47.50 a piece. That's $47.50 each coin. There's 20 in there. 950 divided by 20 is 47.5. I bought them for $1 over from my guy, so I could never pay that much for them.
What are you paying for it?
I'd be like $2 back on them.
How much you want for one of these?
I'd be like $2 back on them. Silvers right now. And the thing is, man, silver's spiking so high right now. I gotta hold them for 30 days. So if silver drops, then I'm screwed.
I mean, what, $18,800 each?
41.
$850 each is a profit, no matter how you look at it. Silver's going up. I don't know if you're watching the market now, because I watch it every single day.
Yeah, but at some point it has to stop and go back down.
I have a lot of money invested in gold and silver, so I know I have to watch the stock market every single day. If you invest in gold and silver, you better invest now, because it's going up.
Yeah, because I can buy them from my guy for $1 over. So I can buy as many as I want for $1 over. So
you're paying how much for one of these?
$785.
$785 each.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll trust your approach, and I'm pleased to come along survey. Though you may find Colton Hall remains somewhat ineffective. Enter the manor house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Just lead in your eye.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge them.
Come.
Point. Just situations like that happen.
It would not be as simple as merely delivering the gusset thing.
Yy3Lj7yiEjth7g4jk. Cut to the chase. For me? Fantastico. I'll take it.
Later I started looking at them, they had milk spots on them. They saw me coming a long way. Yeah, but I went back a couple of days later. I talked to the owner. I said, hey, look, I just bought these here. The guy was just gave me this stuff. I don't want it. Oh, man, he said, no, you paid it. I've called you several times and asked you about that.
When silver goes high up over 40, it's scary to buy it because I have to hold it for 30 days. So in 30 days, if it goes back down to 37, 38, it's like, which on that stuff, it's not too bad. I mean, it's kind of more of the premium side of stuff. So.
Yeah. Do you want?
Nah.
No. On YouTube. I mean, I'm one of your subscribers, actually.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't watch too many channels similar to ours or anything like that.
Right.
I try to keep that way. I just try to keep my ideas fresh and don't want to be influenced by nothing I see on there. So.
Well, I mean, there are all
We've got a job to do. Adler reporting in.
Well, kiss my grits. We finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the digital artifact. Hurry! We have so much to do, and it is lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
Take the motherboard. your own time, Box. Got a feeling this isn't standard issue.
Double points.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Gotta tell you, I don't do well with waiting. Oh, I can lay some hate with this. Now I'm paying your salary. What's next? Benefits and sick time? Knew I could count on you, boss.
Tear them to pieces.
All legs, no brains.
Which I don't know how they're going to swing this as a bit of an accident. I don't know. I think that NATO has been looking for a reason to, finally get themselves involved. And even though it's a few drones that flew into the Polish airspace, and yes, it did actually destroy a bit of a house. I don't believe there's any casualties. It's still, war is very contentious. It's all about legalities, what you can't do across legalities, and it's all about the gates for countermeasures. So yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. Is the countermeasures are being taken into consideration by NATO, and it's going to come with appropriate measures probably within the next few hours, if I'm correct on that one. This is not only this war is not only for Ukrainians. This is a war that is a confrontation that Russia has declared against the entire free world, Mr. Tusk said. Article 4 of the NATO Treaty calls for member states to consult whenever the territorial integrity, political independence, or security
of a member is threatened. It has been invoked only 7 previous times in the 76-year history of the alliance. Most recently in 2022, when Bulgaria and the Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia called for the consultations after the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Donald Trump did reply, but again, we're going to get to that in just a moment. We also have inside paper reporting that Putin is ready to invade other countries, says the Polish Prime Minister. Even mainstream media in little old Canada is reporting on this. I think Poland shoots down at least 3 Russian drones in its airspace. Prime Minister Donald Tusk told Parliament that there's been 19 intrusions, and that's why Article 4 is then being fully invoked. The Kremlin said that it won't comment on last night's drone incursions into Poland, saying the EU and NATO accused Russia of provocations daily without any arguments, which is an interesting statement. Canada is also calling for heightened pressure on Russia after the drone incursions into Poland. Canada's involvement with this war so far has been that of supplying Ukraine with the most amount of money and funding per capita than any other G7 country, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say any other country in the entire world. Canada's really been squeezing its people with taxes and just taking that money from its citizens to feed the Ukraine war. And even Prime Minister Mark Carney not too long ago, only last week or the week prior, was in Ukraine, and he did say that he wouldn't rule out boots on the ground in Ukraine to help fight against Russia. So we're gonna have to wait and see what Canada's full involvement is in the coming days, as we're gonna hear more from Mark Carney soon. Then you have U.S. President Trump breaking his silence on the matter early this morning on Truth Social, saying, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones?" Here we go, which is a very weird and optimistic way for a president to break his silence on an act of war against a NATO country. But I guess that's the American way, right? Most people that are seeing what's happening right now, like from America or patriotic countries, are really pissed off with Russia's aggression, and they're just saying, yeah, let's go, let's get them. Everyone's been waiting for a reason to get involved, and this might be the one, folks, this might be the one. So then you have, according to Polish media, one of the Russian one-way attack drones, which entered Polish airspace last night, struck a home within the village of Wyryki in eastern Poland, damaging the roof and a vehicle on the property, though resulting in no injuries. So this is where it gets a little tricky, because it doesn't seem like there's any fatalities, it doesn't seem like there's any physical injuries to persons or livestock, cattle, animals, pets, or anything of the sorts. None reported yet. And the thing with war is that
my prayer for all of you is that you one day can do that. It's honestly the most joyful thing, and I've had some pretty amazing experiences. I've been very, very blessed, very lucky, you could say, but very blessed is the word I would use. And the greatest joy for me is my daughter.
Article 5 gets triggered, which if NATO is really gun ho on removing up the whole industrial war complex machine that North America and that NATO truly is and loves to be, because we all know there's so much money to be made when it comes to the war, then this would be the reason, the catalyst to propel them forward. So far this morning, unfortunately,
We have a
7 Russian one-way
You got your mic on? Yeah. I need to talk to you before you go. Before you spell stuff.
right now. Okay. All right. Do that? Yeah, go ahead.
I got to talk to you before you leave.
Over there. Internal is good. Russian one-way drone slammed into the building, again, thankfully causing no injuries.
I need to call again.
Reporting at around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, a group of objects consisting of at least 2 unknown aircrafts
were detected entering Lithuania airspace from the direction of Belarus. Aircraft were then scrambled, but the objects were not intercepted, with surveillance ongoing to determine if they possibly landed in Lithuania. 2 additional Russian one-way attack drones have been found crashed near the Polish capital of Warsaw, and they also have fragments of an AIM-120C-7 advanced medium-range air-to-air missile having fired by one of the Polish F-16s or Dutch F-35s to intercept a one-way attack drone during last night's intrusion by Russia. So Russia's drones were not very effective, whether they were meant for Ukraine or whether it was a deliberate attack to go into the land of Poland, into their airspace, into their territory, and cause damage or just harass them. The line was crossed. NATO knows this, the legal council knows this, Trump knows this, and tensions are obviously going to remain very, very, very high until we know a little bit more about what's kind of going on. All this is shocking, but also not that surprising. The weirdest part is that Trump was just in America. Putin was just in America, in Alaska, with Donald Trump, the president, and they were talking about how to, solve this, how to get to the bottom of this. And here you go, Putin knowing.
Let us put the Sentinel artifact with you.
I trust your approach, and I'm pleased you came along, Sergei. Though the Daytime's floating hall remains somewhat infested. Hurry! We have so much to do, and it's lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
That'll clear your sinuses.
US, but he isn't many. Today we're going to look at a simple.
Victory at any cost. Just don't push it. You know what, Box? You're all right.
I promise, the Sentinel artifact will deliver results. but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Believe it or not, gambling with the wooden box is the most sane thing I've done today. This gonna cause some pain, and I'm all in. Seconds in front of this thing feels like an hour. Bonus points. Knew I could count on you, Box. Make it through fractured jaw just to die in this hellhole. Max ammo.
Gotta have an idea what to do. It's a girl that, like, you met or just that talks to you online? Okay. Has she, like, ever seen you in person at all? Okay, got it. Yeah, no, I know she just likes to hit up. Out there looking for girls or anything like that, but, yeah, how did you all kind of find each other? On Facebook? Oh, that's Facebook. How old is this girl?
She's like,
alright, you know, like, what age specifically? How's it going, man? Oh, it's just some online stuff. It's just, you want to tell her, you just want to talk about it. It's just some internet stuff. It's nothing too bad, but, you know, somebody's been talking to him online, been talking to her and stuff like that. We're just addressing it. It's nothing too bad. It's just make sure everything's straight.
is it pretty local?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's going on, honey? I'm his guardian, so.
Okay. Do you want to tell her?
Is that a recorder thing?
Yes, ma'am, for safety. I just want to make sure that y'all don't hurt anybody and vice versa.
What did you have to sign?
I didn't have him sign anything. But Scott, do you want to let her know? You can actually tell her. You know, obviously it's her business now. That's all.
Is it something that's going to get you in trouble, Scotty? I think maybe I should know. It works. Okay. Can you tell me?
Yeah, so basically there's been a girl online he's been talking to that he probably should not be talking to. Scott, do you want to tell her why you shouldn't be talking to her? talk about Mr. Joseph Wills. He is a registered offender. So how long have you been a registered offender? What had happened? Who did you expose yourself to? I just want to make sure you weren't lying to me. When you said you were going to pull out, were you a man at your work when you pulled out? I think you just took the words right out of my mouth, man. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to Random Episode, your favorite show, EDP Watch. If you guys can do me a favor, let's get this video to 100,000 likes. You guys have been absolutely killing it. Really appreciate it. Let's talk about Mr. Joseph Wills. Joseph Wills, he's a bad guy. He is a registered offender. But, you know, we've had that on the show. That's nothing new. But we've never had someone that called a third strike. That's right. So back in 2004, he caught a charge for saying some inappropriate stuff to a real underage minor, right? Gets put in prison, goes through all that. Later on, all the way back in 2017, he was at a meeting with his parole officer. And keep in mind, he had already, I think he had like 3 counts of not registering as a registered offender. So he got some marks. But when he was in the meeting with his parole officer, he was just on his phone the whole time. So yeah, they found the mother load of CP on his phone. Boom, goes to prison again. Now, we are here. This man, it's like the SpongeBob meme. When are you gonna learn, old man? This dude is a menace to society, and I'm hoping that Virginia Beach does something and puts this dude away for, I think, for the rest of his life. I mean, first time, okay, man, it happens to the best of us. Second time, it would probably happen to me too. I get it. Third time, no. This is gonna be his third strike. We're hoping that we get an arrest here. Alex had a little bit of problems with a catch here not too long ago, but he did an order 66 and they ended up arresting the dude. And I think they learned their lesson from that one. So Virginia Beach, I'm counting on you guys to do the right thing here today, man. He thinks he's coming here to be the potential girl when he catches that. Uber? Uber? How you doing, bud? So how you doing? Alright, y'all. So the guy's almost here right now. We're about to catch him. We can go live
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, duh. I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Me or you? I made the call.
The director retrofitted this mansion to host what you might call my hardware.
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less clinical than intended.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I was also certain you would be able to charge it up.
Governor, I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Oh, I can lay some hate with this. Wonder what happens if I put a gun back in. Got a feeling this isn't still an issue. All right, I'll play your game. Spin the damn wheel. You know what, bots? You're all right.
So what? Okay, you didn't take it that hard, but you know, I think she did. You know what I mean? The thing I'm trying to figure out today was, were you gonna go raw or were you gonna bring the phone? Okay, so why'd you tell her you were gonna pull out? I mean, you think it's respectful to say how you want to make the notes to her? Like that you say that I'm gonna shit. Let's say you, okay, saying you weren't gonna do it, legally, for you being a sex offender, can you even be around children? So why are we going around children? It's a lot more risky for you, man. Did you let her know that you were a sex offender? No. You know what? I think we should get to know this. Okay, so we can sit right here. So how far are you supposed to be away from children?
I could be around you without children.
Okay, so why do we think you did that, Joseph? Well, listen, keep looking at me. That's what we do. We help men like you fix this problem, okay? But for me to do my job, I need transparency, you know what I mean? Kind of been lying to me a lot, but listen, that's okay though. That just shows me you're remorseful about what you did, and I know that we're going to be on this track from here on out, right? So, I guess, how long have you had this attraction to younger people since you were Did you find that you were attractive? So you really didn't want a relationship with her? Okay. What I want to know is, would it today been consensual, or would it have been like, would you have forced it on her? Let's say she wanted to do it. Would you?
Yeah, I'll have to come with you.
What would you have said to her?
I think something like that. Right there,
So what if she didn't care that you were? Why did we come here today then? And I need more than I don't know. Okay, so
there would be no,
like at all.
yeah, because like I said, I don't understand.
Okay, man, but these messages I'm reading, I don't know, man. Your heart is saying a lot of other things right now, from what I'm reading. You know what I mean?
What I say and do has always been two totally different things in my whole life, so that must have got me in trouble.
Okay, so how many times has this got you in trouble? So I'm kind of seeing a pattern right now where we keep on finding ourselves in the vicinity of children. So why did you expose yourself to those children back in 2004?
That was a spur of the moment thing. I don't even know what came on me.
Listen, how in 2017, how many years in prison did you do after they found all the child? Okay, so you did 6 years. Okay, I don't believe in re-incarceration. I don't think that works. Obviously, this is your second time here. I believe in talking man to man, fixing stuff. Okay. So back then in 2017, when they caught you with all that child, you were trying to delete it in the probation office, right?
Yeah, I had two phone books. One was cracked. I just transferred stuff over to other phones.
Okay, so listen, man. We have a device because it's not a if. I know there's child pornography on your phone, but listen.
How you know? Because I always ask for the age. Now I'm not talking no more.
I see it more being sent to you. I'm not seeing you sending it out to people, but it's not an if. It's not a. It's only a how much child pornography is on. But listen, I'm not here to get you in trouble. We have a device that can wipe all that child pornography off your phone. It'll keep everything else on your phone. So if you want, you get that taken care of. And listen, if you were to have got caught today by police, you probably would have been spending the rest of your life in prison. So this is like a favor I'm extending to you because I want you to get your life back on track. Do you want to get your life back on track? So if it's cool with you, man, do you want me to get that child deleted? You can literally watch me do it.
Yeah, if you take their stuff on there, yeah, go ahead and do it.
Okay, so I just need to see your phone. You can just come with me. I mean, because I don't want you to think I'm going to steal your phone or anything. So just put it in airplane mode for me. Okay, just leave it like that. Now close it. And it's going to be over here. We're going to put it on top of here. And it's going to connect Bluetoothly. And boom. That's it. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I guess what are you worried about? Okay, you're just worried about, I promise you, none of us are police. I mean, if you want, do you want to go back outside? Okay, we can go back outside. You have a curfew? What time's your curfew? Oh, we'll be done way before that. And if you want your phone at any moment, you can go up in there and you can go get it. But we can just sit down here while we wait. It's going to take about 35 minutes, and then, yeah. I mean, you can sit right here next to me. Okay, so 2017, how did we find ourselves having child? So were they sending you that stuff? And what app were they sending you that stuff? You know?
The same one I was using with
824? What was there like Zangy and something? How did it happen again?
I said, I don't recall receiving image this time around the youngest I've associated with it. I've never associated with someone else of 18 stuff, so I'm saying now I'm not getting enough phone calls.
You did ask me. Know what that would have been. Why would you ask me?
So I came up with one, and that's why I didn't touch it. I was just do stuff without.
Do you have any kids? Are you a virgin? So you had. How old was she?
19 hours.
Was she the last time you had?
Yeah, the first one. So as far as that goes, I would like to get to a relationship.
That's why I'm asking, but did you want to get in a relationship?
Make a friends and things.
So I guess why didn't you keep the conversation? Why do you think you screwed up so big time? What do you think the worst thing you said in sex was? So, when you were in prison, did you ever get bullied by anyone? Did people know why you were in there for?
I'm pretty sure some of them did, but they didn't know.
So, what did you mean by we can fool around?
Just like what Brittany's all we talk about. Then.
So what do you say right here?
I know I said sex then, but I'm earlier.
So I guess what kind of sex would it have been? I just want to make sure it was nothing crazy. Would it have been regular? So
I already know like that.
a man and a woman in a house all by themselves, talking about the whole time.
I know the position I'm in, so I know I should have been there anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you guys would have been ordering cupcakes. Maybe we should be ordering cupcakes. Lucky for you, you didn't send any pictures. I appreciate that. So
her age and stuff, I would.
Keep on saying because of her age, but in the text messages, it seems like you didn't care about her age.
I did, but like I said, my words match.
Do you know in the state of Virginia, showing up to meet a minor is your action? So, listen, you're not gonna have to use her, so you can be honest with me, okay? So, you don't have to keep on lying to me, okay? So, just be honest with me. I really appreciate honesty, Joseph. And if you don't want to have an honest conversation, then I don't want to have a conversation.
Because I don't really know how that would have played out anyway.
Okay, how do you think it would have played out, maybe?
I know there would have been no penetration. Regardless of what I said, I couldn't use somehow different practice stuff.
Okay, so would it have just been kissing?
Minor
stuff. Okay, what about like maybe drugs? That's kind of minor.
Yeah, but I was not a bad person.
Okay, but if she offered it,
I would have done it. But she just don't seem like kind of person that would ask for that.
Yeah, I mean, she never said anything sexual while talking to you, right? So I guess why did you initiate all the sexual talking?
I couldn't tell you.
You couldn't tell me an answer? Okay, well here, I'm gonna let you talk to one of my friends. He's very skilled in this profession. I think maybe some words of wisdom and advice. Yo, what's good, Mr. Rosen? Oh man, you wanted to say hi to my friend Joseph real quick?
Hey man, what's up?
So Joseph, even though he's a sex offender and been arrested 2 times for the same thing, he doesn't think the same thing would have happened today. It's kind of hard for me to believe, so I thought maybe he wanted to get through with you.
What's going on?
Yeah, I can't be the underage people.
Oh God, that was supposed to happen.
Honestly, we're just gonna hang out. I wouldn't have forced this. I'll do it.
That's good to know because religion is certainly stuff that you can go to people, but when you're in and out, that's different. I don't see that you're that person.
But I would have to live over because it's not different.
Okay. What do you say again?
I said I wouldn't have tried to predict it.
Well, Joseph, Mr. Park is a great guy, and yeah, we'll let me get through it. But I gotta get going, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, good luck with your guys and stuff out too. I appreciate you being honest. So you told him a little bit more than you told me, so it would have just been all consensual today, right?
If anything can happen.
I appreciate that. So I just want to make sure, like, nothing crazy is why it's gonna happen. So what position, if it were to happen, would it happen?
That the normal stuff that could happen.
Like, what's the
These days we're just regular guys who are.
So would you believe it or not, I've had the same conversation with him, and look at him now. He has all these LGBT likes around him. He's doing well for himself. So I want you to know that like there is a way past this, okay? Because I caught him in the same position.
Well, the girl I was dating she was 15, so it was a little bit better, a little bit more legal, but still legal.
I mean, like that 1 age year difference is like killer. Oh, here, I don't think he doesn't know about your past. Can you tell him about your past?
Yeah, because I'm a registered Christian, so I have a past.
And how many times have you been incarcerated for?
Twice. Yes, yeah.
What state are you guys in?
Virginia.
Was he trying to take her to Virginia?
What, so why did you ask her if she was a Christian?
How many minors has he had?
None.
None. So here, tell him about the first time.
The first time I just exposed myself to a couple of kids, and it was nothing sexual.
So when you say expose yourself, was it kind of like, okay, did you hit a double? Did you go, wow, and then, wow? You didn't do that? So you just whipped it out like this? Are you sure it wasn't like this?
No.
Well, here, I mean, if we want to figure out how far it goes, I think we have to subscribe to EDPWatch.com for only $4.45. You can watch interactions like this, like I'm having with Joseph, uncut, uncensored, and you can kind of figure out all the disgusting and dirty stuff we've done in the past. So it's only $4.45, but right now, pretty soon, as you know, Joseph, we're going to be raising the price to $6.50. So, but if you want to be locked in at $4.45 for the rest of your life, you gotta subscribe right now. So, Joseph, can you tell them subscribe to EDP Watch right now? Thank you. My bad. I have like weird Tourette's where I do like tele-commercial ads. I appreciate you answering, Skeet, man, and I think we gotta go fuck some guys together very soon. Oh, okay. Thank you for talking to my friend. I really appreciate it. Do you have any sisters or siblings? Is your parents still alive? I think you just took the words right out of my mouth. I know this is getting personal, but your dad ever touched you? So it's so crazy. If your uncle were to find out what you did.
He already said that he was killed.
Really?
Yeah. He is 74 years old. He's on oxygen. He has nothing to live for. So a life sentence is nothing.
Do you really think you would do it? You gotta have somebody hold you accountable for that. Like to be following you around everywhere. Like, do you think we should tell him? What's his name? Book? Is that his real name? Does he have to like but I thought Kobe was close. That's what Trump said. What do you think about him being number 3 episode? Oh, okay. So do you think Jeffrey Epstein is innocent? But you know he was registered as you know that, right? So you think like just kind of like a bunch of different girls all got together and just said, hey, we're being trafficked on this island. So you don't think the island's real? Well, what do you think? I know that's right. So do you think Trump's on the Epstein list? What do you believe? You think he wants to protect those kids? So I guess like why doesn't he release it then? Did you vote for him? Oh, you can't vote. You know Trump, he pardons people kind of like him, man. I mean, you want to get a pardon for your crime? I know this is gonna suck, but I gotta call her mom. I just want her mom to be assured that like, hey, this isn't gonna happen again. So. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can go whenever. If you don't want to ride with us, you can leave right now. Keep walking. Hey, we're talking to Joseph right now about your 15-year-old daughter. Yeah. And actually, I think we're gonna go on and get him home. said our car is that way. Joseph, you're never gonna meet a 14-year-old girl again, right? Okay. Yeah. We'll give you guys the evidence whenever y'all ready. Bro, man, you were a hawk, bro. I thought I was looking at Ray Lewis. My bad, I didn't hear you. What'd you say? Everything is cool, man. Listen, they're just straightening it out, man. You know, you're not gonna talk to any 15-year-old girls anymore, right? This your last time? Can you tell this officer I'm never gonna talk to a 15-year-old again? Just show him you're apologetic and tell him what you're sorry for. Whenever I'm sorry, I tell people why I'm sorry. So can you tell him why you're sorry? Did you talk to her? The funny thing about him, whenever the detectives come to see it, this decoy who did this for us, he has this method where to figure out exactly where they at, he likes to send them cards. He'll be like, oh, I want to send you a card. And so the decoy, the guys will be like, okay, yeah, I'll send it to this address. So he had an address, and he sent the card, and then whenever they got the card, and they were like, oh, I got the card, he asked them to take a picture of it. So he took a picture of him holding the card with the address. So it's like his face in there with like the address written out and everything, and he was like, I got it. Thank you so much for the card.
EDP Watch is a group that makes it their mission to catch suspected.
Beggar. And if that video is a tale of the ultimate beggar, then this video is the ultimate beggar's ultimate begging session. You see, Phil's done this for years, and you can make arguments that he's been worse at many other points in time, but Jesus Christ, man, let me just tell you what's going on here. Silk Song came out recently, and Phil decided, hey, I'm gonna play this game. Now, if you know anything about Phil, you gotta know that he will not play a game unless people are giving him money to do so. Phil's entire philosophy on being a content creator and even being a gamer is so stupid because he thinks that he can't play what he wants.
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Did your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. Whether it can be a miracle remains to be seen.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Undead hostile just painted the wall. Fair warning, I'm not known for my forgiving nature. Insta-kill. Got a feeling this isn't standard issue.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Lucas is how much would I have to put up for truck sim? We ended the night at 117. We ended the night at 117 instead of 150. So you figure it out. That's simple. Here's the question, Bloom Kit. Were you here for truck sim? Were you here on Sunday night for truck sim? If you were, why didn't you contribute during the truck sim stream so that truck sim could continue? And why are we talking about this 2 nights later?
Now, if you thought he sounded like a smug prick in that clip, let me just tell you, you have not seen anything yet. By the end of this video, you are going to be shocked and appalled at the way Phil is talking to people in his chat. But the truck sim game, that wasn't the only victim of Phil's wrath. GTA 4, another game he had been playing recently, well, he got to the final mission and then just realized this is too hard for me. So he quit.
Oh, guys, forget it. I'm serious. I'm not doing it. I'm done. I can't do it. I don't have ammo to do it. I'm done. I had no idea that was going to happen. Fuck this. We're just going to play the DLC. I'm serious. I'm not going to waste an hour doing this mission. This is stupid.
And so the point I'm trying to get across here is that he'll quit games if he doesn't get enough money for playing them, or he'll quit because he just genuinely sucks at playing video games in general. But in today's video, we're going to be more focused on the money aspect of Darkside Phil, because it's all he's going to fucking talk about. It's not like we're going to be able to avoid it. Phil will bring it up in every single clip of every single stream that we watch here. You are going to hear Phil try to justify himself over and over and try to tell people that it's normal for him to say this every 2 or 3 minutes. And the reason he's so on edge and bringing it up over and over and over again, more than even usual, is because Phil has not hit many tip goals in the last few days, and that is absolutely mortifying to him. If Phil isn't making his $150 per stream, it's like a doomsday scenario, and it's getting to him, as you're going to see here today. He's one grumpy old bastard. So if you enjoy seeing Darkside Phil not getting that money, then you're going to enjoy this video today, my friends. So I'm going to shut up now, and you can hear it from Phil just how upset he is.
So we have an hour and 40 minutes left on today's stream. All right? Let's get support right now, before we even start up again. Seriously. We are at what? 67? Let's get $7 support right now. Whether it's a super chat, a tip, 3 memberships, 2 subs, whatever it is. Let's hit it right now. Let's get to halfway. Then for the second portion of the stream, we just focus on doing the second half. All right? Seriously. And I am serious because it's been over an hour and there hasn't been a single contribution, yet you're all sitting here watching the stream. So let's get to 75 right now. Let's go.
He makes like this bulldog-esque stink face when he says, but all you people are just here watching the stream, and like not donating. That's what he's implying. I mean, he straight up said it. It's so fucked up because these people don't owe you a thing. In Phil's mind, I truly believe he thinks that if someone clicks on his stream, if they're watching him for like 10-15 minutes, after a while you should feel inclined to go, let me open up my wallet and give this guy some money. Phil, that's not how all people think. People might just stumble upon your stream or one of your videos and go, interesting, and move on. Some people might stumble upon it and go, man, this guy's fucking annoying, which is most people, but you can't sit here and actively get upset and just stew about it because people aren't throwing their money at you for simply existing and being there on camera. What have you done to make people want to give you that money? Just played through another video game like you've been doing for 20 years? Do something more. You can't just expect that when a new video game comes out, people are going to be like, holy shit, I need to pay Darkside Phil to play this game. That's the last things on people's mind. Like, I really think he thinks before people go to GameStop and pick up a game themselves, they're like, let me make sure Phil has the game because I just desperately need to see him play it.
There's no math wrong on the King's Tax. Shut up. I don't want to hear about you. In fact, you know what? Just go away. You're fucking annoying. I've been streaming now this game for 2.5 hours. And we've gotten, in the 2.5 hours, I'm not kidding, we've gotten, let's see, $10 of support. So let's go. Let's get to halfway to the goal right now. I'm streaming till 4 p.m., so we still got a while. But like I'm saying, we're here, but we can't get to halfway right now, seriously. And now we just have the second half to work towards for the second half of the gameplay stream. You're telling me there's no one watching this stream right now at all out of the 229 people watching on YouTube, out of the almost 90 people watching on Kick. There's no one watching and saying, hey, this is a good stream. Phil's actually, playing a challenging game. It's tense. I'm liking the vibe. I like the content. Let's get halfway to the goal, and then we can, work towards it for the second half. You tell me there's no one out there enjoying the stream. No.
Governor, I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
One postage stamp and you're on your way to Timbuktu. Just saying. You know what, Box? You're all right. 5 seconds in front of this thing feels like an hour. Knew I could count on you, Box.
You weren't telling any jokes, you weren't telling people funny stories, you weren't doing anything to keep these people entertained, yet you expect them to go, wow, what a riveting stream.
Jeff Demesky, I counted the $54 from before. I swear to God, the next person that says I didn't count it is going to get banned. I've had enough. Really, it pisses me off. People want to just make shit up. That's right. People want to see me specifically play the game. That's correct. That's why you're here. Because you want to see PSP suffer a very challenging survival horror game. You're to watch the stream I provided. You enjoy watching me play games the way that I do. Then support that content, and then there will be more of it. Right? So we talked about it earlier before I started playing the game. That if you like the content, you support it, then because you've supported it, you know, that money can be made to make more content. Right? That's how it works. Now, I just sit here like a lum, and I say I get everything for free because I'm entitled, and I just get everything. And then, how dare you even ask for any support and make a living? How could you? No, that's not how fucking life works. We made the allegory of a movie that if a movie comes out and people like it and they go watch it in the theater and they pay for the subscription or the on-demand rental, the movie makes money. And those movie makers can go make more movies that you like. As opposed to if you say you want the movie, but then you pirate the movie. You steal the movie. You illegally download the movie, right? Then they make no money and they can't make more content. So you're shooting yourself in the foot when you don't support the content you like.
Phil, there is a massive difference between what you do and what, like, major motion pictures do. The reason people buy a subscription service is because they get offered, like, so many different movies or TV shows to buy. But the reason they go buy a movie ticket is because they really want to see this new movie that's out. Streaming and content creation, it's an entirely different beast, and unless you're putting all your content behind a paywall, you have to understand the business, quote-unquote business you're running here. You have to make people care about what you do. You can't just sit there and go, wow, I'm playing a challenging game. Isn't this so exciting, guys? No, it's not. If there are people who genuinely show up and are, like, entertained and amused by your streams and your reactions, Phil, then they probably get turned off when you talk to them the way you do. But the biggest moment in all of that where Phil was full of shit is where he says that, you know, you gotta keep supporting this stuff so it can keep happening and it can keep getting better. Your content, Phil, it doesn't necessitate that at all. I mean, honestly, all you need is like $50 for the new game, and there you go. People have supported your next business venture.
Harry, you're on my stream if you don't like it. So either you enjoy and you support when you can, and you understand why I ask for contributions, or you fuck off. It's one or the other. There's no in between. This is actually a case. There is no black and white. Like, if you like the content, so you're here to enjoy it, you're here to support me because you like the way I play games, you like it, or you get the fuck out. Because you're just sitting here being toxic, and no one cares about it. So it's that simple. It really is a simple thing. But they don't want to act like they want, oh, anytime that he says anything about profits or being supported, it's a toxic, horrible thing. No, it's not. And the truth is, what happens when we hit goals? Then I'm like, well, I actually don't want to talk anymore about the goal. You know, we hit the goal. We're good. Right now, if we hit the goal 150, I would say, hey, thanks a lot. Maybe we can get a second goal, but hey, thanks for hitting the goal, and then we can just play the game. Instead, I've been here 2 hours, and there's been $10 of support in 2 hours. So that's the problem. Yy3Lj, no other streamer is in the situation I'm in, so fuck off. Really, no other streamer is in the unique situation I'm in, so I have to do things differently, and you can kiss my ass.
How? How are you so much different than any other streamer? Like, yes, you get trolled, you comes to like ad revenue and you making money, like you're just like any other guy. You can make money if you provided a more entertaining stream. You act like such a victim, like the internet's beating you down for so many years and you have to fight and claw to get what's yours, when really you just sat here on your ass for 20 years and played video games non-stop. And you've done it for so long that you now think it's your job and you believe you're owed something every day. You like technically clock into work, which is whenever you start your stream up and start playing whatever game you're going to play that day. You're really just a man-child doing what other men-children do every day. Men-children, is that even a word? I don't know, but they do that every day and don't get paid for it. You think you're some special case. So yes, Phil, I guess you are different than other streamers, but for some reason you think you deserve to get paid for it. And also, can we talk about where he said that, guys, you know, I wouldn't be talking about this. Like, we have a 150 tip goal to hit. If we hit that, I would stop talking about it all night, but we only have $10 in the tip goal. So basically he's saying, if you want me to shut up about money, then give me money. Like, what's wrong with you people? Like, obviously I'm going to talk about money constantly until you give me money. Like, are you stupid? Are you dumb? That's my business. And when I hear him say things like that, I always wonder, man, is there really any, like, real DSP supporters out there? And if they are, like, what do they think when they hear shit like that? How do they continue to go, yeah, this dude rules, I'm gonna keep supporting Phil? Like, if I heard someone who I respected say that, I'd be like, you're a piece of shit.
Like, I really enjoyed this year, because this year I got to do a lot of things that normally I wouldn't have done, and I branched out, and I did all kinds of new content, and I'm really enjoying this ride. But people have to understand, for that ride to continue, we have to keep hitting goals and have to get support. If we keep hitting goals, then I can buy new peripherals. I can buy any game I want when it's new. We could buy 10 games in a week, for God's sakes. We could. And it's fine. I can get new controllers on the fly, new wheels, new lighting, new anything, whatever you want. But that's because you're supporting the content, so I can continue to make it and improve it. If you just sit here complaining all day, you don't like any of the content, anytime that I ask for support, I'm horrible, what a horrible person I am, but you understand that you serve no purpose. Zero.
Alright, wannabe Dale Wilson, let's be real here. Imagine you're listening to your favorite Beatles record, and you're like, oh man, oh no, something is coming up next. I love that song. And it's about to come up, and like you go from one track to the next, and right before it plays, you hear John Lennon come on and go, hello, it's me. I do a terrible British accent, but it's me, John Lennon. If you like this album, please go buy a t-shirt. It's what go buy the Beatles anthology. Buy all of it. I need to remind you, because if we can make more money on this album, maybe we can make another. I don't know why this is being kept in or what kind of segment this is, but really, imagine you're watching a movie and they're like, stop. If you guys want to see more of this film, call the number on screen below. And then In the Arms of an Angel starts playing like that sad dog commercial, you know? So if you want to make sure Matthew McConaughey can eat this year, you will donate to the number below. It's like, what does Phil think he is? What does he think his content is so special for that like people need to pay, like they need to pony up, or else it just can't happen? You play video games. Just boot up the Xbox and fucking play and see. The stream you're watching right now is after Phil decided he was going to put down Silksong for good. And I'll have some pretty sad news about that whole situation at the end of this. But now you're going to see the moment Phil decided to quit because people were just not supporting the streaming. And Phil will tell you that you guys don't get it. This is one of his favorite games he's played this year. He's having a lot of fun. But people just aren't supporting enough and he can't play it. Now, that's despite this game being $20. Like, so if someone donates you $20, there you go. They paid for your game. Now you can play it on stream, have a good time, not a care in the world. But if you said that to Phil, he'd probably just spit on you and go, no, that's not how it works. But sadly for Phil, it looks like that might be the way it's starting to work. People are not wanting to hit that tip goal, and if Phil's not hitting it, he might have to lower that shit. And again, if he heard that, he'd be just spitting all over you. Get the fuck, don't ever suggest something like that. Lowering the tip goal, you must be out of your goddamn mind. But now let's hear some of that DSP Silksong rage-filled goodness.
I'm getting different results when I do the same inputs. God guys, this is it, the last 10, 15 minutes of the stream. So, we have about 10, 15 minutes to hit the goal, and if we don't hit the goal, I'm not playing this again. Because again, this was an experiment, and all I'm seeing right now is that my thoughts were absolutely true and correct, that people don't actually like Metroidvania games on my streams, because if I can get, let me put it this way, if I can get more support for Suikoden 2, if I can get more support for Chronos, if I can get more support for Metal Gear Solid Delta, if I can get more support for Capcom vs. SNK 2, like every game I'm playing in the rotation has done better than this game did tonight, that means that no one wants this game. On my stream, I'm not saying it's a bad game. In fact, like I said, is it frustrating? Yes, but it's the kind of game that like it's rewarding when you overcome challenge, just like Dark Souls. So I'd be okay with that. It certainly would be a rageable playthrough, but I would be able to get through it for sure, 100%. It's just going to be a tough one, but I would do it. But not for this. Not for not even hitting half of a goal of support. So this is it. Last chance to support the stream. And someone is tipping $2 and saying we like Silksong, but times are tough. Well, then don't ask for Silksong. If people can support other games, then obviously times aren't that tough. And people are supporting every other game I played. And I suspected this would happen, and it did, so that's that.
Hey, actual fan of mine who was nice enough to donate to me and tell me that they want to continue seeing this game, that's an actual person who likes what Phil does, saying, Phil, I'm enjoying this, man. Like, you're doing a great job. Don't let these people get you down. And he's like, well, don't ask for this fucking game then, 'cause if you don't have more money, $2 isn't gonna cut it. And it makes me wonder how many fans or people who might have even considered becoming a fan of Phil, like how many of them has he run off over the years just by his shitty attitude alone? Like that guy, I highly doubt that guy will ever donate to him again, although, I don't know, these dents there, they're pretty freaking strange.
Someone took $2 and says, please keep playing Silksong. I will if we hit the goal, but we gotta do it now. This is the end of the stream. We're at $69, so get us to the goal of 150. I'll play it again. So now's your chance. All right, so I'm going to try to clear this final area, and that's it for the stream. So this is absolute last chance if you want to see Silksong again. If you do, support the stream right now, or else that's it. So here's the thing. I definitely like the game. I do. I actually enjoy the game, and I wouldn't mind playing it more, but I can't. I have to play what people want. And it's apparent from tonight, the only people who showed up tonight, there's a few people who liked the game, and thanks to those who did support it, mostly troll viewers watching to see if I'm going to hit the goal and it's going to continue. Very little support. Literally, this is the least supported stream that I've had of all the games I'm playing. Earlier today, I played Suikoden 2 and had more support. So exactly what I feared would happen happened with Silksong. This is why I didn't have it in the schedule. I know people just don't come out for Metroidvanias and support them. They don't. They sit here and complain that it's boring because I have to backtrack a lot and stuff like that. Now listen, I get it, but that's the game. And people don't like them. So once again, this is like the millionth one I've tried. Like I said, the only Metroidvania game I've ever played that actually worked was Metroid Dread. That one, people came out and actually supported it. But I tried my best, and I want to say thanks to those who were here tonight and those who watch it on demand, but it is what it is. What can I do, right? I gave it a shot. I laid out exactly the criteria, and we all see what happens. In black and white, it's not disputable. People don't want Silksong, or they would have come by and supported this stream if they did not. Okay? All right, well, I tried it, and the thing is, it is a good game. It's a shame. I actually feel like if I played this might have, if I kept playing it, might have been one of my favorite games of the year.
Now, Phil, hear me out, right? This might seem absolutely crazy, but do you think that you're just more boring and more, over the top with begging than usual on this particular stream, and it's driving people away? No, that can't be it, right? They're pissed off with you having to backtrack in this video game. Oh, the backtracking. Oh, the backtracking. I can't handle any more going back in the direction that we just came from. It's making me sick. I can't watch this garbage anymore. You will make genuinely any excuse you can, so you just don't have to say, yeah, people don't give a shit about, what I'm doing here today, because I'm not having a good time playing this game. Maybe if you were sitting there laughing, having a good time going, guys, this game's awesome. Let's try to get to the next level. You know what? I might even stay alive for a little bit later tonight because I'm having this much fun playing this game. You can't let that happen. You won't let yourself have a good time if you're not making the money. So, it's this vicious circle where Phil's not happy, Phil expects money, people won't give money to Phil, so Phil stays unhappy, but then, eventually, some schmuck comes along and's like, here's $100, Phil, and Phil has a big smile on his face again. Until the next stream, of course, where the goal goes back to 0, and Phil has to be pissed off if in an hour's time people haven't donated enough. Do you think that's a big issue, Phil? Maybe if you sat here and just enjoyed the game, didn't focus on the tip goal, maybe people would be more inclined to give a shit, but you don't. All you do is sit here and talk about money over and over and over again, and it's gotta get on people's nerves.
Alright, guys. So, Silk Song, I do like the game, but that's it for Silk Song. Alright? Again, thanks to those who watched. I hope you understand. Okay. Alright, that's it. I gotta get out of here. I stayed late and everything, but it is what it is, guys. Okay? Alright. Well, folks, that is it. And again, I want to say thank you. I do get a $10 tip here at the end here. It's just an anonymous $10 tip, not even a message attached to it. Thank you, whoever just sent $10. I appreciate it. So whoever that was, thanks. You were literally the top tip of the night. You're the only tip of the night, really, because the other tip was $1. And that's that. Now we got to figure out what the schedule will be for the week because we're not playing Silk Song. Okay. This was the test stream for the game. The test stream. And it failed the test stream. Okay? Roach says, my favorite games don't hit goals. Then you should support the games. And you didn't. So, okay.
And what Phil does right here, to me, is the most disgusting part of all this. You see, he's already said goodbye. He's already done his sign-off. The stream's supposed to be over. But he's sitting here and stalling and just waiting for people to send more money. He's basically just looking at the computer, waiting to see tips come in. And this is what I don't get. He had the balls to sit here earlier and go, oh, I don't expect money from people, when that's what he's doing right now. You're not providing anything at this point, Phil. You're just sitting around on your chair. Yet you expect people to just pay you now because they haven't paid you yet. In what fucking universe does that, register in your mind that that's normal? And he even admits as such, too, and gets angry at people saying, guys, I'm still here. Why aren't you donating?
Listen, I'm still here, and no one's contributing, so what do you want me to do? I'm still here. I stayed extra late. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm tired. I can't stay here late every night. I just can't. I've been in here in this fucking office every night super late. I should be spending time with my wife. I'm tired of this shit. I honestly don't know, because I was planning on possibly doing Silk Song as a day stream, and now we're not playing it at all. Okay? Alright, guys, everyone please have a good night. I will see you tomorrow for Protos, and I'll see you tomorrow for Gears of War. Have a good night.
And in the most Phil move you'll ever fucking see, he goes offline, or pretends to be offline, for about a minute or two, and then comes back and continues to bitch about money, but this time in the most angry way he's done it so far.
What a name, Crunchberry. Okay. Well, we still didn't hit it. We're at 94. We still didn't hit the goal. But we did get closer. So, guys, I'm sorry. I really tried. I tried my hardest. I liked the game. People did not support enough. I don't know what to say. Okay? All right? I'm sorry. I really gave it as much time as I possibly could. I really have to get out of here. Enough with it. We hit 100 one more stream. We hit the goal now, but we don't play the game again, period. There's no negotiation. There's no bullshit. Either contribute now, or we don't see the game again. Too bad. This was laid out ahead of time. None of this nonsense. None of this fucking around. Alright? I'm tired of it, quite frankly. I'm tired of people trying to mess around. Oh, yeah, well, I'll wait till the last minute, and then I'll... No. You should have supported, because now what's going to happen is people will complain. You have no right. There is absolutely no right whatsoever to complain that we're not playing this game again. I laid down the criteria. No one did it. What do you want me to do? Okay? Alright. That's it. We're done. So tomorrow, no podcast. Protos on the first stream. Gears on the late stream. See you tomorrow.
The nerve of this man, dude. How can he even say shit like that? But he does, And honestly, he sticks around like this on his streams because a lot of times these assholes really do end up donating to him because he'll just stick around and go, guys, we really could get this money. If you just send it now, we can do it. And like, it's why now, Silk Song is continuing, because someone ponied up and paid him. So he's like, alright, you know what? I'll keep playing Silk Song. So after all that, it's still happening. It's that simple. You give him money, he'll smile and do whatever you want. He's a YouTube prostitute. And that was the bad news I was talking about earlier. It's amazing you can hear this dude say all the shit he did in this video today, and then you find out that people are still like, I'll give him $100 real quick. And that's the life of Darkside Phil. Somehow this dude just keeps on pushing. He's the most resilient bastard on the internet. People have said it a million times before, that Phil, he operates like a cockroach. No matter what happens in this world, Darkside Phil will still be here, still be streaming video games, and still demanding your money, no matter what happens to this world. And I can see it, because he's still here 20 years later, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. Because he'll just keep begging and begging and begging for that money, and somehow, some way, there's some weirdo out there who will give it to him. I can't imagine he'll finish that Silk Song game, though. He'll just quit it like he does every single other one. But if you guys want to know anything more about Phil or any updates on him when that happens, you can follow me over on Twitter at SmokeyMCC, and hell, you can also just stay tuned to the channel because I'll definitely have more Phil videos out for you guys sometime soon. Also want to give a giant shout out to Snort Hogan, the GOAT DSP archiver. I always got to check out his channel and see what Phil's up to without having to give Phil that view. And if you need a place to watch Phil's streams without having to, again, give Phil that view, check out Raw Phil. Links will be down in the description below for both channels. And as always, tonight will be Too High for Stupid episode 124 over on Kiwi's channel, so don't miss that. And until the next one, be safe everybody, and I'm out of here. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all in the next one. Until then, take care everybody.
But it was some chat site or something that we started talking on, and then it moved to a text app. I mean, I had thoughts beforehand. I was like, oh, you really probably shouldn't do this.
Okay.
But I was going to show up, see who she was. I really wasn't planning on anything. Learn. I'm not get off everything, don't do anything, don't even think about it.
Gotcha.
Because it keeps you behind in the bedroom.
It could happen. It could happen, Nick. It's very possible. You just never know.
That's the thought process now. First time trying anything, and Steve's in the bathroom.
Hey, do you want early access to videos like this? We are approaching Bill's house right now. This guy's been talking to the decoy for over a year. Especially when you said, let me all in that little blank and I'll buy you the Plan B pill so you don't get pregnant.
And I decided I've never bought the line.
Right now, these videos and more are only available on my locals, and for only $5 buckaroos a month, you can watch them. That's right, for the price of only one pumpkin spice latte a month, you can watch these videos and support the ski team in catching these predators. Now that I've got all my e-begging out of the way, hope you enjoy the video. This here is 30-year-old Nick, or as I like to call him, the Smeagol Predator. He just has such a striking resemblance to the Lord of the Rings character Smeagol, but this time he's not on the hunt for a precious ring. No. What he's on the hunt for is a cupcake.
You want a cupcake? Give me the patriotic cupcake. Ooh, you want a pickle?
No.
Not that kind of cupcake. An illegal, underage cupcake. On one sunny afternoon, he showed up to our sting house to meet who he thought was a 14-year-old girl. But little did he know that he would be bombarded by me and a camera crew shortly after his arrival. And before long, the Kent County Police Department would also show up to address the situation. Now, Nick claimed that he wasn't going to do anything with this girl and he was just going to come over and hang out, and that was it. But if you ask me, that's a load of horseshit, because if we look at the chat log here at Revelation 6-9, Nick does bring up fitness. And at some point, he does like a little play on words, and he says, I was trying to be funny, and I was thinking, fitness in your mouth. Another thing he says was, what do you want to do with a 30-year-old man? And then the girl says, I don't know, what does a 30-year-old man want to do with a 14-year-old girl? And Nick goes on to say, we could get food, and if anyone asks, you can just say that you're my kid. That's a little disturbing, especially when you consider that Nick has a child of his own. Another thing he says is, I'm going to have to watch myself when you come here. The girl says, what do you mean, watch yourself? Nick says, I might try to do something with you. Now, that's just predatory behavior right there. Now, Nick said a lot more within this chat log. However, no one can really tell his story better than he can himself. So let's go ahead and get into the interaction. This is our potential predator. His name is Nick. He is on his way. He's going to be here in just a few minutes.
What a chat.
Yeah, definitely. Total chat. I mean, do you see the definition in his chest? I mean, look at this. You see how it caves in? He's after a 14-year-old girl, it seems, and he has, what is it, a daughter? A son. He has a son, a very 5-year-old son.
He was supposed to get him today. He asked the mom to keep him so he could meet the decoy instead.
Wow. So, blowing off his 5-year-old son so he can meet a 14-year-old girl.
Parent of the Year?
Parent of the Year award goes to... Smeagol. Yeah.
I said, important question, what's that old song called where they say, to the window, to the wall? He said, Get Low by Lil Jon, and then a screenshot of the song.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
And then he said, old ouch. I said, why do they say, sleep, 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 sleep?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, just playing the role. And then he says, Skeet, Skeet, I have no idea. I am old. I could be your dad. And he asks her if she's going to get low. Well, so that's he's about to get skeeted. Yeah.
Pretty good? Good to see you. You too.
So how long did it take you to get here?
About 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
Well, it's like the same as, can you hear me that one? So, how are you?
Not too bad. Hot and sweaty.
Yeah, it's disgusting. That's why I was like, I didn't want to be out there.
Yeah.
Those old guys out there were trying to holler at me.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Sam.
yeah, the ones that are standing up there.
He said, ooh, I got a truck too, girl. Because he was talking about your truck.
Right, I did a whole lap around first.
Yeah. I thought, do you have a vape? Ooh, this is cool. This has weed in it, or is it THC? Or, what's the other one?
15.
Yeah,
Or CBD, not that's weed.
How much does this even like cost? You go to like a weed store?
That's about 45.
You're so lucky. You can like, how old are you when you go to the weed store? 21? So I have to wait like...
A while.
Okay, 14, 15,
You don't look
16,
14.
17, 18, 19. What was that?
My fault.
Oh my god, it sounds like a freaking alarm.
I was packing. Run a little bit older than you.
Yeah, how even old are you?
30.
30? You want a cupcake? Give me the Patreon cupcake. Ooh, you want a pickle?
No.
you?
So you like playing Pac-Man, do you?
What's this?
Sir, I'm with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. We do have the police on standby. What's your name?
Nick.
Nick. Nick what? Do you have an ID on you, Nick?
Can I just leave?
I just have a few questions for you. So do you...
Please just leave.
Do you have an ID on you, Nick?
Can I please just leave?
I just have
I will never come back. You'll never hear from me again. Please.
Well, how do I know that's
Because this
true?
is a big eye-opener, and I won't mess around like this again. Please.
Well, help me understand first, Nick. What is...
Okay.
What's the eye-opener, Nick?
The three of you, yeah, I had thoughts beforehand. I was like, all right, I really probably shouldn't do this.
Okay.
But I was going to show up, see who she was. I really wasn't planning on anything.
Okay. And who was it that you're here to meet?
Taylor.
Taylor. And just tell me a little bit about the backstory. How did you come across this Taylor? I'm just trying to understand how you ended up here.
I can't remember what site, but it was some chat site or something that we started talking on, and then it moved to a text app, and then by phone.
Okay.
I never sent no dirty pictures or nothing.
No. But I recall you saying some things, right?
Yeah, I made some suggestive marks and talked about some stuff, and I really fucked up.
Okay.
I really fucked up.
Yeah, and you were aware that she is 14.
Yeah, that's a really big up.
Yeah, that's not good, Nick. I mean, the things that I've seen in this chat log are borderline illegal.
Yeah.
And I've seen guys do, a lot of time for this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you say, do you even look 14? And when we were listening in there, you even acknowledged that she was 14, and I just don't understand that.
Yeah,
At some point, in the conversation, you were talking about fitness.
Yeah, as soon as I seen her, I could tell by looks. Would you please not be taking photos with your phone back there?
No, Nick, just...
Can you delete it? Because I don't...
Nick, just...
We need to break it down.
Just focus here, okay?
I don't see why she needs to take it.
Okay. If you could just... Please, Nick. Fitness was mentioned. And you made a play on words here. You say, I was thinking fitness in your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Did you want your cupcake there, or?
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean, in this conversation, it went on for some time, Nick. I mean, how long were you talking to this girl?
I mean, it wasn't, steady throughout the day, but a little bit every day.
Okay.
Maybe every day.
Yeah, you say, I want to taste your lips. And she says, she wears chapstick. You say, I'll lick it off. And you were thinking about kissing her earlier. And, Nick, I understand you have a son.
Yeah, that's the other thing is you guys walked out and he's who I thought. I'm like, I'm going to see him anymore.
So why'd you think of your son initially?
Because he's who means the most to me, and I really don't want to go that way.
And how old is your son, Nick?
6.
6. So just really a few years older than the girl that you're here to meet tonight.
I know.
See, you know what my... Right, Nick. So you know what my next question is going to be is anything funny going on with you and your son?
No.
Being that you're... Because you're going to meet a 14-year-old girl today.
Yeah. To see how it went.
Just see how it went.
Just to meet her.
So if it went the right way, tell me where it would have gone.
I would have been second-guessing every step.
Okay.
I really would have. I even thought about leaving, on the way here. I'm like, I'm not going to be comfortable. I might end up leaving.
And you say that if you stare at her pictures long enough, you'll get aroused.
Yeah, well, not really, because there's nothing in her pictures.
Okay.
To get aroused over.
Well, why'd you say that then, Nick?
Just to feed in and play along, I guess.
To sort of make her think that you were more interested.
Yeah, play along.
But now you understand why that's hard for me to believe.
Yeah, I do. I understand why
Nick,
it's hard to believe.
It wouldn't be so hard to believe if you weren't sitting here right now.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Nick was really committing to the whole Smeagol act. Down to the way he looked and down to the way he smelled. He smelled terrible. I mean, just god-awful. He could have really benefited from spraying on a cologne from Scentbird, and they're actually sponsoring today's video. What up? It's your boy Sellout Ski, and I'm here to talk to you about Scentbird. Huge thanks to them for sponsoring this video today. Now you're probably asking yourself, what is Scentbird? And what the f*** does it have to do with a predator catching video? Well, absolutely nothing. I'm just out here trying to get a bag. Now, Hot Boy Summer may be coming to an end here shortly, but it's not too late for you to find that summer scent that you've been looking for. And with Scentbird, you can order up to 3 travel-size scents per month without having to commit to that full-size bottle. Do you find that your cheap cologne is drying up women faster than Nick's profile picture on any dating app? Well, look no further than this guy here. This is Our Best Smeller by Grooming Lounge. Not that kind of grooming. Get your mind out of the gutter. To get your nifty little scent out of your container here, you're going to twist like this, and out comes it. Oh, you're just going to twist through here, open her on up, and let me demonstrate my pull-out game. There we have our scent. And here we have a lovely scent by Room 1015 called Sonic Flower, or as I like to call it, Sonic Bee Flower. This one's going to get you laid. I don't even know how the fuck you pronounce this one, but it's got some really good citrusy notes going for it, so if you're feeling fruity, go ahead and spray this in. Ditch that cheap cologne, head over to Scentbird, and use my code SkeeterGene for 55% off. It's just a little over $7 for your first month, available in the USA and Canada. Now, I'm going to hand you back over to Skeet Hansen. You say you want to hang out and you're so beautiful, but you have to be careful. And then you say, what if I only wanted to have sex with you?
But I don't. I don't know why I asked that, but I don't. I mean, that's very shallow to ask, but...
You talk about sex a lot.
I don't think that...
This chat log. There is more than one occasion.
Well, more than... Well, how many occasions? He's saying a lot, but more than one occasion doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, various locations. Enough...
Yeah,
enough occasions for it to be illegal.
Yeah, enough.
Okay.
It's too much. I know.
Yeah.
I know it's a problem.
You say you were chilling in bed watching Street Outlaws. I mean, that adds up because you're a bit of a street outlaw with what you're here to do today. Talk about how much you want her. You say you want to see her full body. You were even talking to her, it looks like, on your son's, the day of your son's birthday party.
Yeah, a little bit. And I told her that I had a birthday party.
Okay. So I'm just curious, what would the mother of your child think of this?
She would
to keep contact.
Put me in the ground for you guys. You guys want to get to me, she probably would.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're not going to let it get to that point.
Well, I don't want to even really be here anymore. Like, I really just want to go home and...
Right, Nick, but I just have a few questions for you, okay? And, I mean, it goes on, you say that she's sexy, you ask to see her, you know, her boobies.
Yeah, I know. I remember what I've said.
No, Rick, do we still have that pizza on the way? Or we still...
Go double check.
Yeah, can you... Yeah. Okay,
Wait,
appreciate it.
Wait, what?
Oh, we're just ordering food. So we've been here for a while today. Yeah, like, that's all we've been... You know, you're like...
Oh, so you guys had this whole setup for me all day long?
This was, you know, just for you. Nick? You say that I'm more worried about you and that you're the one that'll get in trouble. Your age makes me nervous, but you say that's also part of the thrill.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's not worth the thrill, no.
What's so thrilling about a 14-year-old girl?
It's not the age, it's more of that it's something you can't have what you want. Like, you want it because you can't have that kind of thing. But
so 14.
Yeah, more
so,
of it.
Okay, so a 14-year-old girl, something that...
It's not even the age. Like, if she was 18, it'd be the same way, just because she's that much younger than me.
So how young does a girl have to be for it to be how did you word it again? Something you want but you can't have. Where's the cutoff age for that for you?
5 years younger than me, because that's the youngest the biggest age gap I've had.
And you're how old?
30.
35 years. So 25 years old would be sort of the cutoff age for you. Is what you're saying now.
Like, for that.
Okay.
Well, no.
Okay.
For that aspect, that taboo aspect, that's not even a taboo aspect, it's an age gap aspect, like having
an age gap.
An age gap younger than me.
I see. But the age 14 is...
way too big a gap, and
then why are you here, Nick?
Because I'm an idiot and I made a mistake.
But you understand, like...
And I really would love to just go home.
Okay, Nick. But you know what you're saying is just, you know, it's hard for me to believe. You know, I think just the whole story of that you were going to come here and not do anything.
Well, it's not that I wasn't going to do anything. It's that I didn't plan on doing anything.
You didn't plan.
I mean, I planned on something maybe happening, maybe not happening, but I plan on showing up, meeting her, talking, getting to know her.
Nick, this conversation is clear evidence that you were planning on doing something.
Yeah.
So you said maybe. What was maybe going to happen here with a 14-year-old girl?
I don't know. I don't know what was maybe going to happen.
So not having sex with her, like you said in the chat log?
I really didn't even plan on actually having sex with her. Like, yeah, I said it in chats, but, like, actually being here in person is different than on a phone and a screen. Great condoms with it.
That was a good question. Did you?
I did, to be safe, but I didn't plan on using them.
Do you have them on you?
They're in my...
They're in your pocket?
I brought them in case I used them.
Okay.
But I wasn't, like, planning to.
Okay, so just...
more of a, like a...
Cautious
spearheaded me wants to say, like, preventative maintenance.
Cautious thinking.
Preventative measure.
Like, in case it were to get to the point where...
in case I got there, like, alright, I'm safe, I'm using protection.
Okay.
Like, I'm at least not being that dumb.
Okay. So, just in case it did lead to sex with a 14-year-old girl, you did bring condoms?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I do that with anybody.
Just with anyone? And
yeah, I use...
Okay, are you single at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. And then you do ask her for a dirty picture. You say, I want to see the dirty you, meaning that would be nude pictures, right?
Well, just dirty, then just not nude. It could have been underwear or, or like just a long shirt or...
Okay, understood. Gotcha. And then you do send a picture of you and your son in the background there.
Yep,
I mean,
sure did.
I mean, Nick, this is just heartbreaking. I mean...
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I'm sitting here madly beating myself up over it.
I just don't understand, you know.
I remember sending that. Okay. I remember him being in it. And purposely having him in it in the background, playing on the Switch.
Yeah, it's just really sad that a boy's father is doing this sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It really is.
I just don't understand, you know, what drives a man to, you know, do this sort of thing. You ask her for a picture of her with her tongue out, and you say, I have a spot for that tongue.
Yeah. Yep, and then I played into that.
Another play on words, yeah. Yeah. Nick, I mean, what is, you know, the lesson to be had here, do you think? What do you think should happen to you?
I mean, I think this is a big enough. I'm scared sitting here.
Okay.
I know I did wrong. I said some that I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I would have to agree, Nick. I mean, this is just a bad situation. There's just nothing...
Yeah, it is a really bad situation.
Just nothing good that can come out of this. And then, even at some point in the conversation, you say, how do I know this isn't some...
Yeah, to catch a predator.
To catch a predator shit.
Yup. I mean, I'll be damned. I called it, and...
Well, you sure called it, and, you know, here you are. Here you are. I mean, how do you get there? I mean, you clearly called it out, but yet you're here. It seems like you couldn't resist the urge.
Well, like, I thought of that whole show from back then. But then I'm like, no, they don't do that anymore. Like, they don't set people up and record them, because I haven't heard of that be happening in a while. Well, it does.
Well, welcome to reality, Nick.
Yeah.
Seems we're...
televise it like they used to.
Not really. You know, we're sort of just getting the investigation started again. And I mean, you even screenshot a definition of, you know, to catch a predator and send it to her so she knows what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, the show was canceled in, I think it says 2008.
Yeah.
So.
You say they would set people up and record it for TV, and you say it was kind of f***ed up.
Yeah.
What was f***ed up about?
That they set people up.
So,
like that.
Do you feel like you were set up today?
Yeah, but at my own fault for playing into it. I mean, yeah.
Can you really say that you were set up? I mean, you made first contact with the profile. You led the sexually charged conversation.
Yeah.
You asked to come over.
Yeah, I know.
What about that is setting?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you guys being here and me not knowing is like the
that's what you
part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But soliciting sex from a minor is, I don't believe you were set up for that. I believe that's something that you did on your own. Would you agree?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I know today she made the comment about skiing when I got here.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
That was a comment she made on her own. Yeah. I don't think I said anything before that. I just sent her the explanation of the song.
Right. Yeah, she was referencing
the
song.
And then she did a play on words towards me.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you say, skeet, I have no idea what that is, and it's okay, I'm old enough to be your dad.
Yeah, that.
So again, you acknowledge how much older you are.
Yeah, and that's, fucked up.
Yeah, definitely old enough to, be your father there. Well, Nick, how does it feel to be on one of those TV shows now?
There's a few words. Embarrassing, humiliating,
right,
devastating. You hear on this,
right.
I mean, wish I would have just turned around.
Yeah, we all wish that, Nick, but instead here you are.
I'm sitting in here.
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen?
Well, I'm gonna ask you. I just really want to know, like, where do you think we should go from here, Nick? I mean, first of all, I think the mother of your children of your child should know about this, don't you?
No, not really.
Do you?
I don't want anyone to know. I just want to go home.
I gotcha. Well, here's the thing, though, Nick.
I can get off of everything.
Okay.
Everything online. Everything.
Here's the thing, Nick. People are gonna know about this either way, and would you rather it come from you, or would you rather your story be told for you?
How are people going to find out about this? Where are you going to put it?
That's not up to me to decide, Nick. That's up to the broadcasting team.
How? I have never given consent that you guys can put this anywhere, so how can you?
Well, Nick, you made the choice to come in here.
But you guys didn't tell me you were going to record me.
No, and we don't need your consent.
You don't?
We actually don't. It's in the law. It's a one-party consent state.
Oh.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. So can I just ask, would you rather it come from you, or would you rather your story be told? I mean, I'm just saying to your loved ones, to your, the mother of your children, for example.
I mean, to be fair, you're the one chasing the tail. You have it on your shirt.
Yeah.
You got a chance to make the case.
Does it actually say that on the back?
It says white tail.
Oh.
Chasing the tail.
Okay.
You forgot what shirt you were wearing today?
No, I didn't know it. I don't remember what it was on the back word for it, so I didn't know if it said chasing tail or something tail. So.
I see. Okay. Well, Nick, do you have anything else to say for yourself?
I'm sorry to all you guys for this. Like,
are you just sorry to us?
I'm sorry to her. I really am. For all the shit I said to her that she didn't deserve, and all the shit that I've done.
Are you sorry to, your loved ones, your child?
Everybody. I let everybody down. I can disappoint everybody.
Yeah, I would say so, Nick.
I'm supposed to see my son tomorrow, so I'm going to have a hard time looking at him.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough day tomorrow.
Right.
I'll be worrying about this for ever.
Well, Nick, if that's all you have to say, then what I have to let you know is that I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit, and we're actually doing an online series about adults who try to meet up with teens online for sex. I guess you could say it's sort of along the lines of To Catch a Predator.
Yeah, something similar to that.
Right,
okay.
And, there's nothing else you have to say. I just want to let you know, you've just been skeeted in 4K. And
just been
skeeted.
Skeeted?
Yeah.
Ejaculated?
No, I'm Skeet Hansen.
That's what we were talking about earlier at the word meeting.
Well, it's because I'm Skeet Hansen, and that's sort of it's just my catchphrase.
Okay.
It's sort of like my ending.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm glad
you said Steve Hansen, not Skeet Hansen.
Oh, Skeet Hansen, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The pronunciation was...
I gotcha. Yeah. I'm glad you asked.
Well, sorry for the play on words with your name. I didn't
no
if
problem.
I would have known that's what you actually said the first time, I would not make the word play.
Yeah, no problem, Nick. Okay. No problem. I'm glad you asked. Most people don't ask when they hear that. But yeah, if there's nothing else that you have to say, I think...
I really am sorry to all you guys. Okay. My family, friends, everybody. Her.
Okay.
may be. I highly doubt it's Taylor, but
it's confidential.
Yeah. But I'm sorry.
Decoy the decoy. Decoy the decoy. That's your name.
Yeah, it's sort of an online persona.
Okay.
Yeah. Nick, I don't know. I think you should call your baby mama and let her know about this. No? Not happening?
I want to tell her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just figure I'd give you the opportunity to have it come from you instead of, you know.
Why, you guys ever reach out and talk to them?
Most likely, we do have her information. We can reach out to her. Yeah.
What, would you not?
Well, we had to let her. Obviously, we had to let her know, being that she's the mother of your.
Why do you have to let her know?
We just think it's important that she knows.
But she's not part of this, so she doesn't need to know.
Well, she is because she's, you know, still in contact with your child, correct?
Yeah, but there's nothing going on with my child.
Well, we can't know that for sure, Nick.
But you have no right to get into the rest of my personal life.
Nick, whatever information is out there, we're able to reach out. There's nothing illegal about it.
How are you guys getting all this information then? I didn't give it.
No, you didn't. We've done our own research. There is such thing as public information online. If you haven't taken the time to make your information private, then your information is out there, and there's a way to access it publicly. Nick.
Okay.
So there's
You
nothing.
have a pamphlet on how to get to that?
We can't share that. Sorry. Sorry. No, we have our own ways of doing things, and we don't share them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please not get a hold of the child and my mother?
Sure. If you want to give her a call right now and let her know what's going on.
I'll give her a call right now.
Okay. So, I mean, beggars can't be choosers, Nick.
Please don't. Please don't.
Fine. Then you can give her a call yourself.
I don't want to call her. I don't want her to know.
Nick, I mean, you're not really leaving
please,
many options.
Just please. This one thing. Just don't tell her. Just don't get a hold of her. Don't tell people.
Okay, well, say we don't get in contact with her. What's the reward for it? What do we get out of it?
I mean, you guys are getting this to put on your show. You guys are getting...
Well, we were getting that anyway because you walked in here. But,
yeah, I know.
And where's it going to go? I mean, who's to say you're not going to chat up another 14-year-old girl?
I'm not going to. All the sites that I was on, I'm going to get off of, I'll stay off of.
But, Nick, how do we know how long...
How do I know this ain't going to happen again? How do I know I'm not going to see you in another bedroom, in another motel?
Well, if you stay offline and stopped chatting with 14-year-old
doing it,
girls,
I don't have to worry about it.
But
and that's my plan, because now all I'm going to think of is if this were to ever happen again is, all right, Skeet's going to be in the room. He's going to be hiding in the bathroom waiting for me. Like, I'm not even going to show up. Like, this ain't going to happen. Like, like, you guys, like, really put it into perspective that this still happens. Like, people
it does. It's, you know, we keep it under wraps a little bit, but people are out here doing this sort of thing.
Well, I won't tell anybody that you guys do this.
Well,
I mean, we're going to be like, well, how'd you know?
Yeah. Well, you were on an episode, I guess. I guess that's how.
Yeah.
How you went out.
I was the dummy, and I was on there. I made really bad choices.
To say the least, Nick.
Yeah.
So you sure you don't want it to come from her? You sure you don't want it to come from you, though?
I don't want it to come from anybody. I don't want you guys to get a hold of her. I don't want to have to get a hold of her and tell her.
Okay. Well, if that's the route you're going, Nick, I mean, that's, you know,
Are you guys going to get a hold of her and tell her?
Well, she has to know some way or another. Nick, I mean, it's the mother of your children.
No, she doesn't.
I think it's important that she knows.
It isn't that important.
Why isn't it important? So say that
you're here.
It was.
And you have a child of your own at home. She has to know.
Well,
I was not here to a child. Well, I was here to meet one and talk to her.
And you said maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you have sex.
The way he is putting it is that was my only directive, and it was not statutory.
Eyes of the law, Nick. She's 14. She cannot consent to sexual acts. So.
Yeah.
In the eyes of the law.
I know, but the way you worded it, I came here to. That's what you're here to do.
No matter how it was worded, Nick, that's what you were maybe open to doing at least.
Yeah,
correct.
Open to.
Okay.
Maybe open to.
And you talked about it, and from the chat log, it looked like that's what was going to happen. But think of it, if the tables were turned, what if the mother of your child was caught up in the same thing? Wouldn't you want to know about that? Do you think?
Honestly, probably not.
You wouldn't want to know about it?
I mean, if she obviously knew she f***ed up and, like, whatnot, then no, I don't see the need for anyone to know. But, like, if she was in my shoes and she was sitting here not giving it, that'd be different, but...
Okay.
Like, no.
Well, we understand why you might not want anyone to know, Nick, but...
She doesn't...
At the end of the day,
I don't think she needs to know either. I don't feel the reason why she needs to know. Yes, I have a kid with her, but...
And that's reason enough.
Kid, and I'm not going to do anything with a kid after this. I'm not even going to think about it.
So this was your wake-up call?
Yes, this was a wake-up call. This is the eye-opener, like, oh, they still do this. You can't trust anybody out there.
How many times have you done this before, Nick?
None.
This is the first time?
Yeah.
Now you know how many times I've heard that.
Yeah, but this is my first time.
You know how many times I've heard that, too?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have.
How many...
hand on my heart. This is my first time.
But you gotta understand, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
Surely it can't be true every time. Yeah,
not every time.
Yeah.
This really is my first time. Anything like this at all.
I guess we don't have a way to confirm nor deny that. So.
Yeah, this is a one-time mistake, and I won't make it again. Like, you guys got scared the shit out of me. You walked up to that rack and my break.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's, sort of the goal here.
Yeah.
Because adults shouldn't be doing anything with, children that they're meeting online.
Yeah, you're right. They shouldn't. And I'm sorry that I'm in this situation. I'm sorry I took time out of your guys' day and put you in this situation, because it's a beautiful day.
Eric Trump joins us now. We all knew Charlie was, one of the nicest guys in the world. He wanted the free and open exchange of ideas, ideals, opinions. He'd go on college campuses, knowing it's often a hostile environment. He'd answer any question. He'd debate all comers. Has all the indications of a political assassination to me, Eric, and I guess we now know what 1 millimeter can mean.
Sean, I've seen too much in the last 15 months. I saw my father almost get assassinated the first time while watching it in high-definition TV. I got the call when they tried to kill him again on a golf course. Charlie's a dear friend. Now I see him die at the behest of a shooter with a long-range rifle. It's enough. It's absolutely enough. They're not going to wipe his ideas off the table. If anything else, they're just going to ground his ideas in a movement that's become so powerful. America won't take this, and I remember when Charlie walked into the Trump organization. He was 21 years old. He walked into our conference room, and I met him for the first time. And, man, the kid was larger than life. I mean, he was so far beyond his age. What he created. At that point, he had a couple chapters. Turning Point was in its infancy. They had absolutely no funding. And yet he spoke about this big dream of creating this incredible organization and inspiring, millions and millions of kids and really redirecting the whole political conversation all across youth across the country. I mean, what's a bigger kind of goal than that? And he did it. And I watched him over that 10-year period of time. 10 years ago, I met him, right? And I watched him over that period of time, and he was truly one of these great forces of nature. And he became a dear friend. He became an incredible friend to me. He became an incredible friend to Don. He became an incredible friend to my father, Laura, our entire family. Every one of us spoke at his events. I mean, I went to Georgetown, my alma mater, with him, which is an incredibly liberal campus, as you know better than anybody. And, we sat there and we had the greatest conversation with kids, on both sides of the spectrum. And it's just amazing. And what he did everywhere. You couldn't travel anywhere in a political circle without running into Charlie Kirk. I mean, he literally wore through his shoes. And he loved this country. He loved God. He loved his family. He loved red, white, and blue. He loved, the Make America Great Again movement, and he put his heart and soul and every aspect of his effort into it. And then to see the blood gushing out of his neck today, the truly traumatizing sight, when all you saw in that crowded audience was just love. I mean, kids who were engaged in the political process, who finally wanted to get involved with politics for the first time, maybe ever, right? I mean, something that 10 years ago was so dull until my father reinvigorated it. And now you had the next generation, a kid who was 31 years old, who was out there giving it absolutely everything and electrifying these kids. You know, and today he's gone, and it's just, it's hard to fathom. We've seen enough death. We've seen enough senseless killings. And Sean, let me leave it with this. I'm sick and tired of seeing the bullets. They're only going one way. Again, first it was my father. Then you saw what they tried to do to Kavanaugh. Then you saw what they did to Steve Scalise. Now they just killed Charlie Kirk. I've gotten more envelopes of white powder, as has Don, as has everybody in our entire family. When does the senseless nonsense stop? And when is there accountability from MSNBC and NBC and everybody else who just fosters this hate every single day, including today, right after that incredible man right there was killed? It's enough.
You know, I've had the same experience. I don't talk about it publicly. There's a lot we go through. I spent about an hour on the phone with you and Laura the other night, and you were describing a chapter that you're writing in a book that's coming out. And we talked at length about all that you, your brothers, your sister, your entire family, Melania, your father more than anybody has gone through. And it really unprecedented rage and hatred. And it's almost like I wonder if we become numb to the words and what impact all those words, dehumanizing your father, you know, has had, and dehumanizing people in the movement. You know, words matter. I mean, I couldn't believe we didn't know if Charlie had been assassinated. We knew he was shot. And, you know, over at MSDNC, they're blaming the victim. You know, Pritzker is blaming your father. But this has been 10 years. You're chronicling all this. Most people don't know the backstory of all that you had to live through and your family has had to live through. It's never happened in history before, Eric. And I don't know if there's anybody we can appeal to. I don't hear anybody on the left, maybe with the exception of John Fetterman, that, you know, wants it to go away.
Well, that's right, Sean. I wrote a book about this. I released it 2 days ago. It's called Under Siege. It is exactly what we're dealing with right here. And I said in it, I mean, they tried to impeach my father multiple times. They went after our kids. They tried to break up our family. They tried to bankrupt us. They try and put us, you know, our company out of business. They subpoenaed the hell out of all of us. They pulled him off the ballot of Maine and Colorado. They gag ordered him. They took his free speech away from him. They did so much more. And then they tried to shoot.
Greg, one of the things that Charlie did, I don't know what happened early on in his life, but at 18, was when he enthusiastically created Turning Point.
Yeah.
The goal of going into the Lion's Den of these college campuses.
It's so funny because I didn't have that when I was in college, and so the amazing thing about Turning Point was that it connected you with other people that may think like you, or even not even like that, but might not fit in with the orthodoxy of the left-wing campus. So it wasn't like, hey, we're all going to become right-wingers. It was more like, you know, there are other people like you here that may not agree with what's going on. And he reminds me of the late Andrew Breitbart in the sense that it was like, you know, why not? Why not do this? You know, why not challenge this leftist orthodoxy? Doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. I don't know if he was that ambitious, because I mean, I don't know if you could foresee something this big happening. But I remember, like, speaking at these events and just walking around and going like, I could not imagine having this when I was in college. It's insane. And how lucky.
Did you need it then, or do you think things have changed so much that he was a part of that?
Oh, I think that, well, when I was in school, there was only one side. I went to Berkeley, and you kept your mouth shut. You know, so what he did was he was able to give students the confidence to sit in a classroom and challenge a professor when he says America is the land of the oppressed, the genociders, and this kid will raise his hand and go, you know, maybe I disagree. It goes back to those three words that I always use. Well, he created a mechanism to share the risk. And you saw, I mean, this was a machine that literally shared the risk. You're not alone. You're going to meet all these people that are just like you. And it's going to be easier. You know?
There's a lot of power in that. I was going to bring this up, Jesse. I'll give you a couple of statistics just to have a transition here. So he has a nationwide campus reach. 3,500 high school and college campuses have a Turning Point chapter. There are 750,000 student activists. He has 300 full-time staff, 85 million online followers. And you can see also that in the UK and Europe, this is also starting to take a hold a little bit there. Its revenue was $81 million. They had things like the Professor Watch List initiative. They would try to find a way to root out professors that were discriminating against conservative views or promoting just liberal ideologies. That's really an incredible thing for somebody that young.
He would smile if I said that he was the greatest community organizer in American history. But he is. I mean, you name the chapters, the amount of people that he inspired at that level. He is credited with sometimes winning Arizona last election. And what he did on the ground in places like Michigan, the president owes him big time. And the president is obviously incredibly grateful. He's so much more than a campus guy. I mean, this guy was walking in the halls of power for the last several years. He had huge amounts of input on policy. One of the greatest communicators of the generation, tight with the president, with Vance, with Don Jr. It can't be understated how big of a figure he was in this movement. And the fact that they took out a lieutenant with a bullet makes me so angry. And Greg is so right. Two men, Breitbart and Kirk, were taken way too early. And it feels like a piece of America was taken. And this guy loved this country so much. He dedicated his entire life to this job. Charlie never took vacation. I never knew him to take vacation. He always was working. And the fact that he went in, as you mentioned, to these college campuses, he went into the belly of the beast. And he knew these campuses were the kind of the cauldron of anti-Americanism. And he went right in, and he watched the professors. And he went right in, and he galvanized the students to stand up for themselves and push back and use logic and their gut instincts to change the course of history. And he did. And now it's cool to be conservative when you're young. I mean, completely flipped the script.
I was thinking about that the other day. Like, who would have thought that we'd become mainstream? He apparently, I got this from my assistant Kate. He said, Charlie Kirk said he always felt like a bit of an outsider in high school because he was open about his conservative views while most of his peers leaned left. And when he started Turning Point USA Kennedy, he was 18 years old. He worked from his parents' garage making cold calls to raise money. And this was the mission statement. Identify, educate, train, and organize students to promote the principles of freedom, free markets, and limited government. And we are watching here live Kennedy, the flag being lowered to half-mast in honor of Charlie Kirk's life. This was at the order of the President of the United States, who issued the first statement after Charlie Kirk's death had been confirmed. Then these flags will fly at half-mast until 6 p.m. on Sunday evening this weekend. Kennedy, more thoughts?
It's stunning. So, yeah, I'm going to go back to Socrates, who did the very same thing and challenged the bureaucrats and the status quo and those in power because he knew that through using skepticism and philosophy, he would come to the right answer. And he paid with his life. He was sentenced to death. And who was shocked into a career in philosophy to continue the fight? Plato. So there's an entire generation of people who have heard Charlie Kirk's message. They have interfaced with him on campus. They have been moved into action at Turning Point USA events. And now is a time for them to be galvanized to the next stage of their life and take the movement into the next generation and the next direction. I remember being on the Bob Dole 96 Hours to Victory tour and asking one of his strategists, a Republican strategist, why don't you reach out to younger people? Because I knew I couldn't have been alone. At the time, I was a Republican while I was on MTV, and I was very skeptical of the Clintonian Democrats and the way our direction would lurch leftward if left unchecked. And he said at the time, kids don't vote Republican. You know, what's the point of wasting the time and money? And Charlie Kirk found that philosophy unacceptable, and that's why he is a great American inventor, because this is how the Industrial Revolution went forth, was because of tinkerers and inventors who saw problems and chose to solve them themselves. And he did that from a very young age because he knew that he wasn't the only one who was being ignored. He knew he wasn't the only one who was being shepherded into groupthink. So he decided to make a change because he knew under the right circumstances with the right message, it would become a conflagration.
And let me just read this to you. The RNC has released the following statement on the shooting that took the life of Charlie Kirk. It says, Charlie Kirk was a father, husband, and dedicated patriot who spent his life defending conservative values and inspiring young Americans. Our hearts break for his wife, children, loved ones, and countless supporters across the country. The horrifying violence at Utah Valley University that took the life of Charlie Kirk is utterly appalling. Republicans and Democrats alike must stand united in condemning this brutality that has no place in America. In just a moment, we're going to have a chance to talk with Paul Morrow because we have a situation on our hands where the shooter is still at large. And we'll get an update on that and also the broader discussion with him. I do have actually here a statement from President Obama. Let me read it here. President Obama posted this on X. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. Harold, before we talk to Paul.
When I was in high school, in D.C., the big club on my campus is called the Government Club. And we were divided in liberals and conservatives. Now, frankly, I didn't fully understand what those terms meant. I knew what the vernacular and what the political dialogue at the moment was. And I was president of the club for the liberals. And my friend was the president of the conservatives. We had some of the greatest conversations. Our friendship flourishes today. I'm godfather to one of his kids. We don't agree on everything. I would hope that tonight, as an appreciation and a salute to Charlie, if you are around a family member or a friend or a coworker whom you have disagreements with, politically or for that matter on any matters, find something before you leave them this afternoon or this evening that you agree on and hug. Let us understand that debate is good. I've shared around this table when I was in law school, we'd have these great raging debates in common law and at the constitutional law. And I would take my friends that were on one side and take the friends that were on my side, and I'd have dinner. My dad was kind enough to buy the dinners on Wednesday night there on State Street. And we'd sit, and the only rule was that if someone said something that deconstructed or defeated or undermined your argument, you had to concede. Not stop, but concede and talk about your answers and the things that you wanted to see happen. And we had some great discussions, great debates, and many of those people, not all of them, remain great friends of mine. And we still have these conversations today. One of the things that exercise taught me, and I think one of the things that Charlie taught those who agreed with him, who didn't agree with him, he fought valiantly and with dignity with lots of words and no weapons, and that should be the message today as well, is that if you're an active thinker, if you seek to be smart and seek to be informed, then you'll never be a static or stationary thinker. And what I draw from all of this is this low, unfortunate, tragic place we've descended to as a country where we think violence. Someone, I think it might have been you, Greg, that said or maybe you, Jesse, that said that you shoot him and you kill him and you take his ideas. You won't take his ideas off the table by shooting him, or for that matter, shooting someone you disagree with or trying to kill someone you disagree with. We're the greatest country in the world, and you talked about the foundation that Kennedy, you talked about Socrates and Plato, and everyone around the table has. One thing I'll leave you with, we talk about Socrates and Plato. No one ever asked during that era who was the richest person. They wanted to know who was the most thoughtful, who had the best ideas, and who was willing not just to have an open mind, but who was willing not only to debate, but to make things better. Again, my prayers and condolences to young Erica Kirk and her family.
Before we go to Paul Morrow, I don't think that that Paul Ryan would mind me sharing this story. I was once at a bar where there was a small event, and Paul Ryan, the former speaker, and Charlie Kirk were having a good conversation and just sitting around having a drink, and these younger people that worked at the bar came up and they really wanted to get a picture. But not with Paul Ryan. They wanted a picture with Charlie Kirk, and Paul Ryan took pictures for each of them on their phone. Paul Ryan taking the pictures of those young people with Charlie Kirk, and it was a sweet memory that just came to mind.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Taking questions at this news conference held by the Republican Party of North Carolina. Let's watch.
Continuing to see, and will allow DOJ as well as the state system of the judicial system to play this out. But it does appear that this is an individual that should have received far more attention than he received to be put back on the streets. Yes, sir.
One other point on this, and this is exactly why public media is defunded in this country. Instead of talking about why a person who has robbed people, who physically harmed people, was locked up, we want to wonder about the past and what he was out on now. This young man murdered somebody, plain and simple. This young man had mental issues and had no business on the streets. Right. And shame on NPR for asking such a ridiculous question.
That is absolutely right.
Yes, sir.
Listen, the magistrates here, in particular, a couple of magistrates in this particular case, have gained a lot of national attention. North Carolina is one of the states in the country that you don't have to have a law degree, you don't have to have a college degree, you don't have to have an associate's degree, you can just have a high school degree and be a magistrate judge in North Carolina. To Republican leadership or any leadership in Raleigh about getting that changed?
Yeah, I think as you've heard with Speaker Hall yesterday, I think all options are on the table to review our judicial system to ensure tragedies like this do not occur.
I guess I just want to clarify.
Yes, sir.
Are you the county chair? Should folks vote for this transit tax in Met County if there is concerns about safety on the light rail?
We're fully aware of the need for infrastructure improvements. We're fully aware for the need for infrastructure improvements in Mecklenburg County, and we're also in favor of putting that toward the voters. So the voters in Mecklenburg County know what they need best, and they're going to go to the polls this November, and make that decision on their own.
Perfect. Yes, ma'am. Final question, then we need to wrap so we can have people get back to their jobs.
Yes, sir. President Trump has either deployed or considered deploying the National Guard to multiple major cities in recent weeks to, in his words, address rising violent crime. Is that something you think could happen in Charlotte or should happen in Charlotte?
What you've seen is President Trump implement safety protocols within Washington, D.C., and you've seen the results of that. Other cities across our wonderful country should take a look at Washington, D.C., and how we can also take hold of our cities once again and make sure that crime no longer has a gripping control and allow people to get back to the work, to their enjoyment. Thank you for being with us today. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
If the public transportation in Ukraine under war is safer than our prosperous cities.
All right, so for the first time, we have heard from a conglomerate of leadership in that state, a state that's run at the governor level and at the mayoral level by Democrats. But this group is the leadership of the Republicans in that state. A couple of them are running for important seats, like mayor, against Vi Lyles, who said some, as I said earlier, ineloquent things since the death of the woman you see on the screen now, Irina Zarutska. Her vicious murder in a rail car by a man sitting behind her, and the blood dripping throughout that car, her DNA spread about after her killing, is now all over the internet and being talked about. But it didn't just happen, it happened August 22nd. And it took some time for those local Democrat officials to stop thanking the local media and others who were implicit and basically just not putting the story out, or as I like to call, burying it. But in this instance, you even heard one of the leadership there talking about the fact that, well, this is why media like NPR, those public radio and federally funded in some parts media are no longer getting that money. He said they're not covering the heart of this story. So it's interesting where we are right now. That was James Bowers, by the way, and this happened in his district. I believe that's who that was. Forgive me if that's not right, but I've been keeping up with who's talking here. The White House says the media failed the public on this too. Watch.
I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Yy3Lj7yiEjth7g4jk. Perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer.
Some in the liberal media are downplaying all of this.
He was threatening the public. He was a menace to society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
Locked away for life for schizophrenia. He
That
should
is what
be
you said.
institutionalized.
We don't know why that man did what he did. We don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible, but it becomes an opportunity for people to jump on bandwagons.
Viewers were not pleased. Here's just some of the reaction for the few who are still watching CNN. Deranged, out of touch to anyone with common sense. This is nearly unwatchable, my point. A piece in the Free Press gets to the deeper reason for the legacy media's initial silence on the murder and now their sudden coverage. Quote, the greater issue is a cultural one, a growing frustration with what often feels like limitless tolerance for public disorder and antisocial behavior, and with it, a sense that one must not only avoid discussing these things to remain a liberal in good standing, but actively pretend they don't exist. That's quite an acting job from the left. Maybe that's why for years they owned Hollywood. Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst now. I don't know how much of that news conference we took the speeches first, and then we came back for the questions. I mean, that was important, what they were saying, and they were taking some punches at people who have let the public down in that state, and certainly let Irina down.
Yeah, Harris, I can't get the image of this young woman getting murdered out of my mind. I watched the video. It was seared in my memory last night trying to go to sleep. I'm sure that's how much of the audience feels that you feel as well. And I don't know about you, Harris, but I am tired of living in this dystopian world where somehow criminals are the victims in all of this. We've seen the criminal justice system completely upended. And you see that in what CNN's Van Jones said, that hurt people. Or you look at what the mayor of Charlotte said, that we can't arrest our way out of homelessness and mental health issues. Or you can even go back to 2020 when Kamala Harris said she was proud of Jacob Blake, a guy that had a warrant out for his arrest for sexual assault, who pulled a knife on 2 police officers, and she said she was proud of him. So I'm sorry. After all of that, the criminals are not the victims in all of this. And I lose any empathy for someone like DeCarlos, who had been arrested 14 times, who then senselessly murders a woman for no reason, who escaped a war-torn country, who was living in a bomb shelter, only to get murdered in a liberal city in America. So I want to go back to a normal America where criminals are criminals, and they're arrested and they're put behind bars.
Yeah, where is that America? It seems to be invisible right now. Speaker Mike Johnson also called out the liberal media for some headlines suggesting Republicans are seizing a political moment. Well, that is rich. Who was suppressing this? The mayor thanking the local media for not going with the video and telling the public about this. Wow. Speaker Johnson wrote, the mainstream press reached a new low. The only way they could bring themselves to cover the tragic loss of an innocent life is by criticizing Republicans for highlighting the Democrat failures that led to this crime. Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we've seen from this administration, from the Trump administration. He's been talking about this issue even prior to the murder of this young woman. Despite how much this man has criticized President Trump, this is a guy who cares about human suffering and wants to protect the lives of all Americans, of all individuals, all law-abiding individuals who are living in this country. That's why he went into Washington, D.C. That's why he federalized the D.C. Metropolitan Police and the National Guard there. That's why he's sending ICE agents into cities like Chicago. He doesn't want to see this kind of suffering. So his concern about this issue and Republicans' concerns predates the murder of this young woman. But of course, when you see a video where a 23-year-old is so senselessly murdered, of course we're going to talk about it. How can we not?
How can we not? Amen to that. All right, well, Attorney General Pam Bondi is warning schools which try to silence parents for standing up to their children or express concern about their education. We'll get to that in just a moment. Before I let you go, Lisa, I looked at a timeline here. This suspect, and again, legally he is, even though we can all see him on camera, 2007, that's when his criminal background began. And it was 3 misdemeanors. He went on with charges that led to supervised probation. And then he went on in 2014, he had a new felony on probation, and that led to 5 years in prison time because he was getting worse as a criminal as he went on. 5 years. He got let out just after 5 years in prison, a year early, and then you fast forward to 2022, 2024, 2025, recidivism. And there you have it. Your last quick word.
Well, you know, and Harris, even the family said this guy is a danger to society, and then he called back in January 911 and said that he had a microchip in his body and he was being controlled. So you have warning after warning after warning, yet liberals in positions of power failed this young woman, and they're failing citizens across America, and people are saying enough.
Voters voted for these people. You saw a lot of people up on that dais, some in Republican leadership now, others running for position. I wonder what voting election will look like in North Carolina going forward after this, after losing such a beautiful soul in Irina. Lisa, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Harris, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and we're going to have some shameful antics from CNN shortly. You will not believe how low they have sunk, but let's start tonight with the leader of the free world facing down demented protesters ruining everyone's dinner. President Trump was at Joe's Stone Crab in D.C. to enjoy a meal with VP J.D. Vance. Marco Rubio was there, Pete Hegseth.
Thank you.
But it wasn't long until the usual suspects were ruining everyone's delicious crab meals with their craze screeching about freeing DC, freeing Palestine, and they were also calling President Trump Hitler. Watch the president walk towards them as they made spectacles of themselves, now international spectacles.
Enjoy your dinner.
Now, here is a hint for the diabolically dumb women in that clip. If Trump was Hitler, if he was a modern-day dictator, you would never be seen again. You think you can scream insults to, I don't know, Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un? If you did, you'd be in a labor camp or dead in quick time. Now to a delightful clash between Tucker Carlson and billionaire and dimwit Mark Cuban. Yes, he's both. Unusual combination, I know. Here they are discussing funding for Ukraine.
Half my family's Ukrainian from my grandparents. And so, personally, I think we should help. But I don't have a studied answer for you.
How much money have you sent to Ukraine?
None.
Oh, so what do you mean by we? You're the one whose family's from Ukraine. Like, why don't you send them $1 billion?
Because I'm trying to fix healthcare.
Well, why don't you fix their healthcare if you're so deep? If you think we need to help, why don't you start? How about you first? Yeah. I notice that's never even an option for anybody. It's like, we need to help. That's not what charity is. Forcing other people to help is not charity. It's vanity.
Love that. We need more Carlson v. Cuban content in our lives. Now to another clash, but this one was very much one-sided despite the best efforts of MSNBC host Mika Brzezinski. Watch how Borders are. Tom Homan demolishes her ridiculous claims and calls out her earlier misleading coverage of ICE operations.
I see on the show this morning you have Governor Haley talking about ICE doing enforcement operations at a church. Mm-hmm. False. Didn't happen.
They were parked there.
They did not do an operation there. She said they were parked in a public space legally.
But to say that and to push that out there puts fear in the immigrant community. So let me tell you what's happening.
That puts fear in the community. To park the ICE agent's vehicle near a church. They are on a public street. She said that, sir.
Waiting to respond to a criminal alien release pulled aside the road. Let me tell you, in the last couple of days, what's happened in Boston. They arrested Victor Gomez Paris, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges of aggravated rape, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on a victim 14 years or younger. They arrested Kaylee Espinosa, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault on a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez, a 23-year-old criminal alien from Dominican Republic, with charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting police, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They also arrested Samuel Armando Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, pending charges for assault and battery on a child. This past year, I've seen innocent Americans raped and murdered by people who are not supposed to be here. So rather than going back and forth and say, well, ICE has got a car parked near a church, that is ridiculous.
Ridiculous indeed, but Mika was not done yet. Having hit rock bottom, she decided to start digging.
I would argue that actually that the ICE vehicle parked outside a Spanish mass is a frightening sight, given what has happened in this country. I also, with respect, sir, thank you for the information that you have shared on this show, but we would appreciate all of the information, all of it, all of the data that you say you have.
I've done this show several times. Every time I'm on your show, I speak with integrity, I speak with honesty, and I speak with facts. The bottom line is, because of all this false narrative, and you using the term disappearing people,
well,
is
that's
disgusting.
What happened. That happened to the group that was sent to
She's determined to make a monumental fool of herself by repeating these debunked Democrat talking points. Even some Democrats, the sensible ones, have stopped making these claims, but not Mika and not MSNBC. They are going down with the ship.
Why a lot of these people have been disappeared. You say you have data. We would love to see it. The American people should see this data.
Well, here's the rhetoric again, right? You just disappeared. That was a ridiculous thing to say.
Why?
Because ICE is doing the same thing we've done for decades. But because of the last 4 years, ICE wasn't allowed to enforce the law. But we're doing the same thing right now that we did when I started back in 1984. ICE agents are enforcing the laws enacted by Congress.
Now to CNN disgracing itself again by accusing Donald Trump of seizing on the murder of a young Ukrainian woman, a murder they had refused to cover until now.
Ukrainian refugees murder caught on camera. It is absolutely horrific. Trump is now seizing on this to push his nationwide crackdown.
And it gets worse. Have a listen to what CNN anchor Abby Phillip had to say. She seems to be more mad at Charlie Kirk for bringing attention to this sickening crime than the barbaric thug who killed an innocent woman.
When you are mentally ill, you have a hard time knowing that you are mentally ill. But also, I mean, people like Charlie Kirk, Van, they've been looking for opportunities to make this some sort of like reciprocal George Floyd situation. And that's the part that I think he's almost giving away the game. And it's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
You know what? I'm almost speechless. Comparing that poor innocent woman to George Floyd is bad enough, but get ready to be truly disgusted. Here is Van Jones.
We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong. Then he says that if something like that had happened the other way, there would be sweeping changes imposed on society. Where is the George Floyd Policing Act? It didn't pass.
Well, no evidence except the killer saying, I got the white girl, and the fact that he was seated with 5 others around him who he didn't attack, who all happened to be black, but he targeted Irina pretty much as soon as she sat down in front of him. All of this had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt fuming when she addressed the media earlier today.
Yy3Lj7yiEjth7g4jk was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina by a savage career criminal. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. Previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness.
And Caroline Levitt had a message for those in the media who had refused to cover this shocking murder.
And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail.
Joining me now is political advisor and commentator CJ Pearson. CJ, the full unedited footage is now being widely circulated of that shocking murder, and I'll ask you about that in a second. It is one of the most chilling things I've ever seen, not just the brutal attack, but what happened afterwards. But firstly, tell me about the reaction of the media, since they've been called out for the manner they have covered this story, and in many cases, the manner in which they have refused to cover this shocking story.
Well, first and foremost, thank you again for having me, Rita, and I got to level with you. You know, that video is not just sickening, but it's disgusting. For many of the reasons that Caroline said, it was preventable. But of course, because of the disastrous progressive policies of, far left politicians like what we are seeing in Charlotte, someone like that was allowed to walk free to commit the act of violence that we saw in that video. When I talk about the media's reaction to this, it's even more disgusting, right? If this was a black man who was, killed by a white man, this would be wall-to-wall coverage, unending, and that is exactly what we would see coming from folks like Al Sharpton, who would be marching the streets right now, probably calling for America to be burned down. But because this is a white woman, but because this is a different situation, of course, as Caroline said, doesn't fit their preferred narrative, they want to ignore it. They want to accuse conservatives of overreacting and pouncing on this situation. No one's pouncing on anything. What we're demanding is the return of law and order in this country, and I don't think it's a radical position to hold to believe in that.
Well, the full unedited version, and we're not going to play you the moment of the attack, it is just too shocking, but a warning nevertheless, because some viewers may find this distressing, and it is distressing, the lead up to the attack and what happened afterwards. That's disturbing enough. After Irina was stabbed, there were 5 others sitting nearby who didn't go to her assistance, CJ. The Good Samaritans who eventually came to help her were further down the carriage, and they are to be applauded for trying to save her life. But it was really quite chilling to watch people who failed to check on her after she suffered those horrific injuries.
It was a disgusting display of cowardice, to be quite honest with you. And I'm glad that there were people that eventually rose to the occasion to render her aid. There was one man who actually took his shirt off and attempted to apply a tourniquet to stop the that was going on. And God bless him for it. But again, what was disgusting, of course, was his actions, but also the fact that no one's sprung to hell. I think it goes to show not only do we have a problem when it comes to actually courage in this country, but also, too, they were probably afraid as well, which goes to show this man had no business being on our streets, no business being out in the community, and the judge that let him out, we should know his name as well.
Joining me now is the author of groundbreaking works, international bestsellers, his latest on democracies and death cults. Douglas Murray, let's start with the murder of Charlie Kirk, one of the brightest and bravest voices of his generation, a genuinely decent man, a father of two, shot dead at the age of 31, at the type of event that had really become synonymous with his name. He understood the importance of robust debate, of maintaining dialogue with your ideological opponents.
When people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
Douglas, this is a heartbreaking, unimaginable loss.
Yeah, we're speaking just a few hours after the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I suppose, like everyone, my thoughts are with Charlie, but also his wife, his young wife, and his two young children that he leaves behind. It's an extraordinary, appalling act of violence, and I wish I could say that it's completely surprising, but it isn't, because, of course, we've had assassination attempts on President Trump, who Charlie Kirk has been a very vocal supporter and ally of for many years now, and there have been many threats over the years against Charlie himself. What we just heard him saying in that video is something that Charlie said often, and it's completely true. He spent a lot of his energies since he first came onto the scene at the young age of about 18 or so, and founded Turning Point. Since then, he had always made an effort to stress this point, that yes, you need to be able to talk. You need to have differences of opinion out in the public square, and that it is the best way to avoid a descent into political violence. And although he made that point so often, so many of his critics, most of whom I suspect really never listened to anything that Charlie said, demonized him, misrepresented him, and did that classic thing that unfortunately so much of the left does, which is to regard their political opponents not just as wrong, but as evil. And this is something that many of us have pointed out over the years. Most conservatives tend to think that the left is wrong, but not that it is certainly not in its entirety evil. But that favor is not returned the other way around. And so we have people routinely claiming that mainstream conservative voices like Charlie Kirk's are somehow extreme, and that they somehow themselves are causing harm. Think of all the people in recent years who Charlie has talked about, who you and I, Rita, have talked about, who have said that words are violence, and that countering ideas or questioning ideas is literally killing people, and much more. Well, here we see once again the reality of it. Words are not violence. Shooting somebody in the throat is violence. And I really hope that a moment like this, as well as thinking of Charlie and his family, people think if they're on the side that has been demonizing their opponents to such an extent and dehumanizing them, I hope they think themselves about the fruits of their own words.
Charlie was rare. He had the ability to persuade so many from across the political divide. That's rare these days. It made him enormously influential, particularly amongst young men. And Douglas, it was such a wholesome message at its heart. It was about prioritising family and religion and truth. And he spoke about the hate he received. It was so unhinged, so ugly, a lot of it from media. And continued even after he was shot. Let me play you a little of the discussion on MSNBC earlier today.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
I'm not going to say what I want to say. What's your response, Douglas, to what you just heard? That was Matthew Dowd on MSNBC earlier.
Well, I mean, the obvious thing is to make a rhetorical point about what Dowd said there, which is, what if somebody had hateful thoughts about him? What if his hateful words that he said just there led to somebody shooting him or a loved one of his or a friend of his in the throat? Would he exercise the same attempt at logical consistency then? I would think not, probably. But yes, that is an absolutely classic example of smearing the only just dead. And what Matthew Dowd said there is completely shameful. And if MSNBC had any shame, they would have said that immediately to him and taken him off the air. What Charlie Kirk argued for throughout his public life, which was effectively throughout his adult life, were very straightforward things that were not controversial until very, very recently. For instance, what this ignoramus Dowd thinks is controversial, if he bothered ever to listen to anything that Charlie Kirk said, and I doubt he did before deciding to smear him before his corpse is cold. What Charlie Kirk said were things like, there are two sexes, there are men and there are women. He said America is a tremendous country and he was enormously proud of it and an extraordinary patriot. That wasn't, neither of these things were controversial until very, very recently. Charlie Kirk argued for biblical values, for Judeo-Christian values. That wasn't controversial until extremely recently. None of what Charlie Kirk argued for was in any way hateful. And I wish, as I say, that people like Dowd, MSNBC, and many others realize that the hate has been so disproportionately coming from them. It's them who say that saying that America is a good country is somehow hateful. It's them that says that saying that there are two biological sexes is somehow hateful. No, it isn't. None of that was ever hateful. It was a statement of fact or of opinion. And that used to be allowed in America. And that used to be respected in America. And it's a terrible, terrible demonstration of where America and the West has come to, that the statement of obvious truths and the statement of opinions that millions and millions of people hold fast to should be smeared in this way.
Dowd said plenty more, and then there's been other media outlets who've disgraced themselves today. Just to clarify, he made those comments after Charlie was shot, but before his death was announced. But shameful at any time to be saying that, to be blaming the victim for speaking the truth. Douglas, the next generation of young men in particular are becoming increasingly conservative, increasingly right-wing, rejecting so much of the leftist ideology that's been shoved down their throats by the culture, by schools and universities. And like yourself, Charlie Kirk has played a significant role in that, in opening the eyes of so many young Americans, young people across the West, and making them unafraid to speak, making them say their opinions boldly and putting forward an alternative view to the prevailing dogma. And Douglas, he always did it so politely, even in the face of terrible abuse. I used to play his videos on this program all the time, the interactions where he would cop this ugly, unhinged abuse, and he would always remain calm and politely dismantle the the radical left's arguments in the face of terrible abuse, and they still shot him. No matter how much he spoke about the importance of dialogue, about not demonizing your opponents, about engaging and making sure that we're at a point where we can still talk to each other, and they still shot him.
We'll find out who they is, I suppose, in the coming hours and days. I think that whoever the shooter turns out to be, I do hope that people who listened to Charlie, who were inspired by him, he was an extraordinary communicator. I mean, his success, his earned success over the years of his adult life came about because he had an enormous skill at speaking to people and for people. And he was enormously persuasive. He was enormously skilled and talented. And as I say, it needs to be said again, an incredible patriot. I hope that after this there will be many people, I suspect, particularly young people who learned a lot from Charlie, admired Charlie and much more, who will be tempted at a moment like this to sink to the kind of level that they perceive in their opponents. I think these moments can be real crossroads, and I hope that all of those young men and women across America and elsewhere who were inspired and educated and informed by Charlie realize that their task now is to pick up where he left off and to emulate what he did, and to emulate the courtesy, the patriotism, the decency that he showed in his public life, and that they don't sink into the kind of behavior which they see among their opponents. I hope that is the case, because you say, Rita, Charlie always demonstrated such considerable courtesy and decency, even to his political opponents who were screaming abuse at him and much more. So it could be, as I say, it is only hours after this terrible news has come through, it could be one of those moments where some people sink down and meet their opponents on their opponents' terms. But it would be a much better thing for America and for all of us, I think, if we rise above that and remember that what Charlie said and was saying right up until the moment he was shot remains as true now as it was all these years, which is that, yes, we need to be able to explore ideas, we need to be able to talk, we need to be able to talk across divides, and that if we lose that, then people resort to violence. And how terrible it is that something that he perceived so clearly and said so often should be something which has now been proven by the evil person who's taken his life away.
And he was always so brave. He talked about speaking truth, and in the past week he has spoken a lot of truth, a lot of uncomfortable truths about crime in the US, particularly after the murder of the young Ukrainian woman down in North Carolina, and the media's reluctance initially to touch that story at all, the overrepresentation of a segment of the population in the violent crime stats. So many really crucial issues, Douglas, that should be spoken about, but
yes,
the media is perhaps afraid to. So many commentators don't want to be cast as racist or bigots or be called hateful like Charlie was, for stating facts that may be uncomfortable. But how are you going to ever tackle these issues if you don't actually even acknowledge them?
Absolutely. And what happens if you don't acknowledge issues which are staring everyone in the face is you push them down under and they bubble away, and evil things come up. You seed an evil harvest when you do that. I suppose there's one other thing I would say about that, which is that after an act of violence like this, as well as great anger and great rage, which many people will have, there will be some people who will feel in some way afraid or cowed by this. They may not admit to it, they may not wish to explore it, but it's understandable. There was no reason why somebody saying what Charlie Kirk said should ever have been the subject of violence, the object of violence. But I hope that people realize again that although at such a moment they might feel it's a good time to pipe down or not make themselves a target, that actually the much better thing to do is for everyone, to be a bit more courageous, for everyone to be a bit stronger in standing up for what they believe to be true, for stating facts that they see before their eyes, by getting out there, by making their voices heard. You know, I think often of after a previous assassination a good decade ago in the offices of Charlie Hebdo, I remember what my friend Yy3Lj7yiEjth7g4jk said, and perhaps it's as applicable now as it was then, which is that if there are people who seem to be in this position that Charlie found himself in, of being this object of hate as the cartoonists and the editors of Charlie Hebdo were a decade ago, I hope that people remember now what Ayan said then, which is the best thing is to spread the risk around. If people are going to believe that it's respectable or reasonable to target conservative voices with violence, let's all speak up a bit more. Let's all take a step forward. People don't need to be heroes or martyrs or anything, but they could be a bit more heroic and speak up a bit more and be proud a bit more for the things you should feel pride in, like your nation. And if people do that, that would be in the midst of this awful time, it would be a tribute, and one which I think Charlie would himself be very proud of.
Beautifully said, and I think you're so right. Let's step up and spread the risk. Douglas Murray, thank you so much for your time tonight.
It's a pleasure.
Now, on this program, I'm not supposed to have a favourite regular, but I confess I do, and it's this next guest. He's the best-selling author of groundbreaking works, The War on the West, one of the best books you will read, The Madness of Crowds, and The Strange Death of Europe. Douglas Murray, let's start in Australia this week. We have the Albanese government going to war against Elon Musk, desperately trying to censor and even ban what they consider violent or hateful or even harmful content. The Australian Prime Minister has called Elon Musk arrogant. His Home Affairs Minister has called him a megalomaniac. And we even have Senator Jackie Lambie, who wants to throw Elon Musk in jail.
So when it comes to the tech billionaire, like I've already said, I think he's a social media knob with no social conscience. He has absolutely no social conscience. Someone like that should be in jail and the key be thrown away. That bloke should not have a right to be out there on his own ideology platform.
Throw him in jail and throw away the key. Douglas, how important is X as a free speech platform, and should bureaucrats like Australia's e-Safety Commissioner be empowered to take down tweets for our protection?
I think we've just seen there a very good example, Rita, of why Twitter and other free speech platforms are necessary, which is that otherwise you have bureaucrats and others who appoint themselves the boundary beater, the town crier, and much more of the public square. Lambie says it because she thinks that Twitter X owner Elon Musk doesn't have a social conscience, that he should be thrown in jail. Was that just a rhetorical flourish? I don't think so, actually. I think people like her think genuinely that they should have the power to not just police but arrest the public square. And that's an extraordinary demonstration of why members of the public in country after country actually do need to have platforms. X, like every other platform, goodness knows, has its problems, but it's a demonstration of why we need platforms that can effectively live above and alongside these sorts of figures. You know, otherwise we have this just permanent, effectively thumb to our throat of people like Lambie saying, you know, if you don't agree with me and what I've got on board with in, I don't know, the last 6 months, then you're not just reprehensible, you're not just appalling, but you have no place in our society. And unfortunately, as people like her sometimes find out, the people they believe don't have any place in society quite often turn out to be what we used to call the general public.
Now, Douglas, call me cynical, but it seems the government is preoccupied with removing this footage of an alleged terrorist event in Sydney from X because it doesn't want to talk about the broader issues, things like importing hatred, assimilation issues, and it's looking at censorship as a way to curb these difficult questions and as an answer to polarisation and populism. Can a case be made that if we do have these greater controls on free speech, we will have a less polarised society?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, I should say, I mean, there is a serious problem in the social media age of people getting, it's not just images they shouldn't get, but images we wouldn't have got in the past, particularly brutal images. I'm sometimes stunned when I, you know, open X in the morning and, you know, I see a stabbing or something. I just sort of think, I didn't need to start the day with that. And I think there is a sort of issue about the filter which the mainstream media used to put on, particularly really violent things that we just were told about and we trusted, but we didn't need to see. You remember the old news reporter line of, you know, if you don't see this, or look away now. But there was definitely filtering to protect us from ultra-violent scenes. And, you know, that seems certainly to have burst. But what we're really talking about here with issues of, you know, scenes like the appalling attack on the Sydney priest is not actually, as far as I see it, people saying we just don't want people to see violent content per se. It is, we don't want you to see this bit of violent content. And it always tilts in one direction. If it had been I don't know, a white racist sort of killing or assault of a black person or an indigenous person, I would imagine that the authorities would be very, very wary at least of saying, no, this footage can't get out there. What I'm saying is there has been a pattern of sort of one-directional desire for censorship, and we all know where that comes from. It comes when officials, politicians and others don't know what to do with a major problem, and so go on really hard on the secondary problem. The problem here is not the footage of this young man allegedly on camera stabbing at a priest. It is the problem that such a thing would happen in the first place in Sydney in 2024. That's the problem. But people find it so much easier, and I've seen this for 2 decades now, they find it so much easier to go on to secondary problems. What do we do about censorship online? What do we do about online radicalization and much more? No. The problem is one to do with your immigration policies, your integration policies, your radicalization policies, and much more. But that seems to be beyond them. So off they go debating a video.
Well, you wrote about this very thing in your book, The Strange Death of Europe, about the West's self-loathing and the mass immigration that we have seen. That was back in 2017, and you warned that Europe is committing suicide, or at least its leaders had decided to commit suicide. And right as you were releasing that book, we got this warning from the United Arab Emirates Foreign Minister Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who warned that we would see terror attacks coming out of Europe thanks to the ignorance of their leaders and the desperation, I guess, to be politically correct. Let's revisit that particular speech.
And let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
And now, Douglas, we have the police warning Jewish people to hide their Star of David necklaces or threatening to arrest them if they're looking openly Jewish in London. We've got to that point very quickly.
Yes, we have, Rita. As you say, we got there very quickly. Things have been normalised today, which would have been front-page news for weeks, just a few years ago. The fact that, as you say, that we have priests being attacked at the altar, we have Jews afraid to walk the streets of Western cities, and so on. The problem here, all of the discussion around this, Rita, as you very well know, everything around it is always fearful because of a number of things. People are fearful about addressing this because sometimes they're afraid of physically for their own safety, and sometimes they're afraid because they're afraid of what they're going to be called. For instance, if you say what our Emirati friend there just said, and you don't have the advantage of being from where he is, dressing as he does, looking as he does, and having his name, you'll be called an Islamophobe, and perhaps even a racist. And, for some years I've been thinking about this, and I would say, anyone who doesn't think that there's a problem within Islam doesn't know enough Muslims, and they should really get out there and make some Muslim friends. Because if they knew any Muslims, if they were friends with any Muslims, they'd know that all Muslims know that there's a problem. All Muslims know what our Emirati friend there was talking about. They're not ignorant about it. They know what's happened to their co-religionists, among others. They know how apostates are treated within Islam. They know how reformers are treated. They know how Shia and Sunni are at each other's necks and have been for a millennia and a half. They know this. They know there's a problem. But the only people who can't talk about that are the people of the countries who have been experiencing immigration from Muslim countries in very large numbers. And if that migration was all of secular or secularized, progressive, reformist, open-minded, live and let live, we respect that the traditions of the country we're moving into types, then, hallelujah, I'd say, to coin a phrase. But that isn't the case. Because of our immigration policies, because of our lack of integration policies, because nobody really knows what they're doing with so-called integration policies, we've been importing an awful lot of people, and you can choose your number. We've been importing an awful lot of people who think very differently from you and me, and most other people who thought there was a settlement in our countries. There was a poll just the other day in the UK about support of Hamas among British Muslims. And it was only a minority of British Muslims that were willing to condemn or say that they opposed Hamas. Well, that's not a problem for Israel. That's a problem for Britain.
It is, and you're so right. As you know, my family is from a Muslim majority country. We had to flee the Islamists when the Islamic Revolution happened, and this ignorance in the West about the extremist elements within the religion. I'm not talking about Muslims who just follow their faith and are not extremist in any way. We're talking about the Islamists here. The ignorance of that is profound, and it is rooted in this desire to be inclusive and politically correct and not sometimes state the bleeding obvious. And we're seeing this anti-West sentiment over and over again. This example in the UK, Oxford University scrapping its St George's Day event, but hosting an Eid dinner instead. The Telegraph's reporting on the banquet to mark the end of Ramadan, replacing the formal celebration of England's patron saint, which stretched back decades. I mean, this is just a tiny example, Douglas, but we have that happening right here in Australia, where there is this reluctance to celebrate our national holiday, Australia Day, but every other celebration, well, that's embraced.
That's absolutely right. It's astonishing. They'll fly the flag. They'll fly any flag on Oxford Street in London apart from our national flag. You know, the LGBTQIA plus weird fringe of a lobby recently came up with a brand new pride flag, which is one of the ugliest things ever. But no sooner had they invented this ugly flag with a sort of triangle pointing into a weird... anyhow, the point is, no sooner they come up with this genius marketing ploy than that flag was all throughout Oxford Street, all throughout the centre of London by order of the mayor, Sadiq Khan. You know, we had Ramadan lights up across Oxford Street this year, thanks to Sadiq Khan and others. St George's Day, there doesn't seem to have been a cross of St George in sight. And some of this comes, you know, Rita, I mean, you don't know whether to laugh or cry. Some of it comes very close to home. The college that made this decision at Oxford is my old college, Magdalen. And I read this with amazement, because I'm all for being inclusive. I'm all for saying, you know, if we have students of different backgrounds, we'll have you know, they can have a celebration here, the Jewish students here, the Christian students here, the Muslim students there. But part of the point of freedom of religion is that you don't force other people into following your rules. And this decision, not just not to celebrate St George's Day, but to celebrate the end of Ramadan, it is a dinner, the dinner in Hall to celebrate Ramadan. This is where all of the students and the professors have dinner. And I'll tell you a sign that this is about something other than just being nice to each other. The dinner was non-alcoholic. Nobody could drink at the dinner in respect to Ramadan. Now, I can tell you, Rita, having spent a number of years in that institution, the idea of a dinner at my college with no alcohol is absolutely foreign to me. I wouldn't recognize it. I reckon that most people will be in utter shock at that. But the point is that there's a serious thing underneath this. You know, you want to celebrate your religion and not drink, fine. But you know, your religion is not my religion. So if I want to drink at the dinner, I should have the right to do so and not have to change my habits to be in line with your religious beliefs. But this is another example, just the latest, Rita, as you well know. This is just the latest of this thing of, it's all said to be equality, and it's not about equality, it's about something else.
And a lot of it is about submission. Particularly if you live in a Muslim majority country, as I did for a number of years. Now, finally, I got to touch on this wonderful piece you wrote about the triumph of the brilliant and brave headmistress of the exceptional free school in the UK called Michaelia. I've had Catherine Berbel-Singh on this program. She has just achieved the most remarkable academic results for her students, many of whom come from the most disadvantaged socioeconomic groups, and yet she has been relentlessly attacked. Tell me about this latest campaign against her and her school and her triumph.
Yes, I mean, she set up this school more than 10 years ago. As you said, it's not only incredibly diverse, but comprised of people, children from very deprived socioeconomic circumstances. The school has proved itself in an unbelievable way. It now outperforms almost any other schools in the country. And Catherine Birbalsingh has shown that you don't need a lot of money to improve education. Goodness knows they don't have any more money than any other school, in fact, rather less. But what you need is discipline, dedicated teachers, and being taught the basics of what will become your personality, rather than, you've got a magic personality, tell us all about it, you 8-year-old. The school has performed exceptionally, it's demonstrably, all the other schools set up at the same time by sort of leftist doctrinaires have failed miserably, and this school has excelled. They were recently taken to court by a Muslim pupil and her parents because this school that believes in there being no place for religion in the school said that there couldn't be mass prayers it all connects, doesn't it? Couldn't be mass prayers by Muslim students in the playground. They tested this, they went against the school, and eventually the family amazingly found money, I don't know where from, to take the school to court, and it went all the way to the High Court. Catherine Birbalsingh won, the school won, on the basis that the family knew that they were signing up not to a madrasa, but to a school that wanted to have religious boundaries. And Catherine Birbalsingh won. But all of this is to say there's a very important point here. Why should it be that a school which demonstrates excellence, which has a very clear guiding policy, that has now shown itself in the grade room to be exceptional, why should it be that it's that school that is attacked not just by some Islamists and so on, but by leftists, the teaching unions, the Labour Party and others? Why do they attack this school instead of saying, hey, this is so amazing, we want every school to follow this, we want 1,000 Michaelo Academies in the next 5 years? They do it, Rita, because the success of Catherine Birbalsingh shows the failures of her critics. There is school after school that has tried the left-wing approach to education, and the one that says that you shouldn't have discipline because discipline is bad for the pupils and stops their free expression and much, much more. No, she has shown up the left-wing trade unions and others to be utterly incapable and inept. It's not an issue of money, it's an issue of ethos in the school. So I say 3 cheers for Catherine Birbalsingh, because she should never have been put through these trials, because she's an utter hero.
She is an absolute hero. The trials she went through just to get this school up, because they tried to stop her even before the school began, and the results, as you spoke about, extraordinary, and her students are happy. They love her, they love the school, and it's all about back to basics learning. It strips out the indoctrination. It's about teacher-led learning, not the students letting the lunatics run the asylum. And it works, not surprisingly, it works. So Douglas Murray, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Joining me now, fresh from his triumph at the Monk debate on anti-Zionism, is the great Douglas Murray, author of best-selling works, including his latest, The War on the West. We'll get to the debate shortly, Douglas, on whether anti-Zionism is synonymous with anti-Semitism. But first, let's start in the UK with the latest YouGov poll showing Labor on course for the biggest landslide in 100 years. The Times reports Labor is on track to win the biggest majority of any party in a century, with the Tories hemorrhaging support to Nigel Farage's reform and the Liberal Democrats. One can understand why the British public is thoroughly sick of the Tories and their broken promises, but what sort of UK are we going to see under Labor, which is hardly a moderate or centrist party nowadays?
Well, it's a very interesting question. The answer is really nobody knows, Rita, because the Labour Party, the leadership, has been fantastically good in recent months of not telling us really anything that it's planning to do. It's doing the usual thing of saying, you know, they're going to protect the NHS and pour more money into it. They're going to make schools even better than they are. They're going to raise everyone's living standards and all the usual things. And as I always say, these things are pointless to say unless anyone says the opposite. Nobody says that we would like to lower living standards. Nobody says we'd like to make education worse. This is the kind of pabulum we all have to tolerate in election season. But the really interesting thing is, of course, is that the Labour Party has been wise enough not to tell us how it's going to pay for any of this. And that's because there's really only one way they will be able to pay for it, which is to raise taxes. And they know that you cannot say in your manifesto, that's why we're going to have to raise taxes. So all they're doing is waiting until they are in office, and then we'll discover what they really intend to do. It's a pretty shocking situation, actually. I mean, the Tories only have themselves to blame, as you say, but they're hemorrhaging votes in every direction. Some Conservative voters will be voting for the, you know, more moderate than Jeremy Corbyn Labour Party. Others will be staying at home. Others will be voting for the Liberal Democrats because they can always sponge votes off other people because they're even more of a Blair as a party than Labour is trying to be. And, of course, they're losing votes to Nigel Farage's Reform. It's an absolute cluster for the Conservatives. And a couple of polls this week show them actually getting behind Nigel Farage's Reform Party in the polls. And as you say, I mean, not only a wipeout for the Conservative Party, but such a historic majority for any party, let alone the Labour Party, that basically Keir Starmer will be able to do whatever he wants in the next 5 years.
Labor from the top down over the recent years have embraced just about every neo-Marxist folly, from taking a knee for BLM, remember that, to pushing the most extremes of trans activism. But Keir Starmer has suddenly discovered the startling news that men have a penis and women have a vagina. It is a departure from what he has said in the recent past. Indeed, he is performing quite a few backflips in this area. Let's have a look.
Well, a woman can have a penis.
I'm not. I don't think we can conduct this debate with, you know, trans rights are human rights, and I support the right to self-identification. I think we need to respect the right to self-identify, and we're committed to updating the GRA to introduce self-declaration for trans people. We don't think that self-identification is the right way forward.
Is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix?
Well, it is something that shouldn't be said. It is not right.
Is it right or is it wrong for Rosie Duffield to say only women have a cervix?
Well, look, biologically, she of course is right.
It's extraordinary, Douglas, that a man who is in his 60s now has such a fluid value system. 1 minute something is harmful and transphobic, next minute he's happy to scream it from the rooftops.
Yes, I mean, it's also quite alarming just for any man to get in his 60s and discover that men have penises and women don't. Makes you wonder what he's done with his life. But no, of course this is all just this. I mean, it's so pathetic watching him wriggle like that. He failed to stand up for his very brave female MP, Rosie Duffield, when she simply stated biological fact. He spent a long time doing exactly what we saw him do in one of those interviews, which is, well, it might be true, but we shouldn't say it, as if facts are sort of offensive, and always this dance. It reminds me of the sort of the religious wars of the 14 and 1500s, when people were sort of forced to say things or forced to denounce things, even if they believed them. And it's like that. Why doesn't this man, if he wants to be a leader, why doesn't he just have the courage to say what everyone knows is true, and say, of course, it doesn't mean we need to be unpleasant or mean or anything like that to anyone who believes that they're born in the wrong body. But that doesn't mean that facts aren't facts. It's perfectly straightforward, and it's very telling about him, because, as I've written before, the problem with it isn't this issue itself only. It's that anyone who's going to be blown by a cultural wind that way, which wasn't the case merely 7 or 8 years ago, The next cultural wind will blow them again and again and again, and who knows which winds will blow in the next 5 or 10 years whilst Keir Starmer is Prime Minister.
And that's the problem, it seems, both sides of politics, the Tories as well, that there's just no conviction there. These politicians just look at what the latest focus groups tell them and suddenly their positions have changed. And with much of the left, though, one thing you can count on is this loathing for the West, particularly their own history and sometimes their own people. And I want you to have a look at this tweet from someone who's going to be a Labor front bencher, probably, Jess Phillips, mocking a guy for wearing the St. George flag as a cape. Of course, England were playing, the football team was playing, so that's what that guy was doing, supporting the team. I don't think, Douglas, you would ever do that, mock someone for having a Palestinian flag draped around their neck. But if it's a British symbol, then they feel emboldened to shame someone on social media.
Oh yeah, I mean this is. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Rita, that they listen to focus groups. Would that the politicians did listen to focus groups? They don't. They listen to a few deranged harridans on their own side most of the time, screaming banshees from the culture wars online. The real public, the normal public, want to have nothing to do with that nonsense. You know, and the normal public believe, quite rightly, in Britain like elsewhere, that, you know, if your national team is playing, you know, that's the team you support, and your national flag, you know, might be a flag you're able to fly and even be proud of. But as you say, Rita, we live in a strange era in the West where you can be proud of everything apart from what is yours. Any other flag, Jess Phillips, who's another example of us just sort of swayed by the wind. Every gust that blows takes Jess Phillips with it. She likes to present herself as this, you know, working class, straight talking woman. She isn't. She's an absolutely typical automaton of the era who says whatever she thinks she has to say to get avoiding the banshees that are howling. And yes, I mean, there's this sort of snobbery about this, and there's nothing wrong with being proud of your national flag. But as you know, it's only in the West that we beat ourselves up like this and tolerate politicians who scorn the public for being proud of their country.
Now, you were involved in the Monk debate in Toronto, where you argued that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Two-thirds of the audience gave you an emphatic victory, and let's have a look at a clip. I think we can see why you won the debate.
And there is no law of war that says you're allowed to start a war and then complain when you lose it. And if Mehdi cares about the Palestinian casualties, as I'm sure he does, then tell your bosses in Qatar to tell their friends in Gaza to stop the war and give back the hostages.
Douglas, tell me why you believe anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
I say it's obvious that in all of history, anti-Semitism has been a shape-shifting virus. Sometimes people hated the Jews for their race. Sometimes they hated them for their religion. In this era, the only permissible way to hate the Jews is to hate them for having a state. And as I mentioned in the debate, this absolute obsession with the single Jewish state in the world, this way in which people who never turned out on the streets when Bashar al-Assad was killing 6 times the number of people who died in every war involving Israel since 1948 when the Arab armies advanced. If you didn't come out on the streets when Bashar al-Assad killed 6 times that number of people in a decade, but you did turn out to attack Israel after October the 7th, you're an anti-Semite. And there are many, many other examples of this. I gave examples in Canada, in the city I was in, Toronto. Synagogues firebombed, Jewish schools shot at, a Muslim mob going through a Jewish area screaming about these Zionist rats and pigs. And this is just anti-Semitism. And it's the only form of it. And as I said, this doesn't mean that everyone who is anti-Zionist knows they're an anti-Semite. Plenty of them are just incredibly ignorant and drinking from wells they don't understand. But a lot of them, and I think Mehdi Hassan is one of them, know exactly what they're doing. And it was a pretty vicious evening. Natasha Housdorf, great British barrister, was on my side, and I think we convincingly won the hall. But we were against, some pretty unpleasant opposition. And one of them I was referring to there, Mehdi Hassan of Al Jazeera. He presents himself as caring about the Palestinian people. His bosses in Doha are one of the major supporters of Hamas and have the Hamas leadership living in Doha beside Al Jazeera's headquarters. And as I mentioned a bit later in the debate, Mehdi Hassan and his fellow alleged humanitarians, they pretend they care about the Palestinian people, and really, I think they just want to beat up on the Jewish state and eradicate it. I think most of the anti-Zionists this era, that's really what they're after. They're after the eradication of the Jewish state. But I mentioned him, it would come a lot better coming out of his mouth. It would sound a lot better if a contributor to Al Jazeera hadn't have been discovered last week to have been holding Jewish hostages in his home in Gaza and torturing them. One of a number of Al Jazeera journalists, as it happens, who have been found to be terrorists in recent years in Gaza. I think it's absolutely despicable that people pass themselves off as caring about the Palestinian peoples. And there are all of these people working at Al Jazeera who are actually involved not just in killing Jews, but in causing the war that has led to the suffering of Palestinians. It's absolute hypocrisy, and I'm very glad that the audience in Toronto realized that.
And you can watch that full debate online. I would encourage you to do that. It is a very informative exercise. And you also made the excellent point that we actually have a real genocide happening in Sudan. Yeah. And it seems to be people aren't too interested in taking to the streets of Melbourne and Sydney and London and New York and elsewhere to protest against that. But they will protest against Israel after October 7. And if you're part of that mob, perhaps examine if you are indeed anti-Semitic. And I have to take you back to Keir Starmer here, because his response to the rise of anti-Semitism seems to be to speak more about the dangers of Islamophobia. Here he is with London Mayor Sadiq Khan doing just that.
One of the things that is coming up over and over again is Islamophobia. And well, you can see the stats, you can see the numbers rising, particularly since October the 7th. Although we shouldn't fall into the trap of thinking that before October the 7th, this was all heading in the right direction. It's been far too high for far too long. Clearly, we need to just say over and over again, Islamophobia is intolerable. It can never, ever be justified. And we have to continue with a zero-tolerance approach. And I think there's more we can do in government. There's certainly stuff online which I think needs tackling much more robustly than it is.
There you go, Douglas. We can look forward to more online censorship and campaigns to silence criticism that is deemed Islamophobic under Labor.
Yeah, I would just like to put to Keir Starmer what he would do about something like that attack I just referred to in Toronto last week. If a Muslim mob shouting Allahu Akbar and shouting about the dirty pigs and rats in the Jewish neighborhood, if anyone criticizes that, is it Islamophobic or not? Is it possible to call out Islamic anti-Semitism? Or would it be Islamophobic? He and the other people pushing this have to be able to answer that question. Is it Islamophobic to notice that the marches that have defiled the centre of London week after week since October are predominantly, very largely Muslim, and that many of the Muslims on those marches are saying intolerably racist things? Is it Islamophobic to point that out? They're going to have to work this out, because if they don't, it's just going to be a huge and colossal circular firing squad for the coming years, metaphorically speaking for now. And the lack of thought that people like Starmer have put into this, the pandering to communities, is, I think, a recipe for absolute disaster. You can stand up for the rights of all of your citizens to be able to live in peace But that means standing up to hatred wherever it comes from, of the most extreme kinds. And Keir Starmer would find it easy, I'm sure, like all of us, to stand up to any actual far-right extremism. Can he stand up to the Islamic extremists? We'll see.
Now, before you go, overnight we saw the climate cultists of Just Stop Oil attack Stonehenge. Their demented demands include Britain's next government committing legally to phasing out fossil fuels by 2030. Let's have a quick look. We can see their bystanders, women getting involved trying to stop that attack. So what sort of punishment is appropriate when political activists attack and vandalise a prehistoric monument?
You know, Rita, this has been an escalation. I write about this in my Spectator column this week. There's been an escalation of this for some time now. All of these eco-loons thought that it was okay to throw soup at a masterpiece by Van Gogh. Earlier this year, a horrible young woman that slashed and sprayed a graffiti over a portrait by the great Hungarian Jewish painter Philip de Laszlo. And there's been no punishment of her because she said she did it for Palestine. Yeah, right. And now we see these eco-loons attacking one of Britain's most important archaeological sites. It really tells you everything you need to know about a movement when, in order to save the planet, as they pretend they want to do, they destroy the planet. I don't believe these people are driven by anything other than narcissism, boredom, extremism, and a couple of other such things. They are vicious narcissists, and they're desperately seeking for some kind of cause, and they are trashing our history, and they're trashing our holy places and our places of learning and culture, and they're getting away with it. And as far as I believe, I think they should all be thrown in prison for as long as they can be. And any of these other people who want to try these tricks should go to prison following them.
We need just the law to be enforced in one of these cases, and I think we would see a change in behaviour. Douglas Murray, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Pleasure as always. Thank you.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for your company. Well, could Tim Walz get any more pathetic? I didn't think it was possible, but he has. We all know he was an appalling VP candidate with a track record that includes putting tampons in boys' bathrooms, turning Minnesota into a place for minors to travel to change their gender, and lies about his military record. And he's so delusional that he told reporters recently that he's not ruling out being president one day. Good luck with that, Tim Walz. But he's been up on stage, and of course he has nothing of substance to offer, so he goes on a sick and twisted rant showing off his severe Musk derangement syndrome.
They've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping. So.
Now, Tim Walz is so impressed with the commentary, gloating that Tesla stocks are dropping, which hurts American workers and shareholders, including his state of Minnesota, which as of last year had 1.6 million shares of Tesla in its retirement fund and more than 200,000 shares of Tesla in its non-retirement fund. So he really is an idiot. But Tim Walz, he's proud of himself. He actually shared that video that we just played for you on X the very same day that more Tesla vehicles were being set on fire in another violent and dangerous attack. And we've seen plenty of them. At least 5 cars were torched at a Tesla service center in Las Vegas on Tuesday. Look at this.
Tonight, authorities investigating what they're calling a targeted attack on a Tesla repair center in Las Vegas.
This dramatic video showing multiple cars in flames. According to authorities, the suspected arson occurred early this morning. When police arrived, they found 5 vehicles set on fire or damaged, and the word resist spray painted on the front of the business.
And this is what extreme left-wing lunatics want to see. Right now, there are reports of leftists creating online maps to encourage more of these sorts of violent attacks on Tesla dealerships. It is so sick. And it's disturbing that it's on brand at the moment among the left to support this type of violence, which is nothing new. But if Tim Walz is so obsessed with Tesla, you'd think it'd be worth condemning these horrific attacks against an American company. But no, of course not. Why would he? Tim Walz would rather encourage his base, rile them up to be just as twisted and deranged as he is. But Elon Musk has fired back, putting the failed vice presidential candidate right in his place, reminding him of a critical little thing called the election result. Elon Musk shared Tim Walz's video and wrote, "Sometimes when I need a little boost, I look at the J.D. Vance portrait in the White House and thank the Lord. He is brilliant." It's a much better summary than I just gave. But on a serious note, because this violence against Tesla is serious, Elon Musk has spoken out against what is happening, which is occurring ultimately because Doge is succeeding at cutting government waste.
They basically want to kill me because I'm stopping their fraud. And they want to hurt Tesla because we're stopping this terrible waste and corruption in the government.
But do you consider this an act of domestic terrorism?
I think so. You will find out that they're paid by people that are very highly political on the left.
This week, a federal judge who was nominated to the bench by Barack Obama and who has donated thousands to Democrat candidates essentially ordered Elon Musk and Doge to reinstate the functionality of USAID and block Doge from making further cuts. Maryland U.S. District Judge Theodore Chung ruled that Musk likely violated the Constitution and ordered emails of the agency be restored, as well as computer access to all employees, including those who were placed on leave.
You know what he should do? He should really look at where the money went. They don't ever want to do that. You know, the Democrats always talk about, our Constitution's been violated. The one thing they never talk about is, where did these billions of dollars go? They never want to look, because when you see where the money went and the scams, you don't even have to see anything. Just look at the heading and the scam that they've created. And a judge like him will never look at that. They'll just say, you want to, it sounds so nice, USAID, isn't that beautiful? But it's a whole big scam, Laura. And a judge like that is so bad for our country.
Is he wrong? We've been following the money as Doge has been making these huge cuts, and money has been splashed all over the world, including $45 million to DEI scholarships in Burma, $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. And all of this evidence of waste and abuse and corruption, well, it's not enough. The extreme left want those American dollars to keep going overseas, but only when it's Donald Trump and Elon Musk cutting waste. We heard a similar message from Barack Obama back in 2011, and Democrats weren't protesting and blowing up vehicles then. This video has resurfaced.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions, and that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at the time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too.
Obama even provided some examples of what he says was stupid spending. Well, as much as activist judges and other Democrats want to keep wasting taxpayer dollars, it is going to be a harder fight. It's been revealed today that a senior Doge official will be taking a leadership position at USAID. Jeremy Lewin has played a central role in cutting waste at several agencies. He's now going to serve as a chief operating officer at USAID. stand by to watch the left have a meltdown over this one. Joining us now is Will Kingston, host of The Spectator Australia's Fire at Will podcast. Will, great to see you. I want to talk to you about the rise in violence that we're seeing at Tesla, against Tesla. Just this week, there have been several cars at a service centre in Las Vegas that were set alight. No one on the left seems to be condemning it. In fact, many are celebrating it. This is what Elon Musk had to say.
It's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships.
It's shocking, but it doesn't surprise me. We've seen the left and those in the far left behave this way in the past, celebrating violence. What do you make of it?
Well, for the left, the means always justifies the ends. If they think that Elon Musk is evil, if they think that he's in some way hurting the country or a threat to democracy, then in their minds, at least on the fringes of the left, if not in many elements of the mainstream left, this sort of thing is seen as noble. It's seen as standing up to, an evil fascist. And it's telling. You said that no one's condemning it. Not a single Democrat in Congress or the Senate have come out and condemned this domestic terrorism. Let's call it what it is. It's domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
Meant to incite fear in people and change their behaviours so they're less likely to buy a Tesla in the future. It's sad. It is a reflection of where much of the left is in 2025 in America. I think it probably will have an impact. I think, certainly some people would be less likely to buy a Tesla for fear of it being vandalised or, in the worst cases, blown up in this sort of way, or even just being shamed for buying what is the highest-selling car in the world because for some people they don't agree with the politics of the CEO. It's absolutely extraordinary.
It's absolutely wild. A company that sells electric vehicles, they seem to have a problem with it because it's Elon Musk that is running the company. Tim Walz has gone on a crazy, deranged rant about Tesla, but every time he speaks, he just keeps going from bad to worse. He needs to stop talking. He went on Gavin Newsom's podcast, This is Gavin Newsom, where he claimed that online conservatives were the bad guys. Take a listen to this.
You can't just dismiss people. This notion of fight it. This notion
I think I could kick most of their ass. I do think that. I think I know I can outrun them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type of thing.
No, but it's a natural reaction. I think it's one of the reasons we're losing so many men. And again, it's multi-ethnic. It's not just white men. We're losing them. We're losing them to these guys online. We're losing people that I'm bringing on this podcast as well. That's why I brought.
These are bad guys, though. These are bad guys.
But they exist, and we could deny they exist. They exist. Not only they exist, they persist, and they're actually influencing young kids every single day.
How do we push some of those guys back under a rock?
Good luck, Tim Walz. Here he is speaking about fighting MAGA supporters. At least Gavin Newsom is trying to pretend he cares about the right. He's trying to get some kind of understanding as to why they lost, or why the Democrats lost so badly in the 2024 election. But what do you make of what Tim Walz is saying? Who is he really winning over by making these comments?
Yeah, very few people, I would have thought. It's this sad, tragic attempt at some sort of faux masculinity or macho or machismo. It was always completely transparent during the campaign, and he obviously is just getting worse. Now he's getting more and more irrelevant. The other weird thing is, again, how, and this goes back to the first story, there's just this weird undercurrent of accepting violence. Now, even if he was saying that in jest, it's just a common thread from extremists torching Tesla cars through to someone who could have been the Vice President of the United States on the left that says, you know what, I could kick this guy's ass because, well, I disagree with him politically. But, people talk about Trump as bringing a more uncouth or bringing kind of a more vulgar element to politics. But it's just as bad on the left, really. Like the days of having statesmen like Reagan or even someone like an Obama are well and truly over. And it's because, there's a reason why people are less trusting of politicians than they ever have been. It's because so many of the politicians act in this sort of stupid way.
Yeah, and that's such a fair point. Tim Walz is actually the one saying bring on the violence, bring on fighting MAGA supporters. There we go. Well, Tim Walz doesn't seem to get it, and neither does Chuck Schumer. He went on The View with a crazy rant where he was essentially blaming people for caring about how much they actually pay in tax and where that money goes.
And you know what their attitude is? I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? I don't want to pay taxes. Or, I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how I should treat my customers, the land and water that I own, or my employees? They hate government. Government's a barrier to people, a barrier to stop them from doing things. They want to destroy it. We are not letting them do it, and we're united.
That's a message the American people really want. That's certainly the guy to lead the Democrat Party.
Yeah, geez, I feel dumber whenever I have to watch a clip from The View, and that's no exception. The funny thing is, and it is Donald Trump's superpower, he's very good at picking 80-20 issues which have the support of 80% of the American population. Non-controversial stuff, like men shouldn't be in women's sport, or in this case, the government shouldn't be wasting your money. And because they hate him so much, they then fall into the 20% side of the equation and are forced to take these sorts of positions, which no reasonable person would take. Every single person on those thinks it's a good thing that the government is finally cracking down on waste and fraud and just the ridiculous excesses within government agencies. And unfortunately, Democrats, this guy is the
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your pillow secure?
If you mean the so-called sentinel artifact, yes. Frederick can deliver the miracle promised to make it easy.
Enter the manor house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Nothing like a summer brain shower. Believe it or not, gambling with the wooden box is the most sane thing I've done today. Oh, I can lay some hate with this.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Victory at any cost. Just don't push it. Max armor. Kind of feeling this is Now I'm paying your salary. What's next? Benefits and sick time? Oh, I can lay some hate with this. This isn't just in the United States.
Tear them to pieces.
So bring this into it. That's something to try to
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I always hoped it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Enter the manor house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Hey, asshole, you dropped some gray matter. Gotta tell you, I don't do well with waiting. Knew I could count on you, Box. On your own time, Box.
Sam, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal, the restoration section of Agent Nexus.
One postage stamp and you're on your way to Timbuktu. Just saying. You know what, bots? You're all right. Tear them to pieces.
So, strong words from Mark. And rightfully so, because as we move on, MSNBC's fired Matthew Dowd. It is ridiculous because this is when we get into the angry clips. This is where the left tries to politicize what happened in order to spin their narrative. We're watching this from candidate Rachel Gilmore, which is essentially called out yesterday. We talked about it on stream again. Go back and watch that stream if you have to. If you want to see more clips. Rachel Gilmore calling out, trying to politicize this, that we're in the wrong. Questioning what we do this. She's now playing the victim card, of course, saying that there's a bullseye on her back. But this is how the media is trying to spin it on the other side of the spectrum. Even though the House of in the House, the Democrats were screaming no when calls for prayer for Charlie Kirk came in. The true vial of what human beings are capable of is about to be shown here, folks.
Like this happens.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this yet. We don't know if this was the supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Yeah, I'm not even going to let it finish. Essentially, Matthew Dowd saying that Charlie Kirk essentially had a and then he didn't know if somebody was maybe shooting a gun off in celebration. Give me a break. Here you've got the BBC UK reporting. They're laughing. Laughing. This is supposed to be a professional news organization. sitting on the table.
The price of gold is going to go way up, and then it will just get pegged at a certain level. Silver will go way up and last as far as the returns, percentage-wise, is probably going to outstrip gold by at least a factor of 4. It will go into a bubble phase, and if it is part of the monetary system, however, there are countries buying silver where their central banks are buying silver. So it looks like it could be one price too. The Fed is trapped. This is...
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I tracked your approach, and I am pleased you came along ever. Though the Freightlines port and hold remains somewhat infected. Hurry! We have so much to do, and it is lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
Another one splattered. Insta-kill.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
Max armor. Fair warning, I'm not known for my forgiving nature. Now that's more like it.
Higher interest rates cause
Bonus points. Tear them to pieces. Max ammo. They're gonna keep getting tougher, then so am I.
Fuck judgment.
All these things that are layer 2 and above, they're all just promises. That's all they are. They're all a credit instrument, and exactly what the result is in order to credit
Draco, boom.
Max armor.
Another point to the Skull Patrol.
Guides are clear should you require an hasty exit. I would be happy to pilot the operation. Exfil request received. Call your ass. Trust me, the pilot now. Helos ain't meant to squash corpses. You gotta make the proof. This is Raptor 1 on their position and ready to push this wannabe pilot out of my fur.
Mass casualties is my middle name.
We've made a lot of noise. Don't want the feds on us. Let's go.
Honestly, it's quite simple, really. Government has bad habits of spending more money than they have coming in. So here's the total debts building up to 2024. So 2025 hasn't finished yet. So I'll show you that one when it's available, but I assure you it's going to be more horrifying than this one. Okay, so how do you spend more money than you have coming in? The answer is easy. You borrow money to fund your overspending habits, and you go into debt. Okay, so how does the U.S. government borrow money? The government borrows money by issuing IOUs. They call them U.S. treasuries. So treasury bills, treasury notes, treasury bonds. So if you want to lend money to the U.S. government, you can purchase a U.S. treasury, and the government's going to pay you interest. So you can buy them, banks can buy them, institutions can buy them, foreign governments can buy them, anybody can buy them. Now, here's a big problem. The government needs to borrow so much money, $11 trillion over the next 12 months.
$9 trillion to refinance old debts, and another $2 trillion on top of that to fuel the overspending. So they need to sell $11 trillion of U.S. treasuries. Okay, but what's going to happen if there's not enough people willing to lend money to the U.S. government? You know what's going to happen? Then the government's going to have to offer a higher interest rate to attract enough lenders. So listen, it's going to be very simple. The U.S. government's going to auction off $11 trillion of U.S. treasuries, and they're going to hope that there's going to be enough people to buy them up at an interest rate of around 4%. But if there aren't enough people willing to lend the government $11 trillion at a 4% interest rate, then the U.S. government's going to have to offer a higher interest rate to attract more lenders. Maybe 4.25% or 4.5% or even 5% or even 6%. So essentially, if there's not enough demand for U.S. treasuries, then the interest rate's going to go up. And that's not going to be good for the U.S. government, because if the interest rate goes up, then the U.S. government needs to pay more interest expense to service their debts. So you just have to remember that on $37 trillion of debt, if the government needs to pay a higher interest rate by just 1%, then that would be $370 billion more a year in interest expense. And to put that into perspective, we spend about $850 billion a year on national defense. So it's not a small amount of money. So initially, President Trump's plan to solve the debt crisis was to balance the government's budget. So Trump had a campaign promise of reducing government spending, balancing our budgets, and paying down the national debt. And to spearhead the initiative, President Trump put Elon Musk in charge with Doge. So Elon Musk aimed to reduce government spending by $2 trillion a year, which, I mean, that would have been an enormous feat, considering that the government spends about $7 trillion a year. So I previously showed you the video clip of Musk saying this. You know, most of you have probably already seen it, so I'm not going to show you that nonsense again. So $2 trillion was a stretch goal, but Musk said that they had a good shot of cutting $1 trillion. However, cutting government spending by massive amounts would be problematic, so here's why. So federal government spending is a big component of our economy. So if we were to massively reduce government spending, then we would most likely have a severe recession. I mean, for crying out loud, this is how GDP is measured. The G is government spending. So if GDP falls drastically and we enter into recession, then the government would collect less tax revenue. And that would make the debt crisis even worse. And then debt to GDP would go through the roof. And then there would be consequences on the US dollar. But not only were there economic complications, but there was political pushback against Doge as well. Because the politicians and, of course, the inside beneficiaries, they want the money to continue flowing. The politicians, special interests, etc. You know the drill. And I don't know about you, but not to my surprise, Doge was an epic and colossal failure. But if you want to cite the official Doge website, which is on the government's website, you may take a look at this. You may be tricked into believing that Doge has saved us $205 billion. Like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. Doge is doing amazing. Okay, yeah, the alleged $205 billion saved over the course of the next 10 years, which is not much. That's about $20 billion saved a year. So that's right. The savings amount includes estimated and hypothetical savings on long-term leases and contracts. So you have to amortize that figure over the course of the years. And I don't even believe that $205 billion number to begin with anyways. I don't even think that's debatable anymore. Because not only do you have to amortize it, a lot of estimated or hypothetical savings were just straight out lies or errors. But to really give the skeptics the smoking gun, take a look at the deficit. So this is up to July of 2025. So the purple line is 2025, the green line is 2024. The government's deficit, or the government's overspending, year to date, is worse this year compared to the same time last year. So the government didn't cut expenses by $2 trillion, nor by $1 trillion. The government's overspending has gotten worse this year compared to last year. Okay, so President Trump's original plan to reduce government spending, to balance the books, and to pay down national debt, it failed. So President Trump came up with a new plan. And again, here's the setup. So the federal government has all this debt, and they have to refinance $9 trillion, and they have to raise a new $2 trillion on top. So will there be enough demand for U.S. Treasuries to soak up all the supply and lower interest rates? So most people believe that there's not going to be, and that includes the government, so they know they have a problem. Therefore, President Trump needed a way to increase demand for U.S. Treasuries. If not, then the government's going to have to offer a higher interest rate to attract enough lenders, which means higher interest payments for the U.S. government. So here's President Trump's new plan, and you can let me know if you think that this is going to work or not. So the Genius Act passed in Congress, and President Trump signed it into law in July. So President Trump is supporting cryptocurrencies in order to create more demand for treasury bills. So I'm going to explain. Okay, so if you're not familiar with cryptocurrencies, here's how it works. So let's just say that you want to buy Bitcoin. Now, how is this all going to work? So first, you need to exchange your US dollars for cryptocurrency, right? So let's just say that you sign up for an account on a crypto exchange called the Clear Value Crypto Exchange, which is fictitious. Please don't Google that. So let's just say that you want to buy $100,000 in US dollars worth of Bitcoin. And let's just say that you do that. So 100,000 of US dollars is going to leave your bank account, right? And now you have $100,000 worth of Bitcoin in your account on the Clear Value Crypto Exchange. Now, let's just say that Bitcoin goes up by 20%. So, yay, right? And now you want to sell your Bitcoin, but you don't want to cash out for US dollars back to your bank account. So let's just say that you want to leave your $120,000 in your crypto account. So maybe you're hoping that Bitcoin falls in price so that you can rebuy it cheaper. Maybe you just want to hold some of your money in crypto, but you don't want to rebuy Bitcoin or any other altcoins right now. Then in this situation, you're going to sell your $120,000 worth of Bitcoin for $120,000 worth of stable coins. So a stable coin is a digital representation of a US dollar. So in your Clear Value crypto accounts, you're going to be holding $120,000 worth of stable coins, maybe USDC or USDT. Okay, so you know how back in the days, the US dollar was backed by gold. So it's going to be the same concept. One stable coin is backed by $1 US or equivalent. And of course, this is based on faith and trust. But now, the Genius Act requires each stablecoin to be backed by US dollars or short-term treasuries, which are treasury bills. Okay, so what's this achieve? This creates more demand for treasury bills. So the concept is, if the cryptocurrency market grows, then there's going to be more need for stablecoins. And if there are more stablecoins in existence, then there's going to be more demand for treasury bills. And if there's more demand for treasury bills, then it's going to keep interest rates on T-bills low. And that the government would be able to borrow money at a cheaper rate. But the question is, will this create a meaningful amount of demand for U.S. Treasury bills? I'd say enough to move the needle. So the cryptocurrency market right now is worth about $4 trillion. And you can see the growth of crypto in this graph. Bitcoin represents a little more than half of that, and stable coins represent only about $280 billion of the market. Now, you can make the argument that that's not going to be enough to push the needle in terms of demand in the treasury bill markets. But others will make the argument that the crypto market has been growing rapidly, as you can tell by the chart. Okay, so this is going to create demand and lower interest rates for shorter duration treasuries, for T-bills. And of course, President Trump has been pressuring the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates as well. But the Fed has more control over interest rates on the shorter duration treasuries, so treasury bills, not 30-year treasury bonds. Okay, so how will the government increase demand for longer-term treasuries, such as 30-year treasury bonds, in order to keep interest rates low? So one solution would be for the Federal Reserve to print the money, step in, and buy the treasury bonds. But that would be seen by the world as a sign of desperation. That would accelerate the loss of faith in the US dollar, and de-dollarization would intensify. Therefore, this would be the last option. The Federal Reserve would be the buyer of last resort. Now, this is where gold comes into the picture. So I'm going to give you two scenarios. One or both may happen, or maybe none will happen. You can be the judge. So word on the streets is that President Trump's going to issue gold-backed treasuries. So please don't make the mistake. We're not talking about a gold-backed system. It's not the dollar being backed by gold.
So there's an argument that President Trump may issue U.S. Treasury bonds that are backed by gold. So it would work like this. The government asks you to lend them money, let's just say $4,000, and then they'll pay you back 1 ounce of gold in 30 years and in physical gold. So it would be a zero coupon convertible to gold at maturity. Okay, so why would the government do this? It's because they would be able to raise desperately needed money right now, and they wouldn't have to pay interest because they're going to pay you gold upon maturity. So this idea of gold-backed treasuries is coming from Judy Shelton. So Judy Shelton was Trump's economic advisor during his first term. So Shelton was actually nominated to the Federal Reserve, but she was rejected by Congress by a vote of 47 to 50 in the Senate in 2020. So the Senate rejected Shelton because she was an advocate of gold, which takes away power from the Federal Reserve. Because the Federal Reserve doesn't like gold because they can't print gold. Now, here's the second scenario involving gold. So the U.S. government holds 261 million troy ounces of gold. So on the books, it's officially valued at $42.22 a troy ounce. But the market value of gold right now is above $3,400 a troy ounce. So you could think of it as like an unrealized gain. So if Trump revalues gold to market value or even a higher price, which he can, then the Federal Reserve is required to print money, the difference, and then give it to the U.S. Treasury. Now, a good question is this far-fetched, this whole idea? Well, I'll tell you this. The U.S. government has already done this before. And gold revaluation does not require congressional approval. So President Trump can do this literally whenever he wants. So word on the streets is that it would be most logical to revalue gold at $15,000 a troy ounce. So that would give the government $4 trillion just free and clear. So that's $4 trillion less of U.S. Treasury bonds that they would need to sell. And Trump, he could use that money to fuel his initiatives. And he could even use some of that money to pay down the national debts, claiming that he delivered on his campaign promise. So whatever he's going to do with gold, people are expecting him to go really big next year. So our country's 250th year anniversary is going to be on July 4th, 2026. A lot of people are expecting something to happen, during that time. Now, I just want to bring this to your attention. So this debt crisis, it threatens us with higher interest rates, and that creates a major fiscal challenge for the U.S. government, right? But here's another very important aspect. So our country is trying to bring manufacturing back home, which is, that's another very important initiative of President Trump. But the problem is that we cannot rebuild our manufacturing sector in the U.S. if interest rates are high. So if you want to build factories, equipment, infrastructure, it's going to require financing. And it's not feasible with higher interest rates. So let me know if you think President Trump's plan is going to work to tackle the debt crisis. But I just want to say that I want to end with this. So President Trump's plan, these whole ideas of gold and crypto, they're not solutions to the problem. The problem is that the federal government just spends too much money. They have an overspending problem. So crypto, Bitcoin, how the government's going to try to use them, it's just to stall time. It's just to buy time and keep the show going. That's honestly what's happening here. So I'll keep you updated on the whole situation. Please subscribe. Thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day. Take care. The jobs report was released, and the results, they were bad. Now the Federal Reserve is going to have to cut interest rates more quickly in order to rescue the labor markets. So for the month of August, the labor market added an estimated 22,000 jobs. So this came in far below expectation. The expectation was 75,000 net jobs to be created. And you have to remember that this is just a preliminary number because it's expected to be revised downward heavily. So take a look at the chart, which shows how many net jobs are created each month. The labor market continues to steadily weaken. Okay, now here's something I want to point out to you, which I actually predicted. It came true. So take a look at the month of June. In the month of June, they revised the figure down again. Now they're saying that the labor market lost 13,000 jobs in June. Okay, so if you remember, initially, the U.S. government reported that for the month of June, the U.S. labor market added 147,000 147,000 jobs, so 147,000 net jobs created. So the government said, at that time, the labor market was very healthy, the labor market is very robust. The Federal Reserve said that they're not cutting interest rates because the labor market is so solid. Yeah, but now they revised it. Positive 147,000 jobs added to now negative 13,000. Anyways, they did a slight modification to July, which is not yet the final number. But I'm estimating large revisions downward for both months, for July and August. So we'll see, what the final figures are. But even so, the final figures that they are going to cite, they're not going to be the real numbers. But again, the initial estimate is that 22,000 jobs created in August. That's considered to be highly inaccurate, but you should know that that's the government's official reported figure for whatever narrative that they're trying to sell to the public. Now, turning to unemployment. The unemployment rate has risen from 4.2% in July to 4.3% in August. And if you remember, this is the most important data point for the Federal Reserve. So I showed you the video clip of exactly that statement coming out of the mouth of Jay Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve. So if the unemployment rate is ticking up, then that's a good reason for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, which I'm going to show you the odds of that happening in a minute. Now, here's another concerning data point that I want to point out to you. Wages are growing at a rate of 3.7%. So currently, the rate of inflation is around 5%. This means that wages are not keeping up with inflation. This means that most Americans continue to see pay cuts in 2025. So essentially, if you're not getting a 5% raise, then you are taking a pay cut. That's the reality. That's the truth. So I just want you to keep this in mind when it comes time to negotiate your compensation, because anything over 5% would technically be a raise. And that's if the rate of inflation stays the same for, we're talking about next year. However, I expect that the rate of inflation to sharply accelerate next year in 2026, which is actually what I predict in 2024. So before I move on, please remember this 3.7% wage growth number. Now, some people may erroneously say, Brian, the rate of inflation is 2.7%, according to the CPI inflation reports. So if wages are growing at a rate of 3.7%, then wages are growing faster than the rate of inflation. And to that, I say you are completely incorrect. That's not how it works. Okay, so what you have to understand is that CPI inflation does not measure price inflation. In other words, it does not measure the change in price. So CPI inflation measures the change in the cost of living, which is a completely different thing. So listen, if an apple costs $1 last year, and an apple costs $1.10 today, then you would say that inflation is going up at a rate of 10% a year, right? I agree, but that's not how CPI inflation is calculated. Okay, so listen, this is like that example. There's a company called 100% Ground Beef, and when they sold their canned beef product, and the beef was not 100% ground beef, people got upset. I don't understand why, because the company never claimed that their product was 100% ground beef. That was just the name of the company on the can. So it's the same thing with the CPI inflation report. The inflation report does not measure price inflation. For that, you have to look at the money supply. And here's how the money supply has been growing, and this is coming from the Federal Reserve. It's at an all-time new record high. And here's a one-year chart. The reason why I said inflation is growing at a rate of around 5% is because we don't have the August figure on this yet. July inflation was at 4.8% growth year over year. But again, I do expect the rate of inflation to accelerate more rapidly in 2026. So listen, this is why the price of gold is shooting up, why silver is shooting up, why the stock market is not going down. They're just printing more and more money to prop up the system. But if your pay raises are not beating inflation, then in real terms, you are accepting a pay cut. Now, I want you to take a look at this additional labor market data. Job openings fell in July to the lowest level in 10 months. Job openings decreased to 7.18 million from 7.36 million in June. So for the first time since April 2021, there are now more people looking for jobs than there are jobs available. So following the pandemic, employees had more leverage against employers, if you remember that. Listen, I just showed you the job openings. Now let's talk about the
job layoffs, the job cuts. From January to August, job cuts are up 13% year over year. Month over month, job cuts are up by 39%. Okay, in the West, job cuts are flat year over year. So that's just the average in the region. I mean, if you take a look at California in specific, job cuts are up 24% year over year in California. In the Midwest, job cuts are up by 8.3% year over year. In the South, job cuts are up 32% year over year. In the East, and the East is getting hit the hardest, job cuts are up 224% year over year, and the surge is coming from the cuts to federal employees. So here's the change in federal employees for each month. In August, the government cut a net 15,000 jobs. And here are the top 4 reasons why companies are cutting jobs in 2025. So when they actually do the cuts, they give a reason as to why. So the number 1 reason was DOGE. This includes contractors and the loss of government-funded initiatives. The second reason was market and economic conditions. So this just means a slowing economy. There's also in third place closings, bankruptcies, and restructurings. And the fourth was technological updates that includes automation and AI implementation. So listen, the bottom line is that the labor market is getting worse. In order to rescue the labor market, the Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates at their next meeting, which is going to take place on September 17th, which is less than 2 weeks from now. Okay, before the jobs report was released, there was a 99.3% chance that they would cut interest rates in September, and a less than 1% chance that they would not cut rates at all. So this is according to the CME Fed Watch tool. Now, after the jobs reports, which showed further weakness in the labor market, there's now a 100% chance of a rate cut in September. It's just a matter of how much are they going to cut by. Are they going to cut by 0.25%, or are they going to cut interest rates by 0.5%? So there's now an 88.1% chance that they're going to cut interest rates by 0.25%. There's an 11.9% chance that they're going to cut interest rates by 0.5%. Personally, like if I had to make a bet, I would expect them to cut interest rates by 0.25%, so quarter points. If they cut by 0.5%, honestly, I'd be ecstatic about my gold and my silver positions, but I don't think that they want to dump that much gasoline onto the inflation fire just yet. And also, they have to leave some firepower for the upcoming bond crisis in 2026. Now, I want to show you the video clip of the Fed governor saying that the labor market is worse than the government is reporting, and that they need to cut interest rates now to get ahead of the weakening labor markets. So basically what he's saying is that there's going to be more rate cuts to come. Like, this is not just a one-done thing.
Well, I've made clear that I think we should be cutting at the next meeting. The labor market has come in much softer. When I first said this with you, I think, a while back, people thought I was crazy. But once the labor market data came in on August 1st, it became pretty clear that the labor market was not performing up to what everybody thought from the original estimates. But we were getting all this anecdotal evidence at the time saying no hiring, no firing, firms were laying off, rates were going up for new entrants, AI was potentially causing problems. So all that soft data, ADP had big negative numbers, so all that data didn't seem to match up with what the BLS was putting out. And that's kind of where I felt like the BLS numbers have got to be off in some way. And then we found out in August that they weren't. So I think because of that, and you want to get ahead of having the labor market go down, because usually when the labor market turns bad, it turns bad fast, and not in a linear fashion. It doesn't just kind of creep up. So for me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then we don't have to go in a locked sequence of steps. We can kind of see where things are going, because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we can see multiple cuts coming in. Whether it's like every other meeting, we'll have to wait and see what the data says.
Okay, so that's your labor market update. Essentially what it boils down to is the labor market's weakening, and they're just going to cut interest rates, go to an easier monetary policy, and there's going to be more inflation. Inflation's going to surge. So I sincerely hope that people are really protecting their assets, because people work so hard for their money and just to stow it away, to save it, but then the government just comes in with this hidden tax, and it's just like all that fruitful labor goes to crap, because they can do it, or they have the money printers. So please subscribe. I'm going to keep you updated on this whole situation. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very nice day.
The Federal Reserve practically confirmed that they're going to cut interest rates in September. So here's what happened. So the Federal Reserve had their annual event at Jackson Hole. And the chair of the Fed gave a speech, and for my opinion, as well as the market expectation, they're going to cut in September. So even though we have another month of labor market data and inflation data, it looks like the decision has already been made, which I'll get into. So right before Jay Powell gave a speech, here was the market expectation. This is according to the CME Fed Watch tool. There was a 76% chance that the Federal Reserve would cut interest rates at their next meeting on September 17th. After Powell's speech, the odds of an interest rate cut in September increased from 76% to 89.2%. So it's not a sure thing, but the odds are heavily in favor of a cut. I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so for you to fully understand and appreciate the situation, here's what you need to know. So the Federal Reserve is a dual mandate. They have two responsibilities: maximum employment and price stability. So in other words, they have to make sure that inflation doesn't get out of control and make sure that the labor markets is as good as possible. Okay, so if inflation is high, then they shouldn't cut rates. If the labor market is solid, then they shouldn't cut rates. But if inflation is low, then yeah, they can cut rates. And if the labor market is doing poorly, then yeah, they should cut rates. Okay, but what about this combo? If inflation is going up, which is a reason not to cut interest rates, and the labor market is weakening, which is a reason to cut interest rates, then it's going to be a gray area judgment call, which is the situation that we're currently in, and you can be the judge. So regarding the labor markets, the jobs report for July that was released in August came in far below expectations. It was considered shockingly bad. So it's for two reasons. So the first reason was that the expectation was that the labor market would add about 110,000 to 130,000 jobs in July, but it came in at 73,000. And the second reason was that the quantity of jobs that were added in May and June were revised down lower, sharply lower. So the originally reported amount of jobs added for May and June were revised downward by a total of 258,000 jobs. That is massive. So May was revised down to 19,000 jobs added, and June was revised down to 14,000. And as you can see in the chart, job creation is deteriorating. But, okay, so you see that bump in July, up to 73,000. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see that figure revised downward, and it possibly could be negative. And as part of the dual mandate, this weakening labor market gives the Federal Reserve reason to cut interest rates in September. Okay, now here's another reason for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates in September. So the July CPI inflation report that was released in August did not have any kind of nasty surprises. So CPI headline inflation came in at 2.7%. So this was at the same level that it was in the prior month. So therefore, it didn't come in worse than expected. And this makes people believe that inflation is not shooting up. Therefore, the Federal Reserve can focus on assisting the labor markets with an interest rate cut. Now, I want to get into the reasons that make the Federal Reserve not want to cut interest rates. Okay, so as I mentioned, in the CPI inflation report, headline inflation came in at 2.7%. That was unchanged from the prior month, so as you can see on the charts. However, CPI core inflation did move up from 2.9% in the previous month to 3.1%, and the Fed prefers to use core inflation. But now we're at 3.1%, and that's far from the 2.0% target. And not only that, it's also going in the wrong direction. So if you have inflation accelerating, then of course the Federal Reserve's not going to want to cut interest rates because that'll be inflationary. And then here's another thing. So the Producer Price Index, the PPI reports, was released. So this measures the change in prices for producers. And the report showed rapidly rising prices for businesses because of the tariffs. So this is important because if businesses are seeing higher prices for goods and services, then it's expected that they're going to pass on these higher prices to consumers. So in other words, it's just a matter of time before we see a surge of inflation in consumer prices. So the expectation was that the PPI would rise by 0.2% in July, but the PPI rose by 0.9%, that's like horrifyingly bad. So it's the largest monthly increase since March of 2022. So again, how can the Federal Reserve cut interest rates when the data shows that inflation is accelerating and it's going to continue to accelerate in the upcoming months? And here's something that many people missed. And this is a reason for the Federal Reserve to not cut interest rates. So in looking at the jobs reports, the quantity of jobs created was very low, so there's no doubt about that. However, Jay Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, clearly said that the main data points in the jobs reports that he's going to be looking at is the unemployment rates. So why? It's because with Trump's immigration policy and deportation policy, if we have less people in the country, then you need less job creation. So maybe adding 10,000 jobs, 20,000 jobs a month is the appropriate amount to grow the labor market. And now we don't need 100,000 jobs added each month, 200,000 jobs added each month. And if you focus on that one single data point, the unemployment rates, then it only ticked up from 4.1% in June to 4.2% in July, which of course would not warrant an interest rate cut to save the labor market, because the labor market doesn't need any saving according to the unemployment rates, that data point. So I want to show you the clip of Jay Powell speaking about this at the last FOMC press conference, so please take a look.
On labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this job report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
You know, the main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance.
Okay, so I gave you the full setup of the whole situation. The labor market is weakening, a reason to cut interest rates. However, inflation is accelerating, a reason to not cut interest rates. Okay, so today's speech by Powell signaled this. Although inflation is accelerating because of the tariffs, it is expected that it's going to be a one-time price increase. Therefore, it's not going to continuously push inflation higher. Okay, so Powell said that their base case is that tariff inflation is going to be short-lived. So I want to show you the video clip. Please take a look.
The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months, with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains, and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process.
Now, regarding the labor markets, Powell said that the downside risks to employment are rising. So that means he's leaning towards a rate cut to prevent further deterioration in the labor market. So please take a look.
Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment.
And to top it off, in their policy statement that was released before the speech, here's what it says. With policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. So that means that their base case is leaning towards holding interest rates steady to cutting interest rates. Okay, so for that reason, we're now at an 89.2% chance of a rate cut in September. So this means an easier monetary policy. So more inflation, which includes asset inflation, which is why the stock market, gold, silver, and Bitcoin are pushing higher. So I'm going to keep you updated on this whole situation, especially regarding the labor markets and inflation data for next month. So please subscribe. I thank you for the support and wish you a very nice day. Take care. The stock market is celebrating the fact that more easy money is just right around the corner. So the market expectation is that the Federal Reserve is going to start cutting interest rates in 2.5 months. And President Trump is expected to nominate a new Fed chair that's going to replace Jay Powell with someone that's going to do massive interest rate cuts. Of course, both these things are great for the stock markets. Now, we're going to begin with the interest rate cuts. So the Federal Reserve had their last meeting on June 18th. And at that meeting, they decided to not cut interest rates. So their next meeting is going to be on July 30th. And I want to show you what the odds are right now. So this is the market expectation according to the CME Fed Watch tool. There's a 77.3% chance that the Federal Reserve will not cut interest rates at this July 30th meeting. So this meeting is just 1 month away, but why are the odds so low of an interest rate cut? It's because Jay Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, reaffirmed his position in a congressional hearing that just took place. And Powell says that, he reiterated that he wants to take a wait-and-see approach. So the market is expecting that the Federal Reserve is going to start cutting interest rates at their September 17th meeting. And I want to show you the odds. So here it is. There's a 92.1% chance that the Federal Reserve will start cutting interest rates by this meeting. This is just going to be the start. So the Federal Reserve has projected 2 interest rate cuts this year in 2025. So if the next one happens at this September meeting, then another one's going to happen pretty shortly after. And of course, this is all going to create an easier monetary policy, which is good for the stock markets. Now, as you probably are aware, President Trump has been criticizing Jay Powell for not cutting interest rates sooner. But Powell says that he wants to take a wait-and-see approach because he believes that inflation will rise meaningfully in the second half of 2025. And I want to show you some of the highlights of Jay Powell at his congressional hearing about monetary policy. So we're going to start with this highlight clip first. And the question is, why is the Federal Reserve not cutting interest rates right now when other central banks around the world are? So what I'm showing you, I understand that the font is small, so I'm going to read you the central bank interest rates in different countries. And number 35 is us, the United States of America. And our central bank, the Federal Reserve's interest rate, is at 4.5%. And number 33 is the UK at 4.25%. And number 22 is China's central bank. That's at 3.1%. Number 9, the Eurozone, is at 2.0%. And number 3 is Japan, with an interest rate of 0.5%. And the number 1 spot, Switzerland, at 0.25%. Okay, so with that being said, please take a look at how Jay Powell answers the question.
And I'm curious how high interest rates, they hurt Americans who are paying car loans, credit cards, mortgages. You had FA Director Pulte asking for lower interest rates, which would obviously impact home buyers as well. So what is it that's keeping, in your mind, the Fed from what many of us believe is the right thing to do, which is to lower some interest rates, and by the way, match with the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Swiss Central Bank, a number of emerging central banks. By the way, that's your own assessment on page 33, as where you're laying that out. Why aren't we doing what the rest of the world is doing? Is it because we're at full employment? Is it because of those tariff concerns that you said weren't part of the analysis? Was it energy, groceries, durable goods?
So, you're right that if you just look in the rearview mirror and look at the existing data that we've seen, you can make a good argument that would call for us to be at a neutral level, which would be, a couple of cuts or maybe more kind of thing. The reason we're not is forecast by all professional forecasters that I know of on the outside in the Fed do expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the course of this year. When I said we weren't going to talk about tariffs and inflation, that was to say until we see what the policies are. And so now we know a lot more. It's 6 months since I said that. So anyway, I'd be happy to continue this with you.
Thank you.
Okay, so to summarize, Jay Powell is not cutting interest rates right now. He wants to take a wait-and-see approach because his belief and the expectation is that inflation is going to reaccelerate in the second half of this year in 2025. And what's causing this expectation? Powell says it's because of the uncertainty of the tariffs. Please take a look.
Inflation expectations are firmly anchored. What is the reason not to cut rates?
Well, it's uncertainty about the size and potential persistence of the potential but highly uncertain inflation from tariffs.
Now, I want to show you this video clip, and I think it's very important because Jay Powell gets asked about the next meeting, the July meeting. And the question is it possible for you to cut interest rates in July? Because some of the Fed members, they're saying that if inflation is contained, then a July cut is possible. But you're going to see Jay Powell, he says that there's no rush. There's no rush to cut interest rates. That's why the market expectation is they're not going to cut in July.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as recently as yesterday, Fed Governor Bowman indicated that if inflation pressures remain contained, the Fed should consider lowering rates, and said she is open to a rate cut in July. Governor Waller said very much the same. Do you believe that we are in a position where we may be able to cut rates in July?
So I would say this. I think if it turns out that inflation pressures do remain contained, then we will get to a place where we cut rates sooner rather than later. But I wouldn't want to point to a particular meeting. I don't think we need to be in any rush because the economy is still strong. The labor market is strong. If we were to see the labor market, meaningfully weaken in a way that was concerning, that would matter for that decision. But if we see inflation, continuing not to move up, we hadn't expected inflation to move up much. We do expect it to move in the summer, and if we see it not happening, we'll learn from that.
Now, I want to present this to you so that we can compare Jay Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve, and President Trump's point of views on interest rates. So this is Jay Powell's approach. He doesn't want to cut interest rates prematurely because of the risk of reigniting inflation. And he's saying that the Federal Reserve can take a wait-and-see approach because the economy and the labor market are solid. Of course, that's his opinion. Now, this is President Trump's approach and his point of view. So he's saying that we should cut interest rates right now, and that if inflation does reaccelerate, then the Federal Reserve can always raise interest rates in a year or two from now to fight inflation. So President Trump is arguing that lower interest rates will save the federal government hundreds of billions of dollars in interest expense. So now I want to show you the most recent clip of President Trump stating his case.
But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If we drop it a point, we'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal, not necessarily fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points will be about $900 million a year because of this very average mentally person. This is an average mental person. It's a low in terms of what he does. Low IQ for what he does. Right. So instead of paying $9 million just because he doesn't want to move around. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, raise the rate and take care of the inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I think he's a very stupid person, actually.
Anyways, the market is expecting lower interest rates, that cycle of easing, to begin in 2.5 months.
The good news is that the divisive woke ideology that pushes divisive garbage like critical race theory, men becoming women and women becoming men, your race politics in which all that matters is the color of your skin, your religion, whether you're an oppressed person or an oppressor, that's all going out the window in Western civilization. We see it time and time again. Conservative traditional parties are on the rise, while the far left continues to recede. Eventually, there's no doubt about it, these guys are headed to the dustbin of history. They're wackadoo theories that have appeared out of nowhere for the past 25 years and done absolutely everything they can to crush civilization in Canada, one of the great Western civilizations. Just in the past decade, it's truly shocking the amount of damage that these theories have been able to do. Whether we're talking about GDP per capita being down 6 quarters in a row, unheard of for a country with the incredible natural resources that Canada has. 70,000 Canadians dying needlessly a year because of an overrun healthcare system. Violent crime being up 50%. Crimes against women being up 80%. Housing continuing to get more and more expensive, exactly aligned with Justin Trudeau being
being elected prime minister, housing and rental prices beginning to skyrocket in Canada. The good piece of news is we're seeing it all across the Western world. This ideology is done. It's done for. People are sick of it. At some point, the rubber hits the road, and people are seeing that these destructive, far-left views that cast everyone as either an oppressed or an oppressor, the polar opposite of sovereignty, free speech, the pillars of our great Western civilizations dating back to ancient Greece, ancient Rome, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt. The exact opposite. The rubber's hitting the road, and people are seeing these destructive ideologies wreak havoc on the society. Every passing year, it's getting more and more undeniable. So the good news is absolutely this far-left kookiness is leaving. The bad news is that people on the left can see the same thing and they're not happy about it. And these extremists, when you have a rat cornered, that's when it's most dangerous. And that's exactly what we're seeing here through the horrific events. I mean, event after event in the state. Charlie Kirk shot in the head. There's been the attempted assassination attempt on Trump. We have seen time after time conservative or right-leaning politicians in
live to the US, where Commissioner Bob Mason is providing an update on the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny. They face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects. They were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They worked around the clock. All day yesterday and through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Commissioner of Public Safety, as a father, as a husband, I can tell you one thing that the incident that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen the state come together to help families in need, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in the classroom, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will have work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Mills in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Mills, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work non-stop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Talk to us about that evidence. Do you think it's a man? And also, can I possible security arrangements put in place. It's not really being monitored. It's a question of many people obviously look at it. So what I'll release about the suspect is the suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing any details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. That individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night and studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
You mentioned that you found the gun in wooded areas. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe the community is at risk. However, we're exhausting every resource to find them, and we will do so.
Eve, from the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in disguising?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect.
And then was it recovered? Do you believe you know this person is the person that you're looking for at this point?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details of that right now.
DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation.
Because there's been a lot of turnover in the FBI since it had the investigation.
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
Yesterday, you screwed over.
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're in.
Those are all the questions for right now. Thank you.
Right, so that was the FBI there providing an update on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who was shot dead while taking part in speaking at an engagement at Utah Valley University. Now, authorities have said there that they are, of course, working around the clock to find the person responsible for this assassination. What we did here then is that the FBI has been able to track the movements of the shooter both before and also after this incident. They say that the suspect fled the university campus following the shooting, but as of right now, the suspect does remain at large. Authorities did say that they managed to recover a rifle as well in nearby bushland right near the university where the incident took place. Police have said that they do have video footage of the suspect, but at this stage they're choosing not to release it. They are holding on to that footage. They do believe that the suspect, though, is of college age, and they are asking the public for any further information that they may have from this day and from that incident. We will, of course, continue to bring you the latest updates as they come to hand, but as we've just heard from the FBI there, the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk at this stage remains at large. Now, Donald Trump has described this murder as a dark day for America. Here is some of what the US president had to say a bit earlier.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And just confirming that the suspect and shooter of Charlie Kirk does remain at large at this stage. We will, of course, bring you further updates as they unfold throughout the evening.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's begin with an important message from this young woman who probably doesn't identify as one.
Hey, I'm here and I'm genderqueer, and we all need to remember that free God, trans rights are human rights.
God, I hope that's parody. Now to the Democrats, a lump of criminals, gangbangers in the country illegally. They're now singing songs about this bizarro infatuation.
You are his neighbor. You can have him from. No! You are his neighbor. You can have him from.
It's quite catchy, isn't it? Let's check in on actor Alec Baldwin. He's taking a break from making humiliating videos with his weirdo wife to opine about Donald Trump tackling crime in DC. Apparently, taking on rampant crime is crazy.
What's going to happen next is Trump will federalize the 50. What's after that? Chicago, LA, Miami, Boston. And on and on. What's after that? The NFL, the NBA, you can federalize them and take them over. All he wants to do is deflect from his inadequacy by being bold, insane moves. Take over the DC police. It's not what I need. I don't need this DC police to be taken over. We need to get the tariffs over with. We need to get the war over with. We need to get the Gaza thing over with. And after that, we have something else we have to do.
He looks more hobo than Hollywood these days. That is a deeply unhappy man. Now to CNN, where Tiffany Cross casually calls White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a white supremacist. And shame on host Abby Phillips for not jumping in when this ugly defamatory smear was used.
Really quickly, Abby, because anytime that we play something from Stephen Miller, it would be journalistic integrity to point out that he is a white supremacist, that he is the brainchild behind this policy. That's not my opinion, that's actual facts. And for him to purport lies from the Oval Office as a white supremacist, it should be pointed out.
Disgusting antics there from CNN. Hope he doesn't sue you, love, because you don't have a leg to stand on. And what weird behaviour for a white supremacist to be saving the lives of black folk in DC, because they are the biggest beneficiaries of the law and order crackdown, and point that this next gentleman makes.
How come in the past 11 days, since President Trump has federal
that says in the past 7 years in D.C. that black people are 112 times more likely to be unalived than white people. So if Black Lives Matter, the left, Democrats, progressives, how come you all are not celebrating that no black person has been unalived in the past 11 days in D.C. since Trump took over?
Yep, the biggest beneficiary of Trump cleaning up DC are the locals. Even though more than 90% of them are Democrats, they are beginning to understand what a massive achievement it has been to tackle this problem head on.
People don't understand how big of a deal this is because the Capitol is right there within like a 6 or 7 minute walk. And then also local residents, they did not like walking there, whether in the daytime or the evening. Some people would take taxis just to avoid any type of encounters. And people have been talking about cleaning this up for a decade. And you mean to tell me President Trump hasn't even had control for 30 days and he cleaned it all up?
Yep, they've been talking about it for decades, but it took Trump to actually do it. Now, a little fact-checking. Let's go to the mental health facility masquerading as a news organisation known as MSNBC. And inmate anchor Joe Scarborough thought he had a real gotcha here. When discussing violent crime in the US, he thought he could confuse his already dim-witted audience with some stats about Republican cities being more dangerous than Democrat strongholds. It's, of course, a massive lie, but when has that ever stopped MSNBC?
7, 8 of the top 10 deadliest cities in America. Big cities are usually in red states. If you look at, Gavin Newsom and the Speaker sort of had a back and forth this weekend. Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana, 400 times more likely. You're 400 times more likely to be killed in Louisiana than you are in California. Certainly nothing you ever hear in the right-wing sort of blogosphere.
Yeah, you may not hear that among the right-wing, Joe, because it's a pack of verifiable lies. Louisiana having a murder rate 400 times higher than California. Just a flat-out lie. You're either really, really bad at maths or you're lying. Take your pick. Now, if you want to know why Louisiana has a high crime rate, then you only need to look at the cities where the crime is happening. Are they Republican strongholds? Well, of course they're not. Surely Joe or Mika would mention that important fact to their dwindling audience. He's about to get specific here.
Specifically, the chances of being killed or having violent crime done to you or your family member is so much higher. The percentages in Monroe, Louisiana, which is right by the Speaker's district, Shreveport, Louisiana, which is in the Speaker's district, New Orleans, Louisiana, which is in the Speaker's home state.
Okay, let's do a little fact-checking. So you mentioned 3 cities in Louisiana having terrible crime rates, terrible rates of violence, true, but are they Republican strongholds or Democrat cities? Just because the state is Republican doesn't mean the big cities are. Indeed, America's biggest cities have become dominated by the Democrats, and it shows. He mentioned New Orleans, well, terrible crime rate and terribly run by Democrats, not Republicans, Joe. Less than 35% of New Orleans voted for Trump last year, and New Orleans has been Democrat-run for more than 100 years. How are you blaming Republicans for that? Indeed, the last Republican mayor was elected in 1870. As for the other 2 cities he named there, well, they too have suffered from Democrat rule. Monroe is over 60% black, and only last year they elected an independent mayor after decades of Democrat rule. The only Republican-led city named there by Joe is Shreveport, but that mayor was only elected in 2022 after decades of continuous Democrat rule. But the MSNBC misinformation didn't end there. Listen to Joe name more Democrat-run cities that he says are proof that Republicans are bad at law and order.
Little Rock, Arkansas, home of course Tom Cotton and some very conservative governor. Bessemer, Alabama, right there in Birmingham. Again, what's Tommy Tuberville doing? makes crime so bad?
Little Rock, Arkansas, and Bessemer, Alabama. They're his two trump cards. Little problem there, Joe. Arkansas, my home state, may be Republican, but Little Rock is very much Democrat. Yep, see how red and beautiful Arkansas is, but then you have those two blue Democrat strongholds next to each other, Little Rock and Pine Bluff, where all the crime happens. Joe Scarborough seriously mentioned Little Rock as an example of a Republican-run town, a town which hasn't had a Republican mayor since the 1950s. That just leaves Bessemer, Alabama, and guess what? It's another Democrat-led city. The current mayor serving a fourth term, so we give Joe Scarborough and MSNBC 5 Pinocchios there. Now, the Democrats are trying to shake off their race and gender obsessions, but they are not succeeding. Let's see how they chose to begin their DNC summer meeting in Minnesota. This party is in disarray.
Lindy Samik Nigdichikaz, Amigdodam, Sagna Chapa Dojaba, and Shmabe Kwe Ndao. The DNC acknowledges and honors the Dakota Oyate, the Dakota people, who are the original stewards of the lands and waters of Minneapolis. The Dakota cared for the lands, lakes, and the Wapatonka, the Great River, the Mississippi River, for thousands of years before colonization. This land was not claimed or traded. It's a part of a history of broken treaties and promises. And in many ways, we still live in a system built to suppress Indigenous peoples' cultural and spiritual history.
Joining me now is filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, why are the Democrats like this? Land acknowledgements, they're an issue in this country. How are they perceived in the US?
Yeah, not well, Rita. Look, first of all, if you're going to pick somebody who is going to speak that language, pick somebody with the proper accent. I mean, she sounds like somebody who learned 6 months of fifth grade French trying to speak in Paris. I mean, my Spanish sounds better than that. Also, I want to be clear about something. Look, there were people living in that Minnesota area 10,000 years before the Dakota Iote did, right? I guess they lost their Native American status as well. And had the Dakota Iote, how were they a dominant force in Minnesota? Well, they warred for 100 years with other Native American tribes in that area to have supremacy over the area. I don't know why we deemed it that they're the Native people who took over. Well, they did. They took over primarily through war. Not that there's anything particularly wrong with that. That's just the way life was back then, right? Okay, now that we got out of the way kind of the technical aspects of the failure of the Democrats on that particular issue, the practical effects. I mean, what are they doing? They can't be normal. They don't have the ability. It's like they're back in the old time warp of 2024. Nobody wants this, right? They just can't do this thing right. If they're planning on running this back, right, running the same plays they had from 2024 now, they're simply going to lose. I thought they were going to change their stripes. You've heard some Democrats saying, the Democratic think tank said, look, there's a bunch of words we should not be using, triggering, and right, and white supremacy. And I thought, okay, they get it. You know what? They just don't.
No, they don't. That was actually very interesting, where they had that long list of words that they should purge from their vocabulary, but it's all they know. They just keep going back to this craziness. And if you want to talk about craziness, New York is a good place to start. It's a city that is sinking further into chaos under Democrat rule, and it might get a very interesting new mayor shortly. You've got the tennis stars in town at the moment, Army, for the US Open. Let's hear from a top player, Casper Ruud. And Army, you may not like what you're about to hear, but I hear this same sentiment from so many others who visit NYC for the first time.
I'm not a big fan of the smell of weed when you walk around. No, but seriously, it's not even. I'm not even joking here, because it's every corner, every street you smell it by almost anywhere you go.
It's not just your city, NYC. The big cities in America stink.
Figuratively and literally, Rita. Yeah, I mean, this is not that hard. Look, when Mark Simondami takes over, I think he will solve the problem, because the entire city will stink, and therefore you won't notice it in one particular another place. We know how this thing goes wrong, right? I mean, it's the small things. It's one word: permissiveness, right? That's it. That's the whole problem in a nutshell. And when you allow people to fair jump, play their music loudly, or smoke the marijuana on the streets, right? This is what leads to bigger things. The whole idea of broken windows theory, right? And that a broken window leads to the destruction of the city. We saw this happen historically, and we saw how we solved it through Giuliani. We have such a short historical perspective and historical remembrance, right? And even worse than that is this real racist attitude the left has, saying like, hey, we got to give back the brown community because we have to allow them to do these terrible things. So we got to have them do their thing, as if like this is like brown and black behavior. But we have to allow them to do that and not make them feel marginalized by behaving that way. It's so weird. It's so wrong. Look, our cities are on the precipice, and we have to make a decision whether or not we're going to topple them over or we're going to rebuild them.
It's the bigotry of low expectations there, isn't it? Where you presume that this is how certain people behave, and that is not true, and it is, I think, deeply racist to hold that point of view. And the big cities, don't just stick of marijuana, they are crime-riddled, and I want to play you a clip here of a victim of DC crime. Earlier today, White House correspondent Iris Teo brought Trump's press conference to a standstill, talking about how close she came to losing her life in DC.
2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a plastic mask pointed a gun in my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, where what some people call a pistol whip me, before running away. That has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for now making DC safer for us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
Even the partisan White House press pack applauded that. That was a surprise.
Yeah, let's not go crazy here, Rita, right? I mean, the media and the left have been downplaying violence in our cities for years, right? And even though we're living in the same cities and witnessing the same decline. I'm going to workshop a new political theory here, Rita, if you don't mind. I call it the Dopplerization of politics, okay? And let me tell you what that means. So the Doppler effect is the idea that an observer looking or listening to the same thing sounds different or looks different depending on where they're standing, right? And that's what we're all about politics, where we're looking at the same event, right? The same issues, the same problems, but we are coming to different conclusions, see them differently based on where our political standings are. How'd you like that? I mean, I hope you like that.
I love it when you coin a new term.
I did it on your show. And yeah, look, we're looking at Washington, D.C. I don't know how else you can look at this. Carjacking, right, which is plaguing the city, is up 300% since 2018. This is nothing new. That Joe Biden was a senator from Delaware, and he was talking about how when he was living in D.C., he would go right through all the red lights because he was afraid of being carjacked. That was like 300 years ago, Rita. Nothing's changed.
It hasn't, and what's changed is the crime stats in DC. Quite an astonishing drop in crime, violent crime in the last couple of weeks. And Trump's talking, it's easy to do it in DC because the jurisdiction's different, but he's talking about extending this law and order effort to places like Chicago and New York and LA, San Francisco. Do you see that happening, or is that going to be just too difficult a task, particularly when you've got Democrat mayors and governors saying no thank you?
Yeah, I don't think, frankly, it's going to. D.C. is a different animal because it is the District of Columbia. It's under federal jurisdiction. These other cities and states are not, and it gets very constitutionally hairy when you start bringing the military other cities. I personally am not a big fan of it. I think that what we need to do is show DC as a model, show the electorate in those cities and states what it could be, and they should kick those guys out and bring people who will bring, in fact, law and order to those cities.
Well, you know what? I agree with you. It's going to be a gargantuan task. It may not be feasible, but I reckon he's going to try to do it. I think he's serious about extending this. Now let's talk about gangbanger and illegal immigrant Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's called the US government corrupt in viral footage of him being arrested by ICE. Again, the 30-year-old El Salvador native is facing the possibility of being deported to Uganda this time and is awaiting trial on human smuggling charges. The Democrats celebrated his return to the US, but I think they're going to figure out at some point that this issue is not one they want to go to the polls with.
Yeah, they say Uganda is gorgeous in the fall, right? You can't miss it then. Look, I think the Democrats can probably find a illegal immigrant who is being deported who is somewhat of a case that people can hang their hat on. This guy is not. Like, I'm sure they can find some illegal who stopped a man from beating his wife. In this case, Abrego Garcia was the man who was beating his wife. It's unbelievable to me that they're singing his praises, right? And they're making a case. This is the wrong guy.
Literally singing.
Yeah, you showed before. The left is losing it. I don't understand why they continue down this road. Look, I am a fan of due process. I think a man like him should have due process, but when that's over, he should be evicted. I don't. This Uganda thing is weird. I don't know why they want to send him there. Just send him back to where he came from, right? El Salvador. Now, one thing I want to point out is very fascinating. So I want to double checking where he's from. I want to make sure he was from El Salvador, and I checked with Gemini AI, right? And I said, where is Abrego Garcia originally from? And here's what AI told me. Fascinating. Abrego Garcia is from El Salvador, but he spent most of his adult life in Maryland, USA, where his wife and children live. He illegally immigrated to the U.S. in 2016 to escape gang threats in his home country. I asked for no background and no context, but AI forced this onto me.
It is AI. It's being corrupted before our eyes. We see it all the time. Now, Ami, I've got to ask you about this. I don't want to, but the producers are insisting that we talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announcing their engagement. It's no secret Donald Trump is not a massive fan of Taylor Swift. She's campaigned against him. And I think the press thought they were going to get a nasty response when they asked him about this engagement, but he kept it very civilized.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy. I think that she's a terrific person, so I wish them a lot of luck.
Very gracious, very, very generous there. Ami, how long are you giving this union?
Forever, Rita. What? Rita, you're such a cynic, and I am a hopeless romantic, okay? Look, if a hard-hearting football player and a boy-crazy singing billionaire can't make it in this crazy world, I don't know who can.
Well, I'm just hoping for just 2 or 3 top-selling albums post-breakup, because that's where she does her best material, and I think a lot of fans no, I'm kidding. Of course we want them to be living happily ever after. We're very heavily invested in this. Before you go, earlier in the week I talked about what a funny president Donald Trump is. Whether you love him or hate him, you cannot deny his comedic timing is superb. And I think that's rubbing off on other senior members of the administration. Here is Secretary of State Marco Rubio making a joke about Labor Day.
For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so,
Even POTUS like that one, Army.
Yeah, look, while the material was funny, no question about it. So with the delivery, I'm not a big fan. Look, there's only one stand-up comedian in the White House, and that's the president. I don't want Rubio taking anything away from the comic-in-chief, President Donald Trump. So, yeah, look, let's leave it to the president. He's the guy who's funny. Give him the airtime.
Before you go, I've got to ask you about our defense minister being in town. He's in DC meeting with Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, hopefully the vice president as well. How much excitement and news coverage is there of Australia in this big meeting?
I'll let you in a little secret, Rita. No one cares and no one knows about it. Sorry.
No, surely people are just stopping in the streets and saying, when is Anthony Albanese going to get a one-on-one meeting with the president? Because our Prime Minister still has not had a one-on-one meeting with the president.
Very nice. The best place to be allies, I think. When I get stopped in the street,
they reset it. First with it. Fucking Chihuahua.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe. This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Did I give you permission to look at me? All right, I'll play your game. Spin the damn wheel. Whatever's gonna piss him off the most.
I promise, the Sentinel artifact will deliver results. But using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Maxis better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the Dark Ether. Wonder what happens if I put a gun back in. Max armor. Got a feeling this isn't standard issue. One postage stamp and you're on your way to Timbuktu. Just saying. You know what, Box? You're all right. You might want to reconsider your strategy, people.
On your own time, bots.
Always got room for one of these.
Gotta tell you, I don't do well with waiting. Knew I could count on you, boss. Peace. You know you're not actually supposed to bite the bullet. Now I'm paying your salary. What's next? Benefits and sick time? Oh, I can lay some hate with this. What the hell did I ever do to you? You know what, bots? You're all right.
Self is unique. That being has rights. And who are we to say just because we're older that we get to? Thank you.
Think of like all the stressful situations Charlie went into, and there is a lot of stress when you're going into dates, when you're just going into the public sphere. But you just look at his face when his little girl is running up to him up on that studio set. And let's look at the next one. Some of his best debate moments.
Hello everyone, I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. A woman is an adult female XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No, it's not. A table is an object.
Well, tell
A table can't identify as anything.
Well, doesn't have a choice. You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but right now I'm a man, right? So if that happened right now, I'd be a woman.
Thing is.
Once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
got it. No, that's a separate issue. What is it?
That's the definition.
I know, but you have to tell me.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have to identify. How do you know that they are that thing?
I don't need to know what they are. I can ask them if I want to know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody.
We're not getting anywhere.
We're not getting anywhere because the guy doesn't understand ontology.
Yeah. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No, you said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Hold on.
Pause real quick.
You're 30 years old.
I think it's amazing that so many of these college students feel completely prepared to essentially determine how society should operate, how we should live our lives, how we should organize the economy, but they're not prepared to answer a couple of questions or even ask a couple of questions from Charlie Kirk.
The other amazing fact is that these people are all attending college, going to college. And in fact, I'm going to stop right there because I'm pretty sure he's going to
Yeah, go ahead.
We can agree you're 30 years old.
Turn up the volume.
Right? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter.
Oh, so I vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Than a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
You create a company that's like close to being a fascist, and then
how am I talking? Let's go through this. How am I a fascist?
Dude,
can you name one thing I believe that's fascist?
You believe that you
But I'm such a bad fascist. I let the people who disagree in open mic to talk to me for 2 hours uninterrupted.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Have you ever seen that meme that's it's like a cartoon meme, and on one hand it's like a Nuremberg rally, right? And then the clip says, and of course our party's most important principle, free speech.
Yeah, right. Oh man, good.
I'm an awful fascist. I'm more like a free speech liberal in the 1970s, not a fascist.
But I just want to say Turning Point USA is a evil company that was funded by thousands of fracking companies, and that's just...
No, it's not thousands, but we do have some frackers that give us money. But
yeah, and then all it is making the rich more rich.
Fascism to fracking.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Okay, again, I'm happy to have a debate. I can see you're getting kind of fired up.
I'm sorry.
So, but why are we evil? We're having a nice discussion.
Because
you're calling me
because it seems like you just want the rich get even more rich.
We haven't talked about the rich at all. I mean, so you don't even know my positions on this stuff. Under no circumstance ever should a man ever let a woman pay for a date or you split ever. No, sir.
Even on the third, fourth, fifth, what if it's the first date and you're just not paying for anything?
Okay, so
what kind of world are we living in?
Well, hold on a second. I agree with you. If I'm dating a girl, I would pay for everything. Yeah, everything. However, I could see for other people that might be in a different financial position. You know, you pay for 10 dates, and then she's like, you know what, I want to treat you.
Well, that's totally different. No, what we're talking about is we're going to alternate. Once you're serious and she wants to take you out to something for a nice dinner, and you might, by the way, if you have the intent to marry, or you're kind of blending finances, I get that psychologically, but if you're we'll take turns, you pay this time, I pay this time.
What's your advice to a girl who the guy she's currently seeing, he says that?
Oh, do not marry that man.
Pause real quick. This is one of the things that angered people so much about Charlie Kirk on the left, is that it was this desire to kind of overthrow these traditional roles with respect to men and women. And you can see right there, it's not that Charlie had this like rigid interpretation with respect. Well, no, of course she can take you out to nice dinners, like, but it was this idea that no, there's roles, and responsibilities, and instead of like what so many people do, which is throw in 1,000 caveats, he was just like, no, this is a good principle to live by, and. Again, it's one of the things I just appreciated about Charlie, because I think one of the things that we failed to realize as we were having a lot of these debates and his culture was shifting so rapidly is that we almost felt like in order to keep the conversation civil, we always had to compromise or provide 1,000 caveats to what we believe. And it's not like the other side does that. They have, I mean, say what you want, they believe what they believe, and they're willing to defend it. And one of the things I think frustrated them so much about Charlie is he was equally convinced. He just did a much better job advocating for it. Go ahead.
Great offer. They should offer. They should pull out the credit card. Woman. Well, just an offer. No. It's a nice gesture.
No. By the way, no. This is feminism. Feminism is that you have to be this like self-independent. It's a nice gesture. It's you trying to be like egalitarian. No. You as a woman should want to be provided for. In fact, you should have an expectation that you as a woman are so important and so critical and so necessary and beautiful that it shouldn't even be a question.
Do you view democracy as an American value, something that's very important to the fabric of this country?
No. Where is democracy in the U.S. Constitution?
Oh, okay. So are you...
No, hold on. Where is the word democracy?
I don't think the word democracy is.
So where is the word democracy in any of the founding fathers?
A lot of the founding fathers had extremely elitist viewpoints around who should...
Hold on. I just want you said the word democracy, so I want to get back to our roots.
Yes.
Where is democracy mentioned? In the Federalist Papers, the Constitution, or the Declaration?
I think it's good that this country has moved away from things that were explicitly believed by the founding fathers.
Papers, and it's mentioned negatively as a problem. So you asked me, is democracy a fundamental American value? I say no, because I go back to our roots. And Hamilton, Madison, and Jay.
Oh, I know that Hamilton was anti-democracy. These people thought that people should be owned as
I want to be clear. I am pro-representative.
That's actually not true.
It's actually not true. Hamilton was an abolitionist. He was against slavery. But it once again, it just goes to show that they are so confident in what they're saying, and it's not as if they're quote uneducated. They're going into tens of thousands of dollars of college loan debt to receive this, and then Charlie sits down there and says, "Okay, well you said this. Where is it? Oh, well now you want to go into they were slave owners." Can you just tell me where you got this idea, where you got this notion? And again, it's not that Charlie doesn't believe in democratic processes, but he recognizes that we're a constitutional republic, and that has different implications. And it's just, again, it's fascinating the degree of ignorance coming, and I mean ignorance not so much in the pejorative sense of someone being deliberately ignorant. This person believes they're educated because they've been led to believe it. They're paying a premium to be educated. And a professor is essentially indoctrinating them with a way to think about the world, not a process by which you understand facts and evidence and come to logical conclusions, but a way to think. And if you say these words, then you're in the right crowd, and you believe the right things, and therefore you're a good and moral person. And anybody that doesn't say those things is bad and is evil. You saw it with that one student. The turning point is evil. Why? You want the rich to be richer. Okay, wait a second. First of all, he didn't say that. But first of all, explain what evil is in your worldview. What is evil even? They don't need to have a definition, because as the first student said, where it's like, well, the definition is anyone who identifies as a woman is a woman. And they carry that same logic over to, I've identified you as evil, therefore you are. What's the objective definition for it? The fact that I identified you as such. The accusation is the proof. I've seen this before, and I talked about it one time where I said, one of the things I recognized over time was that I was trying to debate and they were trying to diagnose. I'm trying to create an argument that I think is well thought out and comprehensive and consistent and reliant upon facts and evidence and a logical thought pattern which can be appreciated and recognized even if someone doesn't agree with it. And I kept getting confronted with diagnosis. Well, you must be a racist. You must be a xenophobe. You must be a sexist. You must be a bigot. You must be a fascist. Like, well, no, I'm not. I don't meet the definition of any of those things. Yes, you do, because I've just diagnosed you as that. I identify you as that. And Charlie could just dismantle it. And you see the way Charlie does it. I feel like I would get more frustrated in this moment. And you just see Charlie as he maintains his composure. It's not that Charlie never got frustrated or allowed passion to flow through in what he was saying. He did. But it wasn't mean-spirited. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Representative government. Okay. I'm not pro-democracy. That's a big difference, and that distinction is important. But you asked very specifically about democracy, which is not an American value. It never has been. It never should be. Because what is democracy? Democracy is majority rule no matter what. That there's no provisions of checks and balances, no inalienable rights, no separation of powers, pure if the majority gets it, the majority wants it as quickly as possible.
I don't advocate pure democracy. I do understand that we live in a representative, that we live in a republic, and I understand that.
What is that? What is a woman? What is a woman, college student? You can't answer what a woman is. It's not a trick question. What is a woman? What is that thing? You can't answer the question with the question. It's like saying, what is the sun? The sun is something that looks like the sun. What is a woman? No, you can't answer the question with... Yeah, define the woman without saying woman. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How are you?
What's your name?
Dakota.
Nice to meet you, Dakota. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Amazing. Give it up for Dakota being here.
I'm pro-life, I'm a fiscal conservative, and I know I want to get into politics when I grow up. I don't want to get into massive debt for a political science degree. What concrete steps can I take now
Smart
in order to achieve the goal of doing my part to make America great again?
Great. You should go to Hillsdale College, America's greatest college, and start studying now. Start taking classes, reading books. You have to be in charge of your own education, and the fact you're thinking like this at 11 is a great sign. God bless you, and the future is very bright. Thank you. Do you want a hat? What's your name?
None of your business, unfortunately, but...
Okay, hello, nice to meet you. Know your business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But do you love America?
Okay, hello, nice to meet you. Know your business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Every state in the USA should be an independent country. What do you think of this?
Well, I just first have to ask, since you hate the country, do you plan to leave?
What do you mean by that?
Do you plan to go live in another country?
No, I do not.
Let me tell you something. America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country.
Okay.
I love how that person's mask is just like sucking in against their face as they're like rage breathing.
Well, one of the things that Charlie did well, and it's something that again a lot of people in the movement or whatnot should remember, is he would challenge the presupposition. One of the biggest problems that I've seen, especially with fellow members of in politics and whatnot, is they'll get asked a loaded question or a loaded statement will be made, and they feel as if they have to answer the statement in the way it was constructed. And Charlie was always very good at responding sometimes with a question that would open up the person making the statement within their own presuppositions. You hate this country. Do you plan to leave? No. It's the only country that people can hate and never plan to leave. And it begs a further on question. Why is that? If it's truly as bad as you say, why is that? Why would you not take the opportunity to leave? And again, I think that Charlie was, a lot of times we get so focused, and it's not that Charlie didn't process what people were asking. He was actually very, very good at listening, effectively listening. And he didn't just listen with the intent to respond, as Nate always says. He listened with the intent to understand. And because he was so good at listening with the intent to understand, when he did respond, it was highly effective. Because he was very, very good at getting the core of, again, what is that presupposition which is informing a particular statement. And there can be a natural ability for that, but Charlie also really worked at it. And again, I think the reason why Charlie was so good at it, and this is the part that I think a lot of people misunderstand, the reason why he was so good about it is because he genuinely cared about the person he was debating with. He wanted to understand where they were coming from. Because he believed in shared humanity. And for all the talk, and we're going to get into what some of the people have said about Charlie a little bit later on, but that was the reason why he was so good at that. He genuinely cared about the person that was coming up and yelling at him and screaming at him. He saw him as made in the image of God, and he didn't see it's the scripture that talks about our fight is not against flesh and blood. And Charlie had a lot of animosity toward what he believed were destructive ideologies. But I never once saw Charlie Kirk demonstrate hatred for another human being.
No, he never devolved into name calling or anything like that. They would call him some of the most vile things you can call a person on the mic to his face, and he would try not to interrupt him. He would try to collect all of the points that they were making and try to piece it together and give them basically he would give them an argument back worthy of somebody that actually put together a decent argument, when in fact all they did was stand there and call him garbage names. And so he treated every single person like they had made their points, and he was going to address them point by point. Not quite the way that, like, if you had somebody come up to you and say some of the things that have been said to his face, and some of us have had this kind of thing happen before. Your response isn't usually grace like that. He would respond with grace, and he would respond with the respect you would give somebody that actually formulated a decent argument, even though they didn't.
In one of the previous clips that we just played, you heard some of the people you're a terrorist, which is really ironic, right? But some of the other clips that I wanted to play when we were compiling some compilations of some of his best moments, I think actually illustrate what was driving him, what were his motivations. And listening to this, in fact, actually a mutual of mine Anyway, a mutual of mine on Twitter, good economist, he put out this clip from Charlie's interview recently with Tucker Carlson. And listening to it, I mean, he said exactly what I just said, like, wow, he sounds exactly like me. I listened to this, and it really does get to what was motivating him.
Yeah.
So listen to this.
Political radicalism is a catalyst. Political radicalism does not come out of peace, prosperity, rising wages, stable families, church attendance, and happy people. Happy people, grateful people, do not get behind Vladimir Lenin, and they certainly don't get behind Chavez or Castro. That's right. People that own nothing, that feel like their property is diminishing, they don't have property, or their dollar is diminishing in value, they start to look for alternatives. And so the political project in front of us as conservatives should be, how do we actually de-radicalize the country in the next couple of years? That's my obsession. That's why I say I try not to think about all this other stuff, because it just, it's so much brain space. My number one obsession is I know what is coming next. Political radical.
Yeah, I think I'm really glad you played that clip, because I know when you look at something like this. I was talking to something earlier, and I said, like, I know my obligation is to not be overcome by evil, but to overcome evil with good in Romans 12. But when I saw that video, man, I did not feel that. I did not feel that. And the thing is that I understand that one of the things that Charlie did so well is that he would allow the emotion that he felt, the passion that he felt about a particular thing, inform his decision and his approach, but he didn't allow it to direct his actions. And it's one of the things that I appreciated so much about him. I don't think that means you take this lying down. Charlie certainly didn't take it lying down. Charlie certainly didn't accept this idea that we were going to succumb to barbarism. But he also understood that when people are hurting, they're looking for answers. And so Charlie wanted to provide answers that actually made sense. And this is the other thing, too, that was so special about Charlie. And it was Patrick Bet-David that said that Charlie Kirk had the ability to be both Billy Graham and Rush Limbaugh. But I think what's important about that is that Charlie understood, and we take some heat for this on our channel, and I don't particularly care. Charlie understood that the solution to all of this is not vote harder. Charlie believed that politics was very important, but Charlie also understood that it was a reflection of other things. And that's why Charlie advocated so much for Christianity. It's why he advocated so much for families, for the church, because he recognized that all of those components are the foundation upon which everything else is built. And again, that was a clip that just illustrated his both the comprehensive nature of his understanding and his ability to articulate it in a concise way where people could, just as that commenter said, man, this sounds like what I've been thinking or what I've been trying to articulate. The number of people that would comment on something Charlie Kirk said with, you said what I was thinking, but I couldn't say it the same way. And there's a lot of power in that. When you give voice to what people are thinking and what they are feeling, but you do it in a way that is not just, but also passionate and responsible the way Charlie did, you change people's minds. You give them something positive to fight for, not just something evil to destroy. And one of the biggest questions that we're going to have going forward, one of the biggest things that we're going to have to answer going forward, is I think all of us are pretty clear on the evil that we need to destroy. There's a lot more debate on what is the good that we actually preserve or fight for or build from that. And we have got to get that question right, because if that question is not effectively answered before people act, it goes in a very, very dark place.
I want to build off of what you just said. Right before Charlie went out to Utah just a few days ago, he sat down and gave an interview where he talked about the broader picture.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite things about Charlie was he understood that to be right-wing was not to just make GDP go up or to conserve the status quo, but to find something as right-wing. And I'm going to use that word because he's used it before. And the left treats that like a loaded term. To go back into the whole, the caveats are over.
Yeah.
What makes something right-wing is not just good economics. That matters, right? It's not just conserving the status quo, because the status quo sometimes needs to actually be changed. And he articulated it in this quote right here. I don't have the clip, but we'll read it. He said, you have to try to point them towards ultimate purposes, and towards getting back to the church, getting back to faith, getting married, having children, trying to paint a picture of virtue, of lifting people up, not just staying angry.
That's so critical. That's so critical.
There's a couple more things. There's two more things that we want to go through. One that we have here, and another one is actually a bit of a surprise that I'll show you guys. But this was recent. Tina, I think, actually sent it to me. This was how he wanted to be remembered, and he gave this just a few weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna play this.
How do you want to be remembered?
If I die,
everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important. The most important thing is my faith.
How do you want to?
Jeez.
Well done. There's one final thing I want to show you.
Well,
guys.
can I point something out? Is I keep seeing, and I know we're going to get into some of what the left is doing right now, but I keep seeing this term thrown around sort of in a mocking sense of, he's not a martyr and the right's going to hold him up as a martyr now. But that's exactly what he is. He absolutely fits the definition of a martyr. They could put his picture next to the word in the dictionary. He died for his faith. He died for standing up for truth. He died because of what he believed. He's a martyr.
He is both a political and a Christian martyr.
Yeah.
There's one more thing that I wanted to show you guys, and I didn't include this originally when we were building all our links to go through on purpose.
Yeah.
You, Nick, and Tina, you both remember where I was on election night, and where our good friend Cliff Maloney was as well. Well, Cliff was working with Charlie for all of last year to deliver the White House to Trump. Charlie was focused on Arizona and the western states, and Cliff was focused on Pennsylvania. And they were both doing the exact same thing. They were both doing early voting, right? They were both doing chasing mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
Because that's what we didn't get right 4 years ago, and we got it right in November. And I remember this exact moment because I was on the other line.
Yeah.
I was in the room with Cliff
Yeah.
in our headquarters in Pennsylvania. And as you play this video, you're going to hear Cliff's voice because he's on the other line.
Yeah.
Live with Charlie when we
Yeah.
declared that Trump had won the
Pennsylvania.
White House. And the funny thing is that I remember sitting across the table from Cliff and being like, Trump's won this. And it was like 10 o'clock. And he was like telling Charlie in between, live, because they were doing a multi-hour long live.
Yeah.
In between clips of it being live, he was telling Charlie this, and Charlie was like, I trust your data guy, but I need to make sure this is...
Yeah.
Finally came in and he's like,
Yeah.
man, your data guy was really good. And so just listen to this. This was, again, I remember watching this live. I was on the other end of the line, and it was incredible.
Fox News decides Donald Trump is president of the United States. We've got our republic back, folks.
Let's go.
There it is.
Everybody should remember this moment. Look, I'm gonna echo Charlie from earlier. Remember where you were when this happened. Remember where you were when you realized that the Uniparty and all of these, just the establishment, you said it's time to actually participate, and look what you guys have done.
And if anyone deserves to get tears in his eyes, it's Charlie. I think we all agree. I think Erica was chopping his onions or something in the break room. No one has worked harder than Charlie.
We gotta hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God. It's all God. It's all God. God alone. God alone. Decision desk has it. Pennsylvania. It's the beginning.
Fox News.
Yeah, he had worked incredibly hard. I mean, we sometimes forget the fact that he was 31.
He was my age.
Yeah, he was 31.
We were in the same graduating year. I mean, not in the same school. And I'm his age. That's incredible that he. I mean,
it's really interesting to me. I know a lot of the people that were part of the young Republicans of your generation, right? And some of them really went sort of the establishment, non-social route. And I've actually seen some people on social media highlighting the fact that, when Turning Point started, we didn't really talk too much about social issues, and we kind of stuck to socialism sucks, and it was all pretty much fiscal issues and things like that. But something transformed in Charlie, and he could not keep it just about the social or just about the fiscal issues, because his faith played such a major role in his worldview, and his organization had to follow suit, because when you're talking about things that matter, we can talk about fiscal issues, that's fine, but it's the social issues. Those are the things that matter, because those are the things that have eternal significance. and he knew that. And so his methods, and or not necessarily methods, but his brand shifted a bit, and it shifted in a way it needed to shift. And I think that some of these folks that think we need to leave these social issues behind are cowards.
Yeah.
They're cowards.
Well, now we've got to transition to a different portion of this that I mentioned we would be talking in the beginning. For those that just wanted to see a tribute to Charlie, I totally understand. The next part we're going to show you, because you need to see it, and we're not going to show the video of what happened to Charlie. We're going to show the response. And I want you to understand something about this. The reason why we're showing this is because I promise you, in fact, it's already happened. I made a statement, and the Speaker of the House for the Virginia House of Delegates came out and essentially condemned it. I don't particularly care. Because what you're going to see is not just one-off posts by people here and there. You're not going to see one-off videos by people here and there. You're going to see stuff that was liked and shared thousands of times, tens of thousands of times, sometimes hundreds of thousands of times. And the reason why I want you to see it is because nobody is going to convince me that this is just some one-off mental health issue. I think when you look at this, that's when you start to realize that the evil which led to Charlie's murder is not a bug. It's a feature of this ideology. And it's the reason why that ideology has to be defeated. This idea that, there's a lot of things that you can disagree with and peacefully coexist with. And there are some things you cannot. So, we're going to give an account. We're going to watch what prominent people were saying about Charlie Kirk immediately following him being murdered. And I want to put this in perspective for you, because if I remember correctly, his family was there. So, the context which you need to look at this is one of the earliest memories, one of the only memories that his children will have of their father is that moment. And this is how the left reacted. So let's go ahead and bring up the screen. First of all, I want people to understand that this website is actually really important, because this is a part of not just what happened, but what happens next. Because the old days of vote harder, try harder, convince harder, no, something more is required now. So this website, read off the website so people have access to it, Christian. What's it called? CharliesMurderers.com. And what this is a compilation of all of the various people on social media who were very eager to run out and celebrate his death in front of his kids. Oh, and you're going to be surprised where a lot of them come from, what occupations they have, what positions of influence they possess. Let's go ahead and look at a couple of them. So we have Rachel Gilmore, a Canadian influencer. What did she have to say? Terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Have you ever noticed that if we say anything that they casually disagree with, that's tantamount to genocide? But if they murder one of ours, the only concern is how we might respond to it. They're always the victims. Have you noticed that? They're always the victims. Charlie was dying in front of his kids, but they're the real victims. Always and forever. That's a part of their ideology. Scroll down. Oh, it was Jeremiah Farmer here. His employer is transportation driver at Orgill Incorporated. Orgill, might want to check into this. What did he have to say? Okay.
We need more people with better aim.
That's right. Jeremiah Farmer, he, him, pronouns. Married father of 4. Hard worker. Really, Jeremiah? You're a father of 4. I want you to imagine, like, we don't do this stuff to you, but I want you to imagine something like that happening to you. And then your children scrolling through X and finding somebody like you that would say something about that, about you, that your kids would read. That's who you are, Jeremiah. That's who you are. Orgil, respond accordingly. Next. Clark Kennedy, typical crap. Next. Samuel J. Pereira. Wow, this person had artwork ready to go within 24 hours. 24 hours. Go down. Down. White supremacist down. Who did he send that to? Wait a second. Yeah, down. Quinn Huddleston, Wilmington, Delaware. Employer, South Mill Mushroom Sales. What did he have to say? Is the gun okay? There you go, Quinn. No, scroll up. I want to make sure we get this again. Quinn Huddleston, South Mill Mushroom Sales. All right, scroll down. Emily Clevin, employer, Fresh Prince. Died for what he believed in. Charlie Cook says gun deaths unfortunately worthy to keep the Second Amendment. This has been a common theme that's going to come up in a lot of the criticisms of Charlie Kirk, where Charlie Kirk was essentially saying, he was making a broader argument that in free societies, people can use their freedoms in ways that are inappropriate, that are wrong, that are illegal, that are evil. And the broader point Charlie Kirk was making, for any of these idiots which refuse to understand it, was that if your rights can be suspended the moment somebody else misuses theirs, you don't have rights. Do you understand that? Like, do you understand, for instance, in a moment like this, if I were to say someone said something really, really cruel, so now all of you are denied your right to freedom of speech, that would be a problem, correct? Well, that's the point Charlie was making if you would have bothered to try to understand it. But understanding is not what you're interested in. Scroll down. Katie Bakor. What did she even say? I can't even
It's hard to see because you can't zoom in, but it's a group chat. Just laughing.
Scroll down. Wait a second. Here we go. Christopher Condon. Employer. Meadville Area Senior High School. Crawford Central School District. The entire atmosphere has been stoked by conservative media and vastly amplified by MAGA BS. They will reap what they sow. Let me see. What else did he say? Well, when you look at that, Charlie, it seems, was happy to sacrifice thousands of murdered school children so his rabid followers could worship guns. He made millions of dollars by spreading lies and hate that helped divide this nation. I have not one single F to give. Karma's a bitch, eh? There you go. That's he's employed by the school system, correct? So, Meadville Area Senior High School, Crawford Central School District. You might want to give him a call. You can screenshot this and send it to him. Because this is who's educated. He's a technology education teacher.
Unfortunately, and this highlights a broader problem, is that in most of these schools, all their administrators agree with them. There are so many people in positions of trust who have said things. A lot of these can be kind of peons who work, counting beans or whatever. But there are so many administrators, medical workers, doctors, teachers, principals, CEOs.
Miles Carter, Washington, Boeing Space Defense and Intelligence Systems, U.S. Department of War. So Boeing, this is your employee. He said he got what he deserved. Miles Carter, Washington, over at Boeing, lives in Petersburg. Scroll down. Alexander Wilson, Sacramento, California, I can't hear the liberals unilaterally condemning the concept of violence over the sound of Rebel Diaz and Telpo's 2020 fire to the fascists.
Just a bunch of TikToks.
Again, just understand, everybody's going to look at this and say, oh, again, mental health issues. No. This is a logical outworking of their belief system. Rebecca Allen, Sacramento, California. MA student, California State University of Sacramento. Again, long Instagram post.
He was a racist, xenophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic.
These were all the sort of college students that couldn't come up and actually engage with Charlie, and when they did, they always looked ignorant, and they couldn't put together a coherent argument. And now they're all celebrating because, again, stop thinking that this is a bug. It is a feature of the worldview. These are not stupid people. These are educated people. They're working for Boeing. They're getting their master's degree. Here we go. Benjamin Asprey, Chicago, Illinois, employer, DePaul College. He died as he lived. A throbbing, what is it? A throbbing hemorrhoid in the rectum of evil society.
Civil.
Of civil society. There you go. So that's, scroll back up. Benjamin Asprey, employer, DePaul College, Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, here's his page.
There you go. There's his page right there. Media and popular culture. It's apparently where he's part of the adjunct faculty of media and popular culture. By the way, for all of you parents that are considering taking out a second mortgage so you can send your kids to college so they can have a good future, just understand that this is far more prominent within your university system than you're being led to believe. And before anybody tells me I don't know what I'm talking about with respect to the university system, I was the chair of the subcommittee for higher ed in the Virginia House of Delegates. Peyton Elizabeth Hunter, location Oakdale, Minnesota. Employer, teaching assistant at Open Arms Lutheran Child Development Center. Here you go, ready?
And the world kept spinning. 208 likes for her comment. This is somebody condemning the violence, and this was her comment in response to this post.
Scroll down. Ashley Creekbaum, employer, New Orleans Fire Department. I think he should be forced to carry that bullet in his body. That bullet has a right to be there because it's a gift from God. So, of course, this is their argument in response to Charlie Kirk believing in protecting innocent human life in the womb. So, New Orleans Fire Department, Ashley Creekbaum. She's one of yours, right? Wait a second, real quick. This is who you want showing up to have to save you in a dangerous situation. Let's hope she doesn't check your Twitter account and find out that she disagrees with you on a topic. She might just leave you to burn. Scroll down. Benjamin Smith. Meet our personal injury law team. There's Benjamin. Law offices of Anthony J. Leonard, personal injury lawyer. Scroll down. Buddy really went out downplaying shootings and providing cover to pedophiles. At least we can take solace in the fact that he went out doing what he loved. There you go. That's Benny's take. It's Benny's hot take. Isabella Smith, unemployed, which, by the way, is that's what everybody else should be that we've read off so far. If you're totally fine with this sort of behavior, especially those of you who are employing people at schools and positions of public trust where they have to be dependent upon to go up and save people that need it, regardless of who they are, regardless of their political beliefs, regardless of who they might worship. But no. That's who you employ. Well, Isabel Smith here. Rest in piss, you won't be missed. Scroll down. You know what? If you want to look at more, go to the Charlie's Murderers? Charlie'sMurderers.com. If you've been taking screenshots of people, and there's a lot of teachers in here. Oh, I love this one. Next Door Early Childhood Education in Milwaukee. Books for Kids Coordinator. This is Hannah Molitor.
Yeah, I wonder how much child pornography she's offering to children in her position.
Charlie'sMurderers.com. Go check that out.
His death political.
Go check that out and feel free to add more to it. Because they look, it's not like they're hiding it.
Oh, we've got more.
It's not like they're hiding it.
This list is short compared to And you know what's left out of a lot of this? The tens and hundreds of thousands of likes that other takes have gotten.
Yeah, if you think this is just some crazy person that tweeted something out to their 4 followers.
Here's something. Here's a bullhorn. Listen to this.
$35,000 likes.
Now, to be fair, this person is posting this video completely. And it's not. This is
okay.
But it's still. There's a crowd of people with a bullhorn here.
Yeah.
Cheering this on.
Go to the next one.
This is actually a clip of Charlie predicting that people would try to kill him. Listen to this.
At the core of the left, at the core of a liberal, is someone that would use the sword if they had it. They are very violent people at their core. They always have them. They can't debate. They can't have conversation. So they'll resort to these tactics. They're going to do everything they possibly can to try to murder this movement because they can't beat us. So they're going to try to take weapons. You know, we're very aware of that. I'm aware of it. We have full-time security. This is not a joke. This is who these people are.
Yep. Not a bug, a feature.
And he had, more than anybody else, reason to believe that conclusion, considering what he did for years, debating and realizing that they're incapable of it, so they're going to try to physically.
And we're all going to hear all this whataboutism.
Yeah.
What about these people? What about these people? I've heard some people will bring up, some of the legislators that were killed. I can't remember where that was now. A few months back. In Minnesota. But what they don't, they want to highlight, this happened, and we weren't saying it was everyone on the right, and it's like, well, that's cute. Hold on, that's cute, but it turns out it was one of your people really far to the left. So, hey, it's all your people. Your people do this crap. Guns don't kill people. Leftists kill people. They start in the womb, and then it works itself out from there.
Next clip. This is an elementary school teacher employed by DOD, teaching on Fort Bragg to service members' children, posting an unhinged rant condoning violence and celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But I suspect we're at a point where things are going to have to get ugly, get messy, maybe even get violent to change this dumpster fire of a country. The way we've always done things, boycott companies you don't like, makes it a vote in the midterms, is not enough. At this point, I question if we all have elections. And excuse my language, but F the high road. I am tired of having to be the bigger person. Oh my gosh. While the other side destroys the world to line the pockets of CEOs and oligarchs. Charlie Kirk recently said that he had thought gun violence victims and mass shooter victims was a reasonable, but that's not what he said. F this guy. Ironic, isn't it?
Tired of having to be the bigger person. Listen, the left doesn't have a problem typically being the bigger person, not figuratively.
Kristen Eve, pre-K teacher at Department of Defense Education Activity. Pete Hegseth, we got one for you right here. This person needs to be unemployed ASAP. Can you imagine serving in the military, sending your kids to this person for their education? Next one.
Here's the man who would have been our vice president. Listen to this. This is from Tim Walz.
You get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things, and although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news. You get up in the morning.
This is in reference to, I think there was people speculating whether Donald Trump was still alive.
This is a couple weeks ago.
This is Tim Walz. The guy that would have been vice president of the United States. When he's not busy trying to put tampons in boys' bathrooms in the public school system, he's sitting there fantasizing about his political opponents dying. Again, this is not coming from some weirdo in the basement. This is who they picked to be vice president. Now, I'll acknowledge he said this before Charlie Kirk was shot, before Charlie was murdered. But this is a part of their vernacular.
No, he was ready. He was bringing it on. Yeah, there'll be news. Yeah, because they incite their own side to create this news. I mean, just today, Nick had his statement out last night. Today, he was misquoted in what organization misquoted you?
I forget it.
Okay, so they basically misquote in the worst possible way they can because their hope is to get another notch on their freaking belt of the left. That's what their hope is. This is why they spin this stuff up and they create fake garbage news, garbage headlines that everyone takes at face value because they don't actually read the articles anymore. They don't actually go and look at the source material. Instead, they're just willing to believe that everybody is a fascist and a bigot and a homophobe and just the most evil, vile, horrible Nazi they could be. And of course, everybody knows Nazis, right? What are we supposed to do to Nazis? They all know. They've got their marching orders, and they're ready.
So, Libs of TikTok put this one out. Go back. You can't even read it from here. There you go. Amanda Dodson, a teacher at the school district of Lancaster in Pennsylvania, made a post online accusing Charlie Kirk of inciting hate and demanding that he receive no empathy. Have you ever noticed that when you say something a leftist doesn't like, that's inciting hate? And then when apparently the hate incited results in a conservative and innocent person getting murdered, well, it's just our fault because we incited hate. I've noticed how it doesn't look like, we don't have this epidemic of liberal speakers terrified to speak on college campuses or being concerned about being murdered. They like to say it is, but then it doesn't happen. But then when our presidential candidate has 2 assassination attempts, when Charlie Kirk gets murdered, who's the victims? Them. It's always them. Next one.
They'll say, if he wouldn't have been saying some of the extreme things he said, he really just had it coming. I cannot believe how many people I know in my circle that used to be friends of mine who have said some of the most vile things. So it's not that, it's just these fringe people on the left. No, it's all of them. It is all of them. If you identify yourself on the left, it's you.
This is with Blue Sky. Blue Sky was just a blaze. Olivia Hill, Charlie Kirk won't see your jokes because he's effing dead. LOL, Charlie Kirk dying doing what he loved, defending gun violence.
You're not going to be able to read them all because watch. It just keeps going and going and going and going.
It's just endless.
It keeps going. And you know what? A lot of these will only have so somebody's going to look at this and be like, the Christian it only has 5 likes. Okay. While Nick was talking a few minutes ago, I was pulling up some of our saved photos from last night. Here's some tweets that we've got that have hundreds and thousands, or tens of thousands at the very least, of likes. Here's the first one.
Well, guess he lost the debate. 120,000 likes.
120,000 likes.
Zoom in a little bit more. Oh, okay.
Well, unfortunately, they're photos, so it's gonna be hard to do that name. But there's the first one. I've got a bunch more. If you just bear with me for a second. Here's another one.
I love it. He's got the hammer and sickle in his bio, along with the Palestinian flag. White man blowing your neck off a day after you was just saying white people don't do stuff like this is hilarious, bro. I'm sorry. Rest in SH, Charlie Kirk. That's got 51,000 likes. 51,000 likes.
Here's another one.
Xavier, they had that boy leaking. Hashtag Charlie Squirt. 40,000 likes. That happened in front of his kids. Andrea Junker, let's make one thing clear from the start. Charlie Kirk was the victim of the shooting in a country where he, along with other right-wing extremist influences, have been inciting violence for years. Kirk is neither a martyr nor a hero. He is the cause. 57,000 likes. It's not. Breaking, Charlie Kirk loses gun debate. 64,000 likes. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
Yeah, and it's not just a handful of people. This didn't happen in a vacuum. I was telling Christian, the way I see people on the left now. I mean, I'm to the point now where you're not welcome in my home, you're not welcome in my presence, and you're not welcome on my feed. I'm going to block you. You're not welcome in my home. And if I have to be in your presence, I'm going to make it as uncomfortable as I can. And the reason why is because if you look at the stabbing death of the young woman on the train the other day, last week, there was a man who brutally murdered this girl in front of about 5 people, maybe 6 people, sitting there watching all of this happen and almost trying to shrink away like they were afraid to step in and help, and they weren't gonna, they didn't try to help her, didn't try to stop the bleeding. Like, they just wanted to sneak past her and hope to get off the train so they can get to work. That's the way I see the left right now in response to this, except it's worse. If those people on the train had sat there and laughed and jeered at her and made fun at her of her as she bled out, that would have been more similar to what the left is doing right now. Now, both of these deaths are absolutely abhorrent.
Yo, what's up, guys?
But the vile behavior of the people in that train wasn't even as bad as the vile behavior I'm seeing from every random leftist right now.
$30
Right now. I'm just done. Like, if you're left and center, I'm done with you. I have no use for you. You and me, you are what you are. I am what I am, and we're not the same. And I'm not going to pretend we are anymore, and I'm not going to make you comfortable in my presence anymore.
This is smoked
Done.
beef. It's a brisket. Like one of the best cuts of beef that is smoked. They put all the ingredients.
This always amazes me. It seems like the left is the one that really loves to engage in the violence, but we're the ones respond. So think of this straight. You're against inciting violence because you will be the one that engages in the violence. Like, I'm already seeing the left. Like, they can't even stop for a second, right? Like, the calm members of the left are like, well, this is why we need more gun control. Let me ask you a question. Do you honestly believe that if you murder more of us, we'll hand over our means for defending ourselves? That's not happening. Just so you know. Here's what's going on Reddit. Saving this for Trump, but mind you, a little shot tonight from my coach. 42 Reddit. There's more. Again, here's the shocker. Here's one. This number, by the way, when I took a screenshot of it, 600,000 people like this. You're not going to get me with the no one deserves this angle because I believe even people like him should in fact die. 81,000. Again, this is the part that I want people need to understand this. I said this once before, where when they accuse you of inciting violence, when they accuse you of committing an act of genocide simply because you disagree with the category that they have invented, right? The reason why they use that terminology is not accidental. It is not purely to try to shut down debate or to try to shame you. That is a component of it. But what they're doing is they're providing moral justification for murder. Because after all, if you're a fascist, if you're committing genocide, if you really are doing these things, well then any act of violence directed against you is in fact self-defense. And they have an army of people online that will define it as such, justify it as such, and celebrate it. And the elected officials that like to get on and give these milquetoast things, or condemn me because I'm pointing it out. Here's an idea. Speaker Don Scott, before you condemn one statement for me, why don't you take a look at what the people that support you are all too comfortable posting all over social media. And don't act like it's not the case. Because after all, Speaker Don Scott, you and members of your caucus are all too happy to engage in the same sort of hyperbolic rhetoric. But when you do it, it's not inciting violence. When you do it, it's just passionately defending what you believe in. Right? Because once again, it's part of the overall moral justification. You
laid the groundwork. Your party has been a part of it. And now when somebody says, I think this is problematic, I don't know where we go from here. It's like, oh, I can't believe that's true. Really? You've done your level best to create the environment in which it's happening. You know, let's jump to that real quick, just so everyone has context of what I'm talking about. So I'll read this up. This was my read my. So I'll tell you what the Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates responded to. So this is what I said yesterday, and I waited on this because I prayed on it, and I was like, no, I believe this is true. So this is what I said. I am told that as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is we haven't been for some time now. There is really no point in pretending anymore if there ever was. We are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities seem to predominate. I convinced myself for a long time that whenever the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy, or even the most innocent of disagreements, that it was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphaned children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It is not a civil dispute among fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win, and one side will lose. Charlie tried to win that fight through argumentation, through discussion, through peaceful resolution of differences, and the other side murdered him. Not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice, that they were not alone, and he did it at the very institutions which have fomented so much hatred toward conservatives. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilizes confused children, turns our cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and then murdered Charlie Kirk. Social media is aflame right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what has just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in their midst warning that all they have done is awoken sleeping giant. I doubt it. I think they gave up such introspection and self-awareness long ago. I don't know exactly what will happen next, I just know that it won't be the same as what has happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie will want prayer, not for himself, but for those left behind. But then there will be reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemies and pray for those who persecute me. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I'm going to watch the video of my man. I will force myself to watch it.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, da. I only thought it was worth dragging the sensible artifact halfway around the globe.
Enter the manor house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Another one's flattered. Victory at any cost. Just don't push it. Knew I could count on you, Box.
I promise the nuclear architect will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it Voltron takes.
Seriously? I swear, Maxis better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
Believe it or not, gambling with the wooden box is the most sane thing I've done today. Oh, I can lay some hate with this. I have a feeling this isn't standard issue. Seconds in front of this thing feels like an hour. Guess I'm keeping what I got.
Double points.
Semtex out. Wonder what happens if I put a gun back in. Oh, I can lay some hate with this. All right, I'll play your game. Spin the damn wheel. You know what happened to the last guy who dropped me? Knew I could count on you, Box.
Tear them to pieces.
Yeah, so you dropped some gray matter. warning, I'm not known for my forgiving nature. You know what, Box? You're all right. Kind of feeling this isn't standard issue.
Focusing and controlling our reactions. They want us to behave in a certain way so they can use it as evidence that we are the savages they claim that we are. At the same time that they engage in acts of savagery. Charlie was on to something. Charlie was on to something. He emphasized faith. He emphasized founding principles. He emphasized family. He emphasized marriage. He emphasized having kids. He was on to something. The reason why he was on it was because he knew that the life would not spend so much time denigrating these institutions, whether it be the church, whether it be marriage, whether it be the family. There had to be a reason they spent so much time trying to systematically dismantle these things and to replace them with something else. And I can tell you right now, for everybody that's looking at me skeptically or thinking that I'm advocating the easy way out or I'm advocating the platitude, I promise you I'm not. I know what it is to put my life on the line for something I believe in. And I can remember the very moment in November 2008 in Iraq where I thought my next move was going to get me killed. And I remember thinking to myself, man, if I don't do my duty, what do I tell my wife? What do I tell my children? They believe something about me. They believe I am honorable. They believe I am brave. So there was no choice. You had to do it. But you deprive. You deprive people of that. You deprive young men of their faith in God, of a wife and a marriage they can believe in, of children that they can raise, love, and protect. It becomes And so as we go forward, I will tell you this much. I am not just pouring back into my Bible, I'm pouring back into the arguments, the history. I want to better understand. I want to be able to better debate, not because I'm interested in trying to convince the sort of person that would murder me or celebrate my murder in front of my children, but because there are out there that are looking around and wondering what is true. And for anybody that is still wondering what is true, my God commands me in 1 Peter 3:15 to first sanctify Christ in my heart and always be prepared to give a response for the hope that is in me, but to do so with gentleness and respect. And I will be honest, I'm struggling with the gentleness right now. But it's a command, not a request. So I will improve on that area of my life. I will improve on the sort of husband I am to my wife. I will improve on the sort of father I am to my children. I will improve my intellect with respect to arguing my positions for anyone that is willing to listen and give it a fair hearing and receive the same in kind. But I will also improve in everything I need to do to protect the things I love. I will be as hard a target as I possibly can be. I already recognize I'm a target. I've accepted that. But I will be the hardest one I possibly can be. I encourage you to learn on the own areas of your life, the spiritual, because as much as I get hammered for always bringing up Christianity, let me tell you what we're confronting right now. It's evil. And like God, I am not willing that anyone should perish. But there are evil ideologies in this world that deserve to be destroyed. And if you don't have a spiritual foundation, you can't even define evil. It becomes nothing more than something that you don't like in the moment. But if you want to understand it and you want to effectively fight it, you better start researching what it actually is. The intellectual. It is time that we continue to aspire to make the sort of intellectually rigorous arguments that Charlie made. The emotional. We will have to control our emotions. That doesn't mean they cannot inform our actions or inform our thoughts, but they cannot direct them. That is what the other side wants. They want us to be so consumed with grief that we screw up. What we believe deserves more, Charlie deserves more. Professionally, develop the capabilities that you need to. Because as I look at the various industries that are employing these people, I am coming with my own ultimatum. You fire this, or I don't do business with you. And if that means we have to endure a little bit of economic pain or the deprivation of convenience, so be it. And finally, the physical. Don't tell me that you understand the nature of this fight if you're not actually willing to develop the sort of martial capabilities that you need to in order to defend the things that you love. Over the next several weeks, we will hopefully find the man that killed Charlie and learn more about what their specific motivations were. But there's a reason why we showed you all of the comments, all of the celebration, all of the likes and shares. It was so you would know this is not a bug. This is a feature of the ideology they have chosen. It was not imposed. It was not directed to you. They chose it. I sincerely hope with all of my heart, and please believe me when I say this, that they will choose something different. I don't believe that anybody is beyond Christ's saving grace. As Alistair Begg once said, the only reason why any of us ever get into heaven is because the man on the middle cross said we could come. But we're entering a different era. Be careful that you don't conduct yourself in such a way that would diminish the legacy that Charlie Kirk left behind. Because his wife and children are watching. But by the same token, do not be lulled into a false sense of security that we can continue on as we have been. Something has changed. It is now our responsibility to make sure that as we fight evil, we also provide a vision of what could be, what is true, what is noble, and what is just, and what is loving. Thank you, Charlie. As I said before, your fight's over. But ours is just beginning. Thank you.
Is Canada going to be dragged into Europe with boots on the ground? Oh boy. In this report, we're going to take a look at the rapidly deteriorating situation in Europe, Poland specifically. David Eby is the second worst rated premier in Canada based on new data, a steep decline since the election. Mark Carney is about to release the projects of national interest. If you are wanting Canada to be an energy superpower, it's not going to include pipelines. The real question becomes why. Alberta's separation might be at risk because Mark Carney, he has some tricks up his sleeve. The new Prime Minister of Trinidad announced stand your ground law competing with Florida's castle law. Just wait till you see this announcement. Let's just say Scarface. Let's get into this report. We got some breaking news from Poland.
This morning, Poland on high alert after drones from a wave of Russian attacks in neighboring Ukraine reportedly crossed the border. Polish and NATO air defenses were scrambled to shoot down the drones. People in 3 regions of Poland near the Ukraine border being urged to stay home. The Polish government calling the incident an act of aggression that posed a real threat to the safety of our citizens, adding that its forces remain fully prepared for immediate response. It comes less than a week after Russian President Vladimir Putin traveled to China showing unity with leaders of China and North Korea. Since that meeting, Russia has staged its largest aerial attack on Ukraine since the war began. U.S. Senator Dick Durbin responding overnight, saying Vladimir Putin is testing our resolve to protect Poland and the Baltic nations.
Here's a photo of one of the 19 drones that they shot down. This is what it looks like. What's Alex Jones saying about the whole thing? Former Polish Duda warned 1 week ago that Zelensky and NATO were preparing a staged false flag attack on Poland to launch war with Russia. We don't know if this is true, but this is what he's saying. But it's interesting to see what Europe is saying in response. While this is happening in Poland, hospitals across France have been told to prepare for war next year in a leaked memo. They're expecting them to prepare for wounded soldiers in the range of 10 to 50,000. The plan is in place.
Hospitals across France have reportedly been told to prepare for a potential armed conflict by next year, with the government urging health providers to be ready. According to French media, in a leaked letter sent to health agencies across the country, the government says hospitals should be prepared for a major military engagement as soon as March 2026. It said that between 10,000 and 50,000 men could be be expected in French hospitals over a 6-month period, which could include foreign soldiers who are coordinated with NATO and the EU. They are planning medical transit centres to make use of regional facilities and to distribute patients arriving from potential front lines. According to the reports, doctors are also being warned to prepare for shortages. The French health minister hasn't denied the letter and stressed it was a precautionary measure, but that aggression from some actors means the country needs to prepare for the worst. It comes months after the government announced a survival manual which is set to be sent to every household in the country. The 20-page booklet is set to include details of what to do in a variety of emergencies, including nuclear blasts and natural disasters, and contains a survival kit packing list, which includes water, tinned food, paracetamol, and a torch.
Does this look like a de-escalation of the situation? The one thing that was the most concerning out of this report was that they're preparing for foreign, not French, but foreign people that are in the front line. Who could the foreign people be? There's only two countries that I can think of that promise boots on the ground: UK and Canada. Remember Mark Carney's announcement? This is not made up stuff.
On land, in the air, and the sea, and I would not exclude the presence of troops.
He will not exclude the presence of troops. You see how rapid the situation is unfolding. Here's what Donald Trump said. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. This is the man that's in charge of NATO, Mark Rutte, is the Secretary General of NATO. Let's hear what he has to say.
Last night, numerous drones from Russia violated Polish airspace. Our air defenses were activated and successfully ensured defense of NATO territory, as they are designed to do. Several allies were involved alongside Poland. This included Polish F-16s, Dutch F-35s, Italian AWACS, NATO multi-role tanker transport, and German Patriots. I commend the pilots and all who contributed to this quick and skillful response. The North Atlantic Council met this morning and discussed the situation in light of Poland's request for consultations under Article 4 of the Washington Treaty. Allies expressed solidarity with Poland and denounced Russia's reckless behavior. A full assessment of the incident is ongoing. What is clear is that the violation last night is not an isolated incident. The Supreme Allied Commander will continue to actively manage our deterrence and defense posture along the entire eastern flank. Allies are resolved to defend every inch of Allied territory. We will closely monitor the situation along our eastern flank. Our air defenses continually at the ready. This only reinforces the importance of NATO and the path to which allies agreed at our summit in The Hague earlier this year. We need to invest more in our defense, ramp up defense production, so we have what we need to deter and defend. And we need to continue to support Ukraine, whose security is interlinked with our own. And let me conclude by saying that Russia is waging a dangerous war of aggression against Ukraine that continually targets civilians and civilian infrastructure. Allies are determined to step up their support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's escalating campaign.
This is not good, Canada. We don't want to be dragged into this situation. Now let's hear from the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland.
I am aware that Russia claims there is no evidence these were Russian drones, even suggesting a Ukrainian provocation. This was anticipated. Lies and denials are default Soviet responses. The Kremlin is again mocking President Trump's peace efforts. Third, we are countering the situation. I call on everyone to rely on governmental sources and on information from verified media outlets. Anyone claiming that this was a Ukrainian provocation is spreading Russian propaganda. Poland, the EU, and NATO will not be intimidated, and we will continue to stand by the brave people of Ukraine. It's time
What's your thought on the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland, his response to the information that's starting to circulate the internet? What I find interesting about his post is that he turned off the comment section, so people can't even speak. It's that I don't like. I didn't realize how small these drones were. Look, this guy is about 2 times the size of this thing. And the latest on the story is Donald Trump is going to be calling Polish president to discuss this drone thing. We're going to get an update, and who else is going to be on the call is Macron, Steimer, Meloni, Root, the guy that we just saw, and Zelensky. I'm hoping to provide all of you an update. Our next top story is David Eby's popularity has straight up nosedive. He's down 12 points since March. Let's take a look at this news release.
His popularity level is way down. When it starts to go downward, you can get those bumps back up, but it tends to keep going. The Angus Reid Institute showed 41% of British Columbians approve of BC Premier David Eby's performance, down 5 points since June and 12 points since March, a new low for Eby since he took office 3 years ago. There's a lot to choose from in terms of something that you might be upset with, and I think that's where you get a consistent drop. Those choices include healthcare, public safety, most acutely the economy. The provincial deficit scheduled to be updated Monday could hit a new high. On top of that, the BC teacher strike continues, meaning a traditional ally for the government is now a foe.
Just so people are aware, BC has had 4 credit downgrades in the last 4 years. We're going to get another credit downgrade by Moody's they just announced for next year. We're running a $10.9 billion deficit. We're going to look at some more information that I'm going to provide you, but BC is straight up going down. That's why we're having rolling blackouts in our hospitals. There's not much to look forward to in British Columbia these days. And BC residents are waking up to the fact that they were hoping that David Eby would be able to do something. He's doing absolutely nothing.
You can call a government pro-labor, whatever you want. That doesn't change the facts. That they haven't come to the table. They're not addressing the needs of working people in this province.
In the past few days, numerous NDP supporters have expressed concern over Eby's comments to cancel and reform the temporary foreign workers program, blaming them for the increase in shelter and food bank use. Katrina Chen, the co-chair of Eby's leadership campaign and a former minister, writing on Facebook, "It happens all the time. Government underfunds services, then points fingers at immigrants through flawed policies government created. This fuels bias and discrimination. What we need is reform. Immigrants like me aren't government scapegoats. It's untrue that we fill up shelters and food banks."
What do you think about Katrina Chan's post?
And another former minister, Ginny Sims, says the Premier's comments are kicking off important discussion.
I do not believe that the Premier was blaming the temporary foreign workers. He was saying it's time for the abuse to stop.
While Eby continues to see his popularity drop, he's not alone. BC Conservative leader John Rustad has a favorability of 28%.
Yeah, see, BC doesn't have many choices. John Rustad has gone down in popularity because his takes, he's all over the place. The only party that's starting to make sense is the BC One Party, the brand new party. They're truly a conservative-led party. Things are getting so bad in British Columbia. Last year, 70,000 people left the province. 2/3 were under the age of 40. The entire province is getting gutted of our professionals, our best of the best. They're leaving because there's zero opportunity. There's way too much red tape and taxes in British Columbia. We are literally getting run into the ground.
For years now, and when British Columbians answer, they have a lot to say.
What we heard largely repeatedly was that people that are leaving by necessity, not by choice. And I think we saw that through the stories that we heard from everyone around the province. If people weren't sending us their short snippets, they were sending us entire essays.
The BC Business Council is wrapping up a campaign ripping off the Alberta government's recruitment strategy, finding more and more British Columbians are packing up and leaving. Of the more than 3,000 respondents, the Business Council, 36% of people pointed directly at housing. 28% blamed taxes and regulations for their BC woes. 23% expressed concerns about jobs and wages, while 18% pointed to a lack of services.
You know what I I'm surprised at this poll, it doesn't have your complete failure of a government NDP. That would be number one. It would just be huge saying, you know what, they're not, all of these are symptoms of the main problem in the province.
In other jurisdictions like Alberta or Washington are rolling out the red carpet, we can't be rolling out the red tape.
Most of the respondents are not leaving, but for the first time in decades, more people are leaving BC for other places in Canada than arriving here. An annual outmigration of anywhere between 5,000 to 9,000 people a year.
We're losing the next generation of young people who would be innovators, entrepreneurs, workers, people building our province. We're losing people because they can no longer see a future here in British Columbia.
Most of the people moving from BC are heading to either Alberta or Ontario. 2/3 of them are under the age of 40. The BC government is acutely aware of the migration and is attempting to do what it can to keep people in this province.
I can't speak to the individual decisions of British Columbians, but what I can say is that we're focused as a government on making sure that we tackle those issues that are facing British Columbians are facing, including cost of living.
They're doing absolutely nothing. That's why it's accelerating. They're failing at all fronts.
Those people leaving are speaking. So that the province either needs to answer or expect the departures to ring louder.
Oh yeah, it's just going to keep on going. You know, I on a daily basis say, why am I still in British Columbia? Every single day I was born in Burnaby. I want to stay here, but it's just getting so bad in this province. It's almost time for me to leave. Here's the approval rating of all the premiers across Canada. Check out who is second to last place, as well as David Eby. They're both the worstest. Ford and Eby are just like, yeah, nobody wants them. And then obviously Quebec, that's pretty low for Quebec. It looks like there's going to be a change there as well. Now this is one of our top stories today. We just found out, this is some breaking news, that in the projects of national interest, there is zero pipeline as of right now. Canada has no pipelines. Brookfield, Carney's blind trust, just purchased America's biggest pipeline. Every time that Canada does not do a pipeline, his investments in the United States climb. Tell me how this is not the biggest conflict of interest in history. Here's the Brookfield purchases Colano Pipeline, which closed in August last month for $9 billion. Here's the CBC report on the leaked information about the projects of national interest, and we're going to discuss this.
Randy, let me ask you about what we're hearing from our colleagues at Radio-Canada. The government is preparing to announce its first national interest projects. Our colleagues at Radio-Canada have learned that there are no oil pipelines included on that list for now. It didn't make the short list. Can you explain the thinking behind that?
Yeah, it didn't make the short list. Can you provide us the thinking about that? Because for us Canadians to see that no oil pipeline has been included in the list, this is like, boom. How are we going to become the strongest and fastest growing economy in the G7 and an energy superpower without pipeline?
Yeah, interesting timing as they gather here in Alberta, right? But evidently there is no proponent for the project. So Liberal sources told Radio-Canada, well, if nobody's sticking their hand up to build the thing, we can't approve it right now.
See, this is the biggest scandal in Canadian history. There's no proponent for this pipeline because there's no company in the world that would invest in Canada with the Liberal government in charge. They are anti-energy. They have all of these restrictions, Bill C-69 and the oil take ban. There's no, and their emissions cap. No one is going to invest in Canada, even with Bill C-5, until all those regulations are removed. Because why would they? They could just go down to the United States and invest there where they don't have all these ridiculous restrictions. And we also have the industrial carbon tax and pricing. This is insane.
Insisting, though, that this is, temporary. An oil pipeline could make its way onto the list in the future. So could a gas pipeline, for instance. No doubt Carney will be having words with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith about this decision. They're set to meet later this evening. Smith, of course, is a huge proponent of pipelines. She's been asking the Liberals to get rid of Bill C-69, which is their environmental impact assessment legislation, which she says nixes the chances of any pipeline ever being built. The two leaders will meet at 5:30 Mountain Time this evening. They don't have any public availability scheduled after that meeting, so it will be at least one sleep until we hear from how that meeting
I'm going to report on this tomorrow when we hear from that meeting.
Went down and what they spoke about.
Why does nobody around the world want to invest in Canada's energy industry? Right here, it's because, and you can see the highlighted areas, it's because Canada has been involved in a hostile location to do business. Right here, this hostile attitude could cause long-term damage to Canada's economy. And again, energy hostility will also put the mining, timber, and other extraction industries on notice. We are doing self-harm, Canada. No one wants to do business in Canada because of the Liberal government. When are Canadians going to wake up? When we're all living in tents across Canada? And like, if you saw my video yesterday, eating moss with the freaking squirrels, Libertarian on X posted this, and I agree with this statement. And this is probably going to be Mark Carney's plan. Here's what the Libs are going to do today. Vaguely promise with Smith and Alberta that they're going to consider revising the pipeline and tanker ban across Canada. Alberta's left wing will all vote to remain in Canada, after which Carney will slam the door on all oil and gas developments. Who agrees with this? Because I believe he's going to do something in order to wave that carrot and say, yeah, we're going to do something just to make you happy, Alberta. And as soon as this whole thing goes away, he's going to slam the door on everything. So Mark Carney refused the table of budget. Then, after public backlash, which was massive, he's like, okay, fine, I'll promise one in the fall. Canadian youth unemployment has skyrocketed, and it's not just a Donald Trump thing. It's been going up for 3 straight years. Now it's, in some provinces, it's at like 20, 21%. Overall across Canada, it's 14.5%. The working class is suffocating under extreme taxes. We're getting taxed. That is our biggest expense in Canada, is taxes. This fall budget won't save the Liberals. It's going to bury them. Let's take a look at this news release.
So I want to actually speak to something Kathleen said about, comparing the cuts that Carney's proposing versus the Harper-era cuts. The difference is there's so much more to cut. The broader public service increased 40% since 2015. And at the CRA, we have 60,000 employees versus the IRS that has 80,000 employees, and they have 9 times our population. I don't think we have 9 times the service level. I don't think we have 40% better service from our public service than we did in 2015. So there appears to be a lot of fat to trim. What I want to also bring up is to Dan's point that this Prime Minister is going to be so much different in how he approaches finances. We had to peer pressure him into doing a fall budget. He wasn't going to do one. And somebody who doesn't understand the importance of transparency and telling the electorate what you're going to do, how much you're going to spend, where you're going to make the investments, I have very little confidence that he's going to actually read the room here. He wants to talk about big projects and big programs and, the national interest stuff, and it's all been great on paper. We haven't seen anything happen in real life. And I think if you look at the youth, for example, that Pierre Poilievre is speaking to, they don't want another program. They just want the opportunity to get a job and buy a house and live their Canadian dream. I think that Mark Carney doesn't understand that. And so I'm really interested to see what's in this budget, and I'm really interested to see how he's going to communicate it to people who are feeling real hurt right now and who feel left behind by sort of the thinking process of this Liberal government.
You know what's sad is I think he does understand. He's quite bright, and he doesn't actually care. That's the thing. They're going to spin things and make it just seem so great, but do something else. Mark Carney has never struggled in his entire life. He probably buys $18 strawberries, and he doesn't care because he doesn't even have to pay for his own grocery bill. He's never had to. It's always been expense. So he can't actually put himself in the real struggle of Canadian citizens on a day-to-day basis. He's going to say, hey, let's offer them programs, let's cut taxes. But when they cut taxes at 76 cents per day, it's so insulting to us Canadians that are actually living through this nightmare that they've created for us. For this economic genius, the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, he's got budget immediately is very concerning for Canadians because we want transparency from the Liberal government. The only reason he's providing us a budget is because we had public backlash saying, you have to provide us a budget. You're part of the government. We need to see what you're up to. The thing is, he's never been transparent since the moment he showed up into our lives. He has the most conflicted prime minister in Canadian history with his 103 conflicts of interest. And it looks like every single project of national interest is in fact benefiting his conflict of interest companies. This is insane, Canada. What's it going to take for a mass awakening event? We need change. We need an election today. Get these Liberals out. What's unbelievable, it's been 6 months, we have zero budget. I know we're going to get one in the fall, and it's going to be catastrophic. I guarantee you the debt bill, we're probably going to see $100 billion in deficit spending when he's promised cuts and austerity. And now we find out there's going to be no pipeline, a project of national interest. The Liberals are meeting this week because next week, which is 5 days away, they're going to be in the House of Commons. So they're coming up and cooking up a plan of lies to sell us after torching whatever is left of the confidence we had in them. Well, I didn't have any confidence in them, but the general population is losing confidence, and they're losing it fast. This government is making Justin Trudeau look like a genius.
With the move on the carbon tax, the move on the EV mandate, this review of climate policy that they're doing on a competitiveness scale, I mean, what sort of challenges does this potentially create internally for the government, never mind the external ones?
I believe that once Mr. Carney lays out the true facts of what we're facing as a nation with the difficulties with the United States, that even the most hardcore environmentalist is going to understand and realize that there are going to have to be concessions made all over the place in order to make sure that we have an economy at the other end of this conflict that we're having. When I listen to them now, David, what I take away from it is, oh my gosh, how much trouble are we really in? Because it's beginning to sound pretty problematic in terms of what we're facing vis-a-vis the United States. The stakes are indeed very high, and the pain may be coming that we're not anticipating. And I think that perhaps what the Prime Minister will have to do at this caucus meeting is just to lay it out all to bear and go from there. And as Cameron said, have a united caucus going in. If I could just say one thing about Pierre Poilievre and what he said, the reason why Pierre is able to say these things is because Mr. Carney took the position and made the decision to not introduce a budget back in June. So there's a vacuum. And as a result, Pierre gets to come out and talk about all these things, and they will be in the position where the government has to respond as opposed to lead.
It's because the Liberals have been disastrous from day one. They've been a disaster for the last decade, and then Canadians voted them in again, thinking they got a brand new shiny government. And if people are realizing that this brand new Liberal government is in fact worse than the government we had before. This is catastrophic, Canada. We don't have a budget. Now we have no pipeline. We have no deal with the United States. We're going into the fall when we find out the numbers that is actually inside this budget. Canada is going to wake up in the masses and go, uh-oh, we're in massive trouble. And the Liberals have zero solutions for us. Thank goodness we have Pierre Poilievre. Because if we had nothing on the other side, this country would be literally cooked. Oh, I got more for you, Canada. CBC Watchers on X says the negative impacts of Canada's proposed oil and gas emissions cap will be much larger than previously projected, warns a study by the Center of North American Prosperity and Security. The report concludes that the cost of emissions cap far exceeds any benefit from emission reductions within Canada. It could push global emissions higher instead of lower. This is a professional report based on the findings this March by the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. SNAPS pegs the cost of the cap to be close to $289,000 per ton of reduced emissions. That's more than 3,600 times the cost of the $80 per ton federal carbon tax eliminated this spring. Emission cap will end Canada's energy superpower dream. Study finds legislation's massive cost outweighs any environmental benefit. Just so people are aware, this emissions cap is literally going to turn us into a third world country. And when we become a third world country, we're going to start burning our household trash in order to stay warm, resulting in the worst pollution and CO2 emissions Canada has ever seen. We need to rapidly move away from this insanity. I'm getting heated today because when I found out there's no oil pipeline on the list of projects of national interest, we are in big trouble in Canada. Canada's broke. Our allies want our energy, and Ottawa thinks windmills are going to be able to pay the bills. Here's the brand new report that just came out that outlines no pipelines in Canada. This is just a reminder, we need more pipelines. We also need refining capacity. Look at the prices of gas in the Lower Mainland today, $1.90.9. This is no joke, Canada. We're going to surpass $2 per liter in the Lower Mainland in no time, okay? And we're going to continue to see higher fuel prices. And it's because Mark Carney is moving forward with their biofuel to make gas less carbon emissions, which is adding 17 cents to the price of fuel. And they're going to continue to increase the price of fuel so that we can't afford to buy it anymore. And if we're forced to buy these EVs, maybe they'll move away from their EV mandate, but we won't be able to afford to drive gasoline vehicles. Now the fun part, Canada. Our Canadian police forces want us to comply if someone is intruding in your home.
In the unlikely event that you find yourself the victim of a home invasion, we are urging citizens not to take matters into their own hands. While we don't want homeowners to feel powerless, we urge you to call 911 and do everything.
Okay, we're going to call 911. You're going to take 15 to 30 minutes to show up, and by that time our house is ransacked, and if we're in trouble, well, we're kind of done. Better not fight back. Well, we just found some new news from down. The new Prime Minister of Trinidad has come out with this announcement. Check this out.
We will give you stand-your-ground laws, home invasion laws, and legal firearms. And when the brutal rapists, criminals come into your home, I tell you again, load up your magic, light them up, empty the clip. And when you're done, knock it again, and they call my name. I am Kamla. Do not fear. Kamla is here.
Wow. This reminds me of Scarface, but I have to say, what do you think, Canada? There are many places around the world that have enough. They've just said, that's it. We need to start defending ourselves. What will it take for Canada to demand change? That's it for today's report. Man, things are really escalating in Europe, and I hope they start calming down, because Mark Carney is talking about boots in the ground, sending all this money. I mean, this is almost poking the bear. We don't want to be part of this conflict. We don't want to send our children to this war. We have so many problems here at home with our economy, with our negotiations with Trump. We're trying to get to net zero when we can't afford to do anything. Our hospital systems, the crime rate, you name it. We have the problems here in Canada. We need change. But with this Liberal government, it's the same old Liberal government with the same old things. Just wait. They're going to have this caucus meeting for the next few days. We're back in the House of Commons. It's going to be a whole ton of fireworks, guaranteed. And hopefully, it's time that Canadians wake up. We need to change direction. We can't keep going down this road. I look forward to providing all of you these reports. Hopefully, I'll have an update from Alberta, because we're having that meeting at 5:30 today. Tomorrow, we should get some information on it. I will definitely make a video on that. I will see you on the next report.
More today. Now, like you, I woke up to news about the American broadcaster, provocateur as well. Let's not pretend that wasn't part of the act and part of what he did in Charlie Kirk. And if you are somebody who lives online, if you've got a lot of access to Instagram, X, Twitter, all the rest of it, you're very across who this person is. But I also understand there'll be an awful lot of people who have heard a lot today about this person, sort of, hang on, why is this wall to wall, what's going on? Tonight I want to try to talk about some stuff that you haven't already heard about why he mattered. And I don't just mean by telling you the great things I liked about him, but there's a real machinery behind this bloke that is worth talking about, because, put simply, without him, then the MAGA movement would not have been able to regroup in and around Trump in the lead up to 24, and we wouldn't have had the presidency that has now recommenced in the United States. Now, in a day of a lot of reaction and a lot of emotion, Megyn Kelly is a person who was literally on air today as she was learning about her friend, and learning about her friend firstly being injured and then it looking bad, and then being confirmed that he has been assassinated. At the conclusion of her broadcast, she was kind enough to give us a couple of minutes to honour her weekly commitment, but she wanted to talk about her friend, and you will hear from her tonight, again, from the perspective of a friend, not just a person who is talking about a figure that has dominated the past 24 hours of news coverage around the globe.
It's incomprehensible. The loss is so enormous for his family, of course, but for our country, and yeah, for me personally too. I can't quite get my arms around the fact that he's gone, that this larger-than-life figure who was a spectacular orator, who had his entire life and political future ahead of him, has been taken from us so violently in front of all of our eyes in the most disgusting and vile and jarring way possible, and that we're now living in a world without him. It's just, it hasn't sunk in yet.
It is the day after in the United States, and our mate Liz Tell will join us to discuss things from the United States. And again, I don't want to go over what you have heard, and understandably so, over the past many hours. I want to try to move the conversation forward to give you some other sense of information. So we'll park that for a few minutes, and we'll get on to the news stories that affect the greatest country in the world. This one, tonight we have to talk about corruption in Victoria, yet again. Now, is this going to be an issue that will be of sufficient importance to the government to actually deal with? Now, I may be very clear, I'm not making any suggestions about the government, just in case their lawyers are already writing their letters, but we will talk about issues to do with the big bill and some big claims being made today. And the pressure is on from inside the government to go, well, further than the Teals when it comes to new targets, when it comes to climate change and the targets of the 2035 agreements, which may well be made at a statement, of course, of world leaders in Adelaide, costing us $250 million. Now, again, I'll get to all of the stuff in the United States, but first, let's just start with the Pacific Islands. Now, this is the only time where Australia gets to be the big dog. Where Australia, who of course bankrolls so many of these nations, with so many of their different systems, but so many of them united by Australia, please help prop us up. Now, we do this, everything from paying for elections, like we have in the Solomon Islands, to paying for the hosting of the Pacific Games. And you know that always when these leaders get together, there are those collective photos where everyone's wearing the uniform. And I've got to say, I'm absolutely winning this. This is only worn once. I don't know what happens with these ever again. Do people rock around their APEC or their Pacific Island Forum shirts on the weekend, or playing golf when they're post-Prime Minister? Who knows? But if you didn't see this today, may I please bring you this scintillatingly wonderful moment where the Prime Minister, who is so perfect, who just does everything right according to everyone who's ever believed in him, actually noticed, everyone else in blue, me in pink. So literally the odd man out, rather than just sort of making a joke of it, up and out of the room to change into something a little more local.
We continue support advocacy of our partners to establish the Pacific Resilience Facility.
imagine the staffer. Imagine the staffer who was asked today, is it a pink day, is it a blue day? Which one are we going to do? Oh, it's definitely pink, sir. You told me it was a pink day. Imagine. Anyway, of course, we'll never know who that is because they're trying to, change the Freedom of Information system. We will never know who was truly responsible for the pink shirt. But of course, by this time next week, there will have been no pink shirt. Nothing to see here. Let's turn our attention now to the opposition and its side of things here in relation to Jacinta Ardern-Price. Of course, the big news about this time last night was that she had been bounced out of the shadow ministry. We mentioned this because Susan Lee had confirmed it when she was in Hobart last night. She was in Hobart today, following up housing announcement. A couple of local pollies along the ride with her. So, okay, will the questions be about her leadership? Will the questions be about where do we go from here? No, again, the media is forcing the Leader of the Opposition to say sorry. Mean it this time. Kiss the ring. Look lovingly. Please say sorry. Yet again, here was the media banging away on what has been established. Because remember, she went to Harris Park, that being Susan Lee, and has already said sorry to the Indian community. But can you now do it from Tasmania? What? They've got like 2 weeks out of this story. And as I said last night, frankly, while the dust's going to take a while to settle, it's win-win. The leader has asserted their authority. You can't have people out there saying that they don't fully back you as the leader. And Jacinta Ardern-Price has now got the full independence to say whatever the heck that she wants. She will do so in a regular segment here on this program and many other places that we will all look forward to hearing and seeing from. We should have her on Monday night on the show. So to me, it's a win-win. But again, Susan Lee forced to apologise, this time from the building site in Hobart.
But may I take this opportunity, as leader of the Liberal Party, to apologise to all Indian Australians and indeed others who were hurt and distressed by the comments that were made.
Okay, we've done it on the mainland, we've done it on the island. Enough. All right? If people continue to be offended by what at worst were clumsy remarks that have been apologised for all up and down and sundry, including the leader now twice, but want to keep going, well then this isn't really about anything other than trying to drag it out into potentially a third week. And that in part will be what part of the press gallery wants to do. Why? Because it's more fun beating up on libs than it is holding the government to account. That, I repeat, is changing the Freedom of Information system that makes it harder for journalists to get information out of the government. Oh, no. But let's make sure even after Jacinta Ardern-Price had been removed from the shadow cabinet, let's keep pretending that it's 3 days ago and it's all about who said sorry and when. Enough. All right? If the media wants to roll on, they can roll on. Everyone else, move on. As for Andrew Hastie, he got close today. Now, he's very smart. He will be a future leader, and pretty obviously, this is a bloke who looks like a Prime Minister one day, right? And I've got no problems with him whatsoever. But he's got to be careful. He was doing a regular spot, I think, with Mark Levy. He's going to do it every couple of weeks, if not weekly, on his program on 2GB. And when he's asked about leadership, all the rest of it, this is what he had to say. Now, he goes close. He wouldn't want to go any further than this, or he's going to end up in the same bucket of not fully supporting the leader, and we know where that goes.
Yeah, no, the knives are not being sharpened, to use your language. They're not. And what we need now is stability. We actually need to work out who we are and who we're fighting for.
If there is to be a spill, would you put your hand up or not?
Well, there isn't a spill, Mark. People know I have a desire to leave. There isn't a move. Just to be very clear, I know there's been feverish speculation over the last 4 hours. There's certainly none coming from me, and
Victoria, look me in the eye. How much are you willing to let your state government get away with? More importantly, the Labor Party in Victoria get away with. Now, we keep being told that there are certain red lines that if a government crossed them, then people become so furious that they would definitely vote them out. And I thought Daniel Andrews had hit that moment, not with the COVID lockdown, but remember, just before the last state election in Victoria, when
Victorian government, the ones who apparently are so much better with health than anyone else, had a system where 33 people died because the ambulance system wasn't working, the Yy3Lj system wasn't working. 33 people died. Perfect example about incompetence and a lack of focus. Government re-elected. Is the same going to be the case when it comes to Jacinta Allen and the Labor Party? Are the majority of people in Victoria so wedded to a one-party state that they are going to re-elect Jacinta Allen and the Labor Party, despite the reporting in and around the first explosions in the money on the suburban rail loop, but now serious allegations in and around corruption, not involving the government, but serious issues involving the big build. Now, Nick McKenzie, who has got an entire cabinet full of awards for his journalism, who of course has done it on 60 Minutes, is still banging it out in The Age, and I think it's a big story today, because complaints of rampant rorting, intimidation and kickbacks across big build projects have been secretly lodged with the Victorian government officials for years, undermining Labor's claim that it was blindsided by the scandal involving the construction industry and prompting the state's former integrity chief to back a wide-ranging inquiry. Now, remember, when Nick McKenzie was doing the initial reporting in and around some issues to do with the CFMU standover and all the rest of it, he went to a press conference with Jacinta Allen and basically said, hey, has anyone ever heard of this stuff? Has anyone ever been held accountable for this stuff? And Jacinta Allen at the time said, no, nothing to see here. It's all fresh. Thanks. We'll take your suggestions and put them into the suggestion box. Well, if all of this has been reported to government, guess who ends up being responsible for looking the other way? And that, of course, ends up being the head of government. We're continuing the quotes here. A major investigation by this masthead has obtained a trove of leaked internal state government correspondence that, for the first time, shows government officials were repeatedly warned of big build corruption from 2023 as recently as June this year. The former boss of the Corruption Commission, or its version IBAC, in Victoria, has come out today and said there should be a royal commission into this. I say again to the people of Victoria, if 33 people dying wasn't enough of a reason to sack Labor last time, will a failure to deal with the corruption issues in the big build project be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Here in part was some of the government response to this reporting.
Well, the federal government has appointed a federal administrator. That was a significant step in terms of dealing with that particular union, and we're supporting the work of the federal administrator.
All right, some breaking news this evening, which is that the UK government has sacked the ambassador to the United States. Keir Starmer has revoked the official dealings of the US ambassador, or I should say the UK ambassador to the United States. Why? Because he has had quite a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He has been outed as one of those who did his bit for the 50th birthday book. Also, as you can see there, your friends love you. This even after he had been charged with horrific crimes back in 2008. The matter was apparently decided by the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister just this very morning in the United Kingdom, and not that long ago, the Foreign Secretary had this to say in UK Parliament.
In light of additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to the United States. The emails show, Mr. Speaker, that the depth and extent of Lord Manderson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mr. Speaker, Lord Manderson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. And in light of that, Mr. Speaker, and mindful, as we all are, of the victims of Epstein's appalling crimes, he has been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect.
Yeah, more of that playing out on Sky News UK right now, which of course you can get via the Sky News app. Get that for just $5 a month. Go to skynews.com.au and become a member. And just before we get to my dear friend Annalise in the United States, while you were working hard, paying taxes, those who use that money to take photos and videos of themselves, our politicians embarrassing themselves and the nation on social media. First, the Labor MP who never disappoints.
56, 57. We have some great news. What is it, Sally?
Oh, we are giving all Australians cheaper medicines. It's fantastic. And Dr. Reid, you got the details, yeah?
Yep, that's exactly right. All PBS medications, $25. It hasn't been this low since 2004, since I was in year 6.
Please watch that Adam O'Brien with another brainless video like this.
Resveratrol.
That's right.
And the Finance Minister of Australia, behold!
Approved. I don't know. Excellent argument. Approved.
They apparently know politics better than everyone else. Look at the scoreboard. Alright, let's go to the United States right now. Annalise Wilson. She joins us now to reflect upon what has happened in the past 24 hours. Unbelievable the garbage that goes on here, but the difficulty of the past 24 hours when it comes to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Firstly, nice to see you for the first time in a little while. Love you as always, mate, here. Let's talk here, because everyone's heard about him and heard the soccer stream and around the personality, but let's talk about where he sits in frankly, the pyramid of MAGA. I would suggest that he's right up there with the Steve Bannon. He is that, he was that influential. He was actually tasked by the Trump campaign in 2024 with getting out the vote in the key swing states, and guess what? He delivered. He delivered new voters, and that delivered the presidency. So this guy wasn't just a podcaster, wasn't an influencer, wasn't a provocateur. He was also a deep participant in the MAGA movement.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's many podcasters that would get the flags flown at half-mast to the White House, and that's how influential Charlie Kirk was. And I think one of the reasons that a lot of people have been kind of playing catch-up on this is that he was really big among Gen Z, and that was his big strength. When he did these speeches on campus, when he did these debates and brought people out to discuss ideas, defend them, what he was doing was really empowering people who might be quietly feeling like they agreed with him to have those conversations, to know that they could put their perspective forward and that there were people that thought like him. I mean, how many people could pull a crowd out of an election cycle of 3,000 people at the University of Utah? And we saw that in the 2024 election. The youth vote was swung very favorably in Trump's favor. And normally that does go to the Democrats. And so we've been looking at, I was just looking at this before, among young men, Donald Trump won 56% of the vote, and they saw a 24% swing among young people in Michigan. That was the biggest swing they saw for young people in those swing states, but every swing state swung towards Trump. And a lot of that was down to Charlie Kirk and the conversations that he started and the pull he had on social media. I think we can't underestimate how viral those videos went and how influential he was around youth discussion of politics. Not many people get parodied in South Park. We had a whole episode to him just a few weeks ago. And seriously, that is
100%.
Huge influence. In the
100%. And this is the point, right? So in the same way that the late 1980s, so let's sort of say mid-80s to mid-90s, the explosion of talk radio was one of the things that absolutely pushed Reagan for the two terms and then Bush, right? The world of social media, we certainly know, you can point as much as people want to say a Rogan, Kirk, and plenty of others, but principally Kirk, was punching out video after video after video, day after day after day, week after week, month after month after month. And in many ways, most people's first exposure to him would be that he went into the belly of the beast, which is a university, a college, normally a lefty place, and to look people in the eye, and be a smartass about it sometimes, but get into the face and argue the basic logical lack thereof, and yes, turn it into a bit of a performance. But I've got to say, it sort of sent a message back through the culture that I'm not going to say that conservatism was the new punk, but the sacred cows had become the left, not the pearl clutches of the sort of people who were worried about Bart Simpson saying, eat your shorts on television.
Yeah, and I think anyone, regardless regardless of where you sit on the political spectrum, we've all felt like that, where you get shouted down by someone and you don't feel like you have an opportunity to be heard, and you feel like if you do put that perspective forward, you're going to be punished more than the person shouting you down and not letting you speak. And I was reading up on Charlie Kirk after he was on South Park, because I've seen so many of his clips, and they do start those conversations where you say, oh, like, I don't agree with him on that, and you start debating with your friends or your family saying, well, I would have said this, I would have said that. But apparently he did a tour in the UK and it was a lot less successful because the students there are better at debating and they do more of that and they have that more contested school of ideas. And apparently in the US it was really just shooting fish in a barrel, and he was always accused of heavily editing. I don't think anyone in the media is going to start accusing anyone of editing, because we all do it, but that's how you get the information out, that's how you get those viral clicks. And really what he did was just ask questions, interrogate people's ideas, and if they hadn't done it themselves, they weren't in a very good position to mount their case.
Now, I want to talk about, I mean, who knows where this goes, right? The reality is that America has been through many moments, and we've reported on those many moments where those of us in Australia, with the distance of Australia and the history of Australia, say, but surely this is the moment that, my perspective of this far away is, it never is. It is also not the sign of a freshly or deeply divided country. They had a civil war. There was contested elections in 1960. 2000, of course, came down to the Supreme Court. It is not new that the joint is split, but whether it's split down the middle or side to side or gendered or race, well then that's where things start to get more complicated. And I want to talk about some of the reaction that has happened on the right, where I have heard people like Steve Bannon say that Charlie Kirk, who was a colleague of his, they worked on the same sort of internet station, basically, back-to-back shows, says that he is a casualty of war. Now that's a pretty full-on thing to say about how do you respond to a casualty of war. To others, like Greg Gutfeld on Fox, who said that, people have been woken the F up to what, I don't know. My suggestion is that as, and no one will listen, of course, is that you need to use the moment to prove that you are better than the people who did this, not to exact revenge for it, because then it's a cycle that never ends. And we have seen many conflicts and many wars where it's your justification for doing something worse is because they did this to me first.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there will be people out there that want retribution for this, and I think whoever did do this deserves every bit of punishment that is available under the law. And I know the Utah governor was suggesting the death penalty. I don't think many people are going to shed a tear if that comes to pass. What we, I think, really need to focus on is the fact that Charlie Kirk, at the end of the day, he believed in freedom of speech, and that's exactly why he did everything. You can't underestimate how horrifying it is to see a person advocating for freedom of speech and going out there and talking to real people, literally being shot in the neck to be silenced. But I think that has to be the response here, to not be silenced. And that's where the risk is, that people stop speaking out, they stop going out in public. And it is scary in America. Guns are a real problem. They are a real issue when you go to public events like this. I always have it in the back of my head. I was thinking if I'd been at that rally, I would have been probably at the back, not a rally, event. I would have been on one of the back balconies to get out quickly, because it is just one of those realities that you live with here. But the political violence in particular it has become more frequent. I mean, we've had 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump. We've had lawmakers in Minnesota shot down in their homes. And you can blame social media. Certainly if you're on fire, there's always been this kind of divisiveness in America, but there is just kind of this growing sense of frustration that people aren't feeling heard. And that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was trying to do. So I think that has to be the response to this, is to just keep talking and keep defending freedom of speech.
Absolutely. We'll practice that in a moment's time. Last one, to the people who are watching us, who may be from Western Australia, like your good self, and from all over the rest of the country, who might go, hang on, Sky News, why do they keep talking about this one? Why have they spoken about it all day? Why have people become emotional? What would you say to those who know it's a big deal, but what would you say to them about why it is such an emotional thing for those who get it, for those who see it, and for those who understand the impact of this?
I would say it's such a violent end to such a noble cause to be just promoting freedom of speech, that he was a lightning rod for young people. Revolutions tend to start with young people, and he was such a central figure in that. As you said at the very beginning, he was extremely influential among the MAGA movement. He didn't let up in his support of it in that time, and the Trump administration kept very careful note of everyone who dropped off the radar and wanted to come back once he was on the up. And he has had personal friendships with so many people at the top. He had a direct line to Trump, he had a direct line to Vance, he had a direct line to all the Trump children, all the big anchors at Fox, all the big commentators. He was a galvanizing force over the years, and he's been a fixture. And so every single conservative voice in America right now is second-guessing themselves because they know I can't necessarily go out in public to these events because what if I'm the next target? We don't know who this person was. And so this is an absolutely defining moment. I completely agree with you. America's had an actual civil war. This is the kind of thing that simmers in the US. They've always kind of had a strong contention of beliefs and ideas, but this is a really seismic event.
Well, and it's a perfect bookends to talk about this with you and then with Megyn Kelly a little bit later, because she literally was planning on going on the road, and one of the people she was going on the road with was Charlie Kirk. She wasn't thinking about security to a degree, but not the degree and whether it happens at all. My assumption is that she, like many others, will steel themselves and go back out there and get involved in that debate, because that is the way, as you say, to defeat those forces who seek silence. Annalise, so good to see you. I look forward to seeing you very soon. You're looking wonderful as always, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
All right, we love it. Annalise Nielsen there in the United States.
Joining me now is the author of groundbreaking works, international bestsellers, including The Strange Death of Europe, The Madness of Crowds, The War on the West, and his latest on democracies and death cults. Douglas, let's start with the state of free speech in the UK. Keir Starmer again assured the world that the UK values free speech.
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that.
But tell me about the UK's Online Safety Act. We've got something similar happening right here in Australia. We're told, like in the UK, it's all about keeping children safe. Is that how you see it?
By the way, that answer that Keir Starmer gave there, I mean, it's just yet more robotic Starmer. That's exactly what he said the other week in the Oval Office when reporters also asked about the free speech problem in the UK. And he said in that same robotic way, we've had free speech for a very long time in the UK. Yeah, well, it can be dying on his watch. Just because you've had something for decades, indeed centuries, doesn't mean that it survives as a force of nature unless it's protected and defended in this generation. And Keir Starmer's government has decided that a priority in almost any real-life situation is not to deal with the real-life problems that occur, but instead to crack down on online content and much more. This has got to such a pass that now the Starmer government and Starmer himself pretend that all these online harm stuff merely has to do with issues of child pornography and so on, and that anyone who's pushing back against the online harms bill must be therefore on the side of child pornography.